Well, you're gonna say it right. Yeah. Yeah. To put through our. Lot of those got this guy. That's where everything did. Last 2 years, hires. That's good. Yeah, so. Yeah. Still.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started, so if you'll take your seats. Welcome to week 1 of summer policy meetings here in Gunnison, Colorado. We're very excited to have you on board, and it should be a great day of conversation and good policy work. Before we get started, we're going to go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the republic.
So we are starting a few minutes late, so I will keep my opening remarks short. Just a few housekeeping items. Bathrooms are straight up the hall to the left and then to the right. Please, when you are addressing the crowd, use a microphone. Looks like everyone has one, so yeah, just please read those instructions and use those because we do have quite a few folks online this morning. So that way they can hear you. Lunch, this is the first time we're starting at 10 a.m. So this is a little odd for us, but thank you for being here nonetheless. We'll start with telecom this morning and then go right into lunch. And then we'll have some instructions for you at that time. Before we get into our federal updates, I would like to invite Leslie Taylor. She is the Vice President of Marketing and Enrollment here at Western Colorado University. Would you please all give her a hand of applause for hosting us today?
Good morning and welcome to Western Colorado University on this incredibly gorgeous day that also had rain. And y'all know how we love being on Western Slope. Every time I hear thunder, I'm like, oh, I hope it's raining so we don't want just thunder and lightning. Because it actually is very, very frightening. Some of y'all look at that. When I was looking at the standing committees for Club 20, I couldn't help but think about how Western had like a deep involvement, investment in all of the work that you do. And really in particular, the 5 committee meetings that are taking place here today on our campus are areas that Western and Gunnison County have a huge investment in. Notably, related to both healthcare and education and workforce, we're in the process of launching our new nursing program, which we are all super excited about. It's a partnership with the hospital here and the hospital in Montrose, and it's taking a lot of work to get that off the ground. But it has started with a couple of cohorts of CNA classes, so certified nursing assistants. We're really excited to have that underway. And soon we'll have a 4-year nursing program here. And I really think that's going to make a difference for healthcare over here in Gunnison County and across the Western Slope. Additionally, this amazing building we're in here today, the Rady School of Computer Science and Engineering, is home to our engineering partnership with CU Boulder so that students can come to Western and complete a 4-year degree. The first 2 years, they're Western students. And then for 2 years, we hope only 2 years, but you'll know engineering is a tough major. They're still here, but they're earning their CU Boulder degree. So it allows our local students and really students from all over the country to come and study here on the Western Slope in this unique environment. And we have mechanical and biomedical engineering, and then we'll be starting aerospace engineering next fall. We're super excited about that. Also, across the street in the Bork building, we have new Dean of Business, Dr. Sharani Will. And the very first time I met her, even when she came for her interview, she immediately saw the possibility of investing more in the business side of tourism and recreation. She was like, wow, there's so much that happens here, festivals and sporting events, and she just didn't see that her business school was involved in that. She's really excited to move that forward. She's only been here 6 months. We're gonna give her a little time to see how that all works out. But she's just been amazing. And my own daughter is in our outdoor industry MBA program. She was a finance major, one of the critical areas that we need folks to be majoring in and getting jobs in. And she took a minor in rec and outdoor ed. And her rec and outdoor ed friends would be like, oh, they're majoring in finance? And her finance friends would look at her and say, minoring in rec and outdoor ed? She took a year off and figured out that our outdoor industry MBA was a perfect way for her to further her education and find a way to stay on the Western Slope. I don't see her ever going back from Fort Collins, but neither one of us are ever going back over the mountain. This side of the mountains is where we belong. But she and a lot of her cohort, they want to find ways to increase accessibility to our public lands and recreation and really make a difference for the Colorado tourism and recreation industry. And I could go on and on and on. I love Western. I came here 3 years ago on a 6-month contract. I was going to do a 6-month consulting thing. Came from Fort Collins. 3 months later, sold my house in Fort Collins and knew I was never going back. This is a place, this valley has so much magic and chemistry when it comes to what we can do for students and help them find transformational experiences that prepare them for the workforce and to have a meaningful life. And next year, Western Colorado University is going to be celebrating its 125th birthday. So be looking for stuff. We're going to have events. We're really excited about it. Legend is that on April 26th, when the governor signed the proclamation, there was dancing in the streets. So one of the things we'll definitely have is a street party. I think it is important, though, to remember, although we've been here for almost 125 years, as you look around, I think it's easy to imagine this being the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Ute Nations and peoples, and that they came here in the summers. And they did all the things that we do here. They recreated, they hunted, they fished, they lived, their families enjoyed this space. So when you look around, remember that too, because it's an important part of our legacy here in Gunnison County. Again, welcome. We're so excited to have you here. And you folks online, I wish that you all could be here with us because it's a very beautiful day, as it always is. But if you have any questions, I'll leave a little stack of business cards, or if you know students that you think would like to come here, definitely have them contact. Thank you for being here.
Okay, so we do have a few extra minutes, and Commissioner Houck asked that he could give a few opening remarks regarding Gunnison County.
Thanks, good to see everyone. I know there's lots of folks online as well. I'm Jonathan Houck, Gunnison County Commissioner, and I would say that those introductory remarks of I came here for 6 months and stayed. I came here 33 years ago. I was supposed to be here for 4 years. So, watch it. You hang out here long enough in Gunnison County, you just stay. But we're really happy to have you here. Enjoy your time here. I think, a couple things that we've really focused on here in Gunnison County is maintaining a balance of all the things that make Gunnison County work. And that's extraction. The largest coal mine in the state is in Gunnison County. We have oil and gas extraction in the northern part of the county. We have the university. We also have the largest body of water that stores water mainly for agricultural users and holds that so they have more access to water throughout the growing season, especially to our neighbors downstream on the Uncompahgre Plateau in Delta County and in Montrose County. Steep, deep ranching history here, but also it's the birthplace of mountain biking. There's a lot of outdoor recreation here. The Crescent View Mountain Resort and skiing here is treasured. And we have this kind of well-rounded economy that anchors to public lands and it anchors to these big spaces. And being at the headwaters of the Gunnison River has really been something that we see almost as a sense of pride, but also a sense of responsibility to our neighbors and folks all the way throughout the Colorado River system. And so we feel as a really close-knit, connected community, we also feel responsibility to almost the entire West, downriver and below us. And so while you're here, enjoy your time. You hit a great spot. Tonight is the first night of the PRCA rodeo at Cattleman's Days. It's the longest consistently running rodeo in Colorado and one of the longest in the country. Cattlemen's Days never stopped for World War I, World War II, the Spanish flu, COVID. They've been able to pull it off every year, and tonight kicks off the rodeo events right at the fairgrounds. If you're not really familiar with Gunnison, right behind the Safeway is where the rodeo grounds are. It used to be the edge of town. That was in the 1890s, but now it's smack dab in the middle of town. And if your time here takes you up to Crested Butte, you know there's a free bus service that runs between Gunnison and Crested Butte. You can hop on a coach bus and get a free ride all the way up to town. So if you're interested in that, if you just Google Gunnison RTA, Rural Transportation Authority, it'll have the full bus schedule, and there's bus stops throughout town where you can just hop on a bus and go north. But enjoy your time here. Enjoy the fact that all of us are striving for the same things that we strive for in Gunnison County. Western Colorado is unique. Western Colorado is special. And Western Colorado faces a lot of challenges and changes over time. So we're trying to find that sweet balance of how do we maintain the things that we value, that are the anchors to our economies and our way of life, but also knowing that change can bring new opportunities. And what does that balance look like? And one of the things I really like about Club 20 is that Club 20 is never afraid to grapple with that dynamic tension. And I think as we work through policy pieces today and we work through things tomorrow, that's our focus. How do we find that balance that really makes our communities in this part of Colorado maintain the specialness that it is, but also grasping opportunities that will help deliver for our communities and our towns moving into the future. So always excited to have everyone in Gunnison County. And if there's anything that maybe you have questions about, specifics from where to eat to what to do, those kind of things, please find me. I'll be happy to offer you some suggestions. But again, welcome, and watch it. You hang out long enough, you'll stay here forever. All right, glad everyone's here.
Okay, so let's jump into these federal updates. I would like to welcome Lisa Poole from Senator Hickenlooper's office and Wyatt Bear from Senator Bennett's office. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to introduce myself and then hand it over to Wyatt. So my name is Lisa Poole. I am the Southwest Regional Director for Senator Hickenlooper. I cover 11 counties on behalf of the senator in Southwest Colorado, and that extends all the way. So I'm based in Durango, and then my region extends all the way up to Delta and Gunnison counties. So great to see so many faces today, and I'll hand it over to Wyatt.
Hi, everyone. My name is Wyatt Bear. I'm the new Southwest Regional Representative for Senator Bennett's office. I'm taking over for John Whitney's role out of the Durango office. And just like John Whitney's legacy that he's had over the past 20 years of public service in the Southwest on the Western Slope here, I am to just as much build and focus on maintaining strong and collaborative relationships with you all. It's an honor to represent Senator Bennett, and it's also an honor to represent the Western Slope here, where I was born and raised in Garfield County, and then a little pocket of Gunnison County too. I lived in Marble for a few years with my parents there, so I've been around. So my job, just an introduction, is to be responsive to you all. So please come up to me and ask any questions, anything that our office can help you with. Introduce yourself, and great to meet you guys. So top line stuff, we're just going to go over most recent updates that we have for you in regards to the reconciliation bill that Congress just passed recently. Top line stuff here, the majority of the policies won't be going into effect until 2027. So months after the midterm elections, there's going to be a delay for a lot of the stuff that just passed. The nonpartisan CBO, Congressional Budget Office, estimates that the bill is going to increase deficits by around $3.3 trillion over the next 10 years. And we're going to overall, we're going to see households in the bottom 4% seeing a decline in incomes, largely due to cuts to Medicaid and SNAP, with the top 10% receiving about 80% of the total value of the legislation. And then as I'm going through this, we sort of jump in. That was my first time. I might not get it right, so correctly. Specifically going into healthcare, Medicaid cuts. So Congress passed $1 trillion cut for Medicaid. This is estimated to cause around nearly 12 million people in the United States to lose health insurance by 2034. Over 10 years, federal funding will be cut by an estimated $14 billion across, specifically Colorado. Rural areas will lose an estimated $1.9 billion. And this will lead to an estimated hundreds of thousands of Colorados losing healthcare coverage, although these numbers are still being figured out as policies work. Senator Bennett introduced, co-sponsored, voted on several amendments to the budget resolution that would have protected Medicaid. And this helps people. This cut to Medicaid is going to hurt a lot of people who are receiving the healthcare there, as well as our healthcare providers on the western slope of Delta, San Luis, and Cortez. A lot of their bottom lines are going to be hurt by these cuts. And while there was $50 billion passed by a rural hospital fund to go towards these hospitals, it's going to be allocated at a depreciating value over a set amount of years. So the majority of the money is going to be coming in FY26 and FY27. And then when the financial gains kind of come in years ahead, there's going to be less money to go around there. Another thing to address on is the enhanced premium tax credits through the Affordable Care Act that are set to expire by the end of 2025. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act did not extend them. It's estimated, I think we're still figuring out the numbers of how many Coloradans would lose Affordable Care Act coverage if those are not expired. Our office will continue to fight to make those tax credits permanent. And Senator Bennett's co-sponsored Senator Jean Shaheen's bill in New Hampshire, the Healthcare Affordability Act, which would do just that. If you want to touch on Medicaid healthcare.
Just that we are really concerned, Senator Hickenlooper is very concerned about the implications of folks losing their coverage, and also what it means for the state to have to deal with all the new work requirements, doing those twice a year instead of once a year. It's going to put a huge another layer of bureaucracy for the state of Colorado to deal with all of that paperwork and eligibility from Medicaid. So it's going to be shifting resources. So not only is it taking people off their, making it much more difficult and taking people off their Medicaid plans, but it is going to be shifting a huge amount of money from actual programming at the state level to just bureaucracy. So I wanted to highlight that as well. And we are hearing from rural hospitals all over the western slope, even if they're not at risk for closure, that they will have to make some very hard decisions in the next couple of years on which services that they will have to close. So for example, like maternity care or other really important services for local people that really should not be driving an extra couple of hours to the next hospital to get the care that they really need.
Moving on to energy stuff and how it impacts business. There's an excise tax on wind and solar projects with foreign materials. That was in the bill for a while. I was working its way through Senate. That was removed at the last hour before it passed the Senate, back to the House for its final passage. Cuts to wind and solar projects were also delayed. Projects will still receive tax credits if they start construction by July 2026, or if they're plugged into the grid by the end of 2027. There's more leniency for nuclear and geothermal projects. They have a looser timeline with nuclear credits if they commence construction before the end of 2033. There's also provision in the foreign entities of concern barrier that was imposed that will require developers to demonstrate that they're not building projects with components from China and some other countries. This will apply to all renewable projects, including nuclear and geothermal. We're still waiting on more details to come from the Treasury Department on how this is going to go. In Colorado, we can see electricity rates increasing by an estimated 14 to 21% based off these tax clean energy credit cuts. And on average, families in Colorado could see an annual increase for household energy bills, $170 by 2030 or $310 by 2035.
Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett will try to stop a lot of the bleeding here. Since we were hearing from utilities, electric co-ops, and solar installers, other clean energy companies around the state, that these sunsetting these tax credits, especially really quickly, would be, as Wyatt said, really increasing energy prices and forcing some businesses to just go out of business. So we really tried to stop the bleeding by introducing a whole host of amendments that would at least delay the sunsetting of these tax credits even further out to give a longer runway. But unfortunately, those failed. So we are really concerned about the implications for this piece in the bill.
That's all I have on the CR.
Just that this, I think we all know, like, we've been reading about it in the news for a long time. It's gonna be touching all of our lives. Like, even if you aren't, say, on Medicaid, and you don't need to worry about the additional paperwork to prove that you are working or whatever it is, it means that even for those of us who are on private insurance, rates will go up. Hospitals will be spending more money to care for people in the emergency room now. And again, these changes we'll start to feel them in a couple of years after the midterm elections. But that means rates will go up for everyone. So even if you're not directly impacted, we will all feel it.
I'm just going to go over just some more general updates for you all. Touching on telecommunications first, I know my colleague Eli is going to go way more in depth on the forum that's going to start here pretty soon. Just overall, the Trump Commerce Department has undertaken a review of the delaying funding disbursements to require states to redo their application process. The Commerce Department has also revised these fiber preference in favor of fixed wireless or lower not have that they're considering it to be specific. And our office has been in regular talks with the Colorado Broadband Office and NTIA. We keep pushing for quick disbursements of these funds. Senator Bennett strongly believes that we should not be forcing states to reopen an application process that will delay necessary construction and cost millions of additional dollars, and at the end of the day will overall provide a worse outcome. For education, we've been hearing from school districts and boys and girls clubs across the state who are really worried about planning for the upcoming school year. In the face of the Trump administration announcing that they're going to be holding Title II, III, IV formula funds to the amount of around, I want to say, $70 million for Colorado specifically. These are critical funds that will help support after-school programs, hiring and retaining teachers, family engagement programs, and creating safer school environments for all students. Senator Bennett earlier this week led a letter to the Education Department along with John Hickenlooper signing on seeking clarification on these funds. The Education Department urging them to be releasing time for districts to plan the upcoming school year, which is just in a couple of months now. I think that's all I have.
Okay, awesome. Okay, I'll be quick, and then there's a couple more updates, right?
Yeah, and we do have just a couple minutes for questions if you're okay with that.
Okay, so telecommunications, let's see, Wyatt already touched on BEAD, there's a whole panel on it. We are also, so in the telecommunications category, public broadcasting, so I just wanted to bring that up since rural Colorado really does care about our public radio stations, especially with the emergency services that they provide too. So there is rescissions, not recession, rescissions package moving through Congress right now. It is so basically a rescission, for those of you that don't know, a rescissions package is a proposal by the president to cancel previously approved government spending. So the House already passed the rescissions package that Trump sent to Congress, and it would claw back $9.4 billion in congressionally authorized funding. The bulk of that is in foreign aid, so think, the programs that USAID did, or did, so that's 8.3 billion. But then the other 1.1 billion is actually the advanced appropriations for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. So, that's the agency, the independent agency that supports public radio and TV stations nationwide. So this is especially concerning because, we can all think about the programming that our public radio stations do, and TV stations, but, also when disasters and other threats strike, public radio and TV stations, are the ones that provide those critical updates to affected communities. I mean, I just heard a story in the northern part of the county when a fiber line was cut and the town marshals were literally like telling everyone to go turn on their radio station. So this rescissions package would essentially zero the federal allocation for public broadcasting. So the Senate has until July 18th to decide what to do with that package. Okay, Senator Hickenlooper does co-lead the Healthcare Price Transparency Act. Co-leading that with bipartisan bill with Senator Marshall. It's going to be reintroducing that very soon, but in simplest terms, this bill requires that all negotiated rates and cash prices between plans and providers to be accessible to, in layman's terms, to the public, to patients. So Colorado actually already has this as state law. So this bill expands it nationwide. And then Senator Hickenlooper, he's a ranking member of the Employment and Workplace Safety Subcommittee within the Health Committee, which is the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. But through that, he continues his apprenticeship work. He really cares deeply about our higher education system and the many avenues that a student can take, not just a four-year college, but the many other great ways to get to earn an education. And so he is actually going to be reintroducing the Youth Apprenticeship Advancement Act, which really seeks to promote and expand youth apprenticeship grant programs. And then he is still on the Senate Small Business Committee, Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee. And with that role, he has been very outspoken against the tariffs. At the end of May, he held a field hearing that really focused on Colorado's outdoor rec industry, but how the tariffs were impacting this industry. And we know that tariffs are impacting literally every sector right now. So we're continuing to beat the drum on that. And the really tough decisions that businesses are having to make still every month for their employees, for their bottom line. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you both. We have time for maybe 2 questions. And if anyone online has one, please raise your hand and I will call on you. Rich, go ahead.
This is Richard Cimino. I'm with the Peak Health Alliance. I'm a former county commissioner from Grand County, and thank you both for this update. Regarding the healthcare transparency bill, I'll be visiting policy staff lead for Senator Hickenlooper on July 23rd with the National Alliance of Healthcare Purchasing Coalitions. And we're going to be talking about seeing if that committee would consider some 340B transparency as well. I don't think the current bill addresses 340B, which is a prescription drug program. And I know that Club 20's got a variety of members, including some hospitals. And I would say that like many policy issues, there's 2 or more sides on the 340B issue, and I very much welcome to try to talk to Colorado hospitals so that we can maybe find a way that the 340B program can be less costly to commercial insurance holders without harming the hospital profits that are currently being experienced. So I just wanted to plant that seed and let you know we'll be discussing 340B, and if we're successful, it'll be a year or 2 of talks, and we'll see if something can happen. But thank you for this update.
That's great. I'm glad you'll be having that discussion. 340B is such an important program. Any other questions? You guys are so nice to us. No questions online, right? No, nothing
Thank you both. Let's give them a round of applause. Next, I would like to introduce Riley Scott from Congressman Hurd's office. All right. Good morning, everyone. Great to see all of you and happy to be here in Gunnison. Thanks for the warm welcome from our county commissioners and the college here. So my name is Riley Scott and I am Congressman Jeff Hurd's Deputy District Director, and I'm based out of Grand Junction and cover about 10 counties in the Western Slope region. We also have an exciting announcement of a new staffer starting on Tuesday in our Southwest region. So any of you folks in the Southwest would be excited to connect you with her when she starts and gets kind of her feet under her. But similar to the Senate offices, I'm going to kind of go into the One Big Beautiful Bill and some of the background that Congressman Hurd advocated for, his priorities throughout that process. It was a long process. It was not a perfect bill, but Congressman Hurd felt that it was important to pass, these tax cuts and make sure that those were permanent, and that there was a lot of good things in the bill that the media might not have been focused on, but it's really important for our constituents here in Western and Southern Colorado. To start kind of the process, Congressman Hurd sent a couple letters advocating and outlining his priorities to House leadership. The two main topics that he was focused on those were Medicaid and strengthening that for the most vulnerable populations, as well as the clean energy tax credits. As Congressman Hurd was a former energy lawyer, he understands how these energy companies have made decisions that have long-term implications based on certain tax, certainty that they were hoping to continue to have. So he also was an advocate for kind of an extended phase down of those clean energy tax credits so that those large investments wouldn't be going to waste. But also in terms of process, this reconciliation bill is required to start in the House. So that's what it did. And kind of the first draft of that text came out in the House, and then each committee with jurisdiction over those certain priorities had committee hearings. So Congressman Hurd, being on the House Natural Resources Committee, had a long marathon hearing. That was kind of one of his first big long hearings in the Natural Resources Committee in regards to the reconciliation bill. There was some great amendments that we were able to get into the bill. Then there was also one other amendment that I want to flag that is in regards to public land sales. So Congressman Amodei from Nevada kind of put in a bit of a late night amendment, last minute amendment that would be selling public land in Utah and Nevada, or doing some land transfers as well. And Congressman Hurd felt that this was, a little rushed and not quite with enough background and community support and grassroots level advocacy that he likes to see in certain, transfers or sales of public lands or conveyances. So he was the sole Republican that voted against that amendment in the House Natural Resources Committee. The amendment did end up passing because there's more than just one vote on the Republican side that will tank something. So he worked behind the scenes as well as with some additional House Republicans and was successful in getting that amendment stripped out of the final House version of the bill. But then as this bill passed the House, it went over to the Senate side, and there were some significant changes on many different issues to adhere to kind of the budgetary guidelines that were outlined in the House. And one of that, if they wanted to increase the spending on a certain thing, they had to find places to decrease the spending in other areas. So one of the proposals that came from Senator Mike Lee of Utah, which was a public land sale of about 0.5%, or it was 0.5% to 0.75% of Forest Service and BLM lands. There were some restrictions on that, but the bill text was constantly being changed and there wasn't really final bill text to work off of. So don't want to get into all the specifics because it also changed. And the senator was trying to work with the Senate parliamentarian to get that to pass. The budget reconciliation muster, which parliamentarian sets whether or not something is allowed to be in a budget bill. Because it's, has to be do with raising or decreasing revenue. But eventually we had House Republicans as well as Senate Republicans that were coming out saying that this was not something that they could support and that they were against this proposal. And Congressman Hurd was also working behind the scenes on that. But we got the parliamentarian ruled that this provision was not going to be able to be in the final bill as a pay for. So we were pleased to see that that was taken out of the bill. Congressman Hurd again is supportive of conveyances when they make sense, wants that grassroots community level support of that, disposal of public land if that's what's best for the community. But this top down kind of arbitrary number approach was not something that he was super comfortable with. Him and Congressman Goose actually put out a joint statement when that was removed from the bill, applauding that and stating that, as a Western Colorado or Western Slope constituents didn't ask for this, they don't want this. And they were pleased to see that that was taken out of the final bill. And as I was saying, in terms of Senate changes, there was also some changes to the Medicaid provisions within the reconciliation bill. Both the House and Senate versions added work requirements for able-bodied adults aged 19 to 64 that don't have young dependent children. They're going to be now required for eligibility for Medicaid to work, volunteer, do community service, go to school or job training for 20 hours a week to maintain that eligibility. And as Wyatt and Lisa mentioned, that expansion population is also going to be required to verify their eligibility for Medicaid twice a year rather than just once a year. But that the original population that Medicaid was created to protect the elderly, poor, children, pregnant women, the disabled, and the blind. That's, Congressman Hurd sees some of these work requirements as a way to strengthen the program, make sure that we have funding for those most vulnerable populations in a sustainable long-term fashion. But additionally, in the Senate version, there was a change to the provider tax, which basically is each state can set a tax that each of their hospitals or healthcare facilities based on their gross revenue have to contribute into a pool. Then the federal government matches a certain percentage to that pool of money, and that money is then redistributed to those healthcare facilities. So the current cap at the federal level for states to charge as a tax is 6%, and that is being dropped down by 2031 to 3.5%. And currently in Colorado, the state tax rate is 5.5%. So that's going to decrease the amount of money in that original pool from the state and therefore decrease the money from the federal match. So that kind of was an increased pay for in the bill through the Medicaid provisions and the healthcare provisions. But with that being said, as it's all a balance, with that increased pay for, there was the ability to have kind of a decreased pay for by extending the phase out period of clean energy tax credits. So the Senate version was definitely more lenient on that side and definitely has a longer phase out for a lot of those tax credits. There's also it adds some other alternative energies and other outside of wind and solar, which Congressman Hurd is pleased to have, as he's pretty supportive of all of the above energy and wants American energy innovation so that we can have the cheapest, most reliable, and most abundant energy to maintain energy dominance here in America. So those additional energy systems that have been added to the tax credit or extended is hydropower, geothermal, hydrogen, battery storage, nuclear, and carbon capture. And they get those tax credits through either 2033 or 2033. So that's kind of some of the things I wanted to talk about. The bill passed the Senate on July 1st, and then all of our House members flew back to DC. There were some tough conversations, there was some coalition building, and eventually compromise and the ability for that bill to pass the House with only 2 Republicans voting against that bill. on July 3rd. And then President Trump signed the bill into law on July 4th, his self-imposed deadline. So they were happy to have that done, and we're excited to move on to some more, other legislation. But this bill really did deliver on a lot of the Republican priorities that President Trump, Congressman Hurd ran on. The extension of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is pretty important to the congressman. The average family in CD3, family of four, makes $72,000 a year. And without the extension of these tax cuts, that would have been an increased tax of $1,400 per year. And Congressman Hurd just didn't feel that we could be passing along an increase in taxes in this current day and age when everything is getting more expensive. It also added some new tax provisions, such as no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, as well as an additional $6,000 tax credit for seniors, which, if added with the standard deduction, would make the average senior Social Security income tax deductible. It also increased the child tax credit from $2,000 per child to $2,500 per child, which is exciting for working families. And then businesses are going to be able to fully expense their domestic research and development costs in the year that they incur those costs, which is exciting for American innovation and domestic production and keeping our businesses here in America. Additionally, it significantly boosts our ability to secure our border. There's funding for completing the border wall, funding for more agents, for agent training, and for modernizing and expanding some of our facilities that we utilize for these programs. And then in terms of domestic energy production, it's also a boon for that. We're increasing and mandating quarterly lease sales in 9 Western states, including Colorado. And there's also funding to stockpile critical minerals and give loans to support rare earth mineral exploration. So, as I said, Congressman Hurd doesn't believe this is the perfect bill. This was a bill that was a building of a coalition within the Republican conference with members of different priorities. We've got Republicans in New York, we've got Republicans in Texas and Louisiana, and we've got Congressman Hurd, our Western Slope representative. But he felt that this was a good compromise that he was able to support, and is excited about some of the things in this bill that are going to help working families and make sure that Western Slope continues to thrive. So that's what I've got this morning, and happy to take any questions or talk more afterwards. So I think we have time for maybe one question, and then just so you know, Riley will be with us both days. So if you aren't able to ask your question, she will be here to chat. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to go ahead and jump into the telecommunications committee.
Right next to Michael, if you don't mind. Yeah, go right ahead, Ken.
So,
Yeah.
okay. So welcome to the Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. Before we begin, we would like you to join us.
We've done that. Go ahead and skip that.
In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests, and it's a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so that everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you're finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone for you to use. We will now ask the folks who are joining us virtually to please introduce yourself. Dave, would you like to start?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm not able to join you, co-chair with Plunk of the Telecom Policy Committee. And I'll pass it to Brad.
Brad, can you introduce yourself?
I'll
You might have
introduce
stepped
Brad.
away. I'll go ahead.
Yeah, we have Brad McLeod, immediate past chair of Club 20. Brittany, go ahead.
Brittany Dixon, Executive Director of Club 20. So sorry and sad to be missing the meetings. The meeting space looks beautiful. I'll be online all day today and tomorrow. So if you need anything, feel free to reach out to me.
Hey there, everyone. Sorry, I was too silly and slow to be able to get off mute. So I apologize for not being there in person, but I'm glad to see all of you there and excited to see what the next 2 days has. Nice job, Brittany. Andrea, thanks for everything you're doing.
Hi, folks.
Sean.
I'm Eli Weiner with Senator Bennett's staff. I'm his economic policy advisor and also cover technology and telecommunications for the senator. Glad to be with you virtually. I'm, of course, heartbroken to not be there in person, but I'm zooming in from DC. Shauna?
Shauna Grieger, I'm with Western Colorado Contractors Association, been a Club 20 member for a long time on the Transportation Committee, and I'm not going to be joining you guys in person today, but I will be there first thing in the morning tomorrow, so I look forward to seeing all of you. Amy?
Is it me? Yeah, Amy Tooker. I represent Montrose County on Club 20 Board of Directors. And I am not swimming. That's
Carrie. We have Carrie Kellerby online from KLJ Engineering. And Reese, would you like to introduce yourself? Okay, we have Reese Melton from Rio Blanco County. And I think we have covered everyone, Kent, so we can continue on with introductions in the room.
I am Kent Blackwell, Chief Administrative Officer for Delta Montrose Electric Association, as well as our broadband Elevate, and I am the co-chair for this committee.
Jonathan Howell, Gunnison County Commissioner.
Michael Murphy, Winsdale County Club 20 Chair.
Rules Meeting Executive Committee, co-chair for Transportation Policy. Matt Schuler, Jackson County, and co-chair elect. However that works.
James Weiner, Sumner County, Club 20 Board Member.
We'll start next row.
Diane.
Oh, boy.
Diane Schwenke from Grand Junction, and I'm on the executive committee and membership chairman for Club 20. Lois, Mesa County.
Jeff Moeller, Dinsdale County, and Board of Directors of Club 20.
Tom Fleischnitz, Moffett County.
Audrey Danner, Montrose County. Deanna in Montrose County Telecom.
Richard Chimino, ECAL Alliance, I think I'm on the board of directors still for Club 20 and membership committee. Thanks.
Wyatt Bear, Southwest Regional Representative for Senator Michael Bennett.
Lisa Poole, Senator Hickenlooper. Riley Scott, Congressman Hurd. Andrea Wilson, Policy and Operations Director at Club 20. Kim Riddell, Administrative Assistant at Club 20. Good morning, Randy Ryder, the Colorado Broadband Office Executive Director.
I believe that is everybody, so we can dive right into our panelists, if you will. Eli, I know you've got some time commitments, so we were going to let you kick us off, if you don't mind.
Let me, give me just 1 minute. I'm going to bring Eli up on the screen. While you're doing, I'll just give a quick introduction, Eli, if you don't mind, real quick. I think, you know, Kent and I at all of these meetings over the last probably year and a half have really spoken a lot about the BEAD funding and what it means for the state of Colorado. So we're going to let Eli jump in and talk about it, and then we'll let Brandy also talk about there's major changes that have happened in the last couple weeks. That's why I'm not able to join you all in person, but Eli is going to give us the federal perspective.
Hey, just give me 1 second. We're having sound problems and we can't hear you, so give me 1 second. Thank you, Eli. Hey, go ahead and start introducing yourself. I want to test out this sound.
All right, I'm now testing out the sound and introducing myself. Can you hear me okay?
Give us 1 second. Can you
Okay.
try to the handheld and just bring the handheld over here? It's all the way up. Eli, go ahead and we'll see if this is any better.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, it's better.
Is it a little bit better?
Yeah.
All right, great. Well, I'll just go ahead and get started. And if for some reason it becomes too difficult or grating to hear me, someone can leave it to you to raise your hand and stop me. It's great to be here with you all today. I am standing in as well for my colleague, Hillary Henry, who is disappointed to be missing this meeting, but sends her regards. Just to kind of step back really quickly and talk a little bit about the role that BEAD has played both in Colorado and nationally. As I'm sure you're all familiar, BEAD was the single largest investment in broadband in United States history. It was part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, also known as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and it appropriated $42.45 billion for a grant program directly to states and territories to close the digital divide and make sure that we had the tools in place to ensure that every American would be able to take advantage of a 21st century digital economy. I'll leave it to Kent to walk into some of the kind of the genesis and history of this program. But this was a major priority of Senator Bennett's. The BEAD program emerged from a bipartisan bill that he had worked on that would have set up a similar $42 billion program to deliver funding to states and territories to make these kinds of necessary investments. We've seen, I think, how critical connectivity is in the first kind of 20 years of this century, and this has only kind of accelerated in the last 5 to 10 years. The BEAD program in Colorado and specifically gave $826 million to the state to begin the process of determining subgrantees and eventually deploying broadband to households and businesses to ensure that no one is left behind. I'll let Brandy detail the way that Colorado has gone about working through the BEAD program's federal requirements and the way that the state is positioned to leverage this investment moving forward. The real kind of, I think, pivot point here has been, and feel free to jump in with any questions as I continue, has really been a shift in how the BEAD program is going to be administered. And this is a relatively new shift. When the new administration came in, they were reviewing some of these requirements for BEAD, most notably BEAD's prioritization of fiber technology. And let me just step back and kind of give a little bit of kind of rationale for the emphasis on fiber at the federal level, and I think that's really important. And I know that other folks on this committee will touch on it, but Senator Bennett and his colleagues always considered BEAD to be a one-time investment in future-proof technology that would be able to grow with the new demands of a data-oriented and digital-first economy. That means making sure that when the federal government is spending public monies, it's doing so in a way that's smart and judicious and isn't going to require another investment 5 or 10 years down the line. We've had a number of programs at the federal level that operated like that. And we wanted to make sure that we were doing something different with this program. Fiber, as I'm sure you are all aware, and you'll certainly hear more about later this morning in Colorado, it's afternoon here in DC, meets those goals. It can provide an enormous amount of speed, an enormous amount of data capacity, and it can do so in a way that's cost efficient and makes sense for households decades to come. What the federal government through the National Telecommunications Information Administration, or the NTIA, which is housed under the Commerce Department, did at the beginning of June was shift this emphasis quite significantly. And I won't go into too much detail here. There are others in the room or on the Zoom who will be able to do that. But the largest kind of change here has been altering that emphasis on fiber towards a technology neutral approach. That means things like satellites or other older forms of delivering broadband to households that have worked in the past but are going to struggle with kind of new connectivity needs that require increasing bandwidth. What does this mean for Colorado? I think at the kind of most significant point, it injects a lot of delay into Colorado's program and programs for every other state and territory that are involved in the BEAD program. Is that just feedback? Okay. And Brandy, I'm sure we'll talk about this, but it requires another round of applications. It requires states to resubmit initial proposals. It adds further delay to a program that we know is really important for leveling up Colorado's economy and achieving the goals that both Republican and Democratic congressmen and senators set out when they wrote the BEAD program into law. So I'm going to stop there for just a second and turn it back over to Kent, but happy to answer any questions from the federal side or anything else that you'd like to ask. And I do want to say just really quickly, I will have to leave a little bit earlier than I'd anticipated with some vote schedules here in the Senate, but my apologies. And I'm available for follow-up for any other member who's in the room or on the Zoom to talk about this issue or any other issue that's going forward. Best.
Thank you. I know that Randy's going to touch on some more of the B impacts of the change in the NTIA program and the funding adjustments that they made, but does anybody in the room or online have questions for Eli at this point?
Jeff, go ahead, use your mic.
Hi, I'm Jeff Moore from Lake City. Been involved in technology companies all of my life, both nationally and internationally. My biggest concern is that I believe we're going to see a very large shift, and I think there's a lot of predictions on this, from computing power being decentralized. In other words, everybody has desktops and laptops, and every business has their own systems, to with the advent here of quantum computer, to things becoming much more centralized, and businesses leasing time, leasing bandwidth on these quantum computers, and it's certainly why companies in that business are investing in power plants. How do you add that to the models for the demand for data? Because that demand for data transfer is going to go up exponentially in the coming decade, or are we even considering it?
Eli, I don't know if you have an immediate answer, but I would add that the bandwidth demands is only going to increase when back in 2019, Senator Bennett came out to talk about our vision for the future of broadband and matters, and that's kind of the impetus for the Bridge Act that ultimately came to be funding within the Inflation Reduction Act. And the discussion we had back in 2019 was completely centered around the fact that, as Eli touched on, that there has always been in the telecom industry this get a little bit of funding, do a little bit of improvements to the networks, and it was just over and over and over again coming back to the trough. The plan for the Bridge Act and for the BEAD funding was a once and done, the last time that we as Americans, taxpayers, would have to invest into broadband infrastructure. Fiber optic was kind of the future-proof solution. That's why the original regulations were drafted the way they were, so that we wouldn't have to kind of consider the lowest cost, good enough for now kind of solutions. With proliferation of broadband or with fiber optics, we believe that it will solve the data glut that's sure to come with AI and other demands. But with this latest pivot on the NTIA regulations on airport, we may now miss the mark and original intent. Brian, anything to add?
Yeah, I would just kind of underscore everything that Kent laid out there, and say that kind of question is exactly the things that Senator Bennett was considering, and members of Congress were considering when this was initially passed. Right? How do we make sure that how do we forecast into the future what data requirements are going to be a decade from now, and seeing the kind of exponential growth in the data economy, in the amount of bandwidth that households need, that businesses need, even over the last kind of few years, indicated to us that there needed to be a really significant investment in the types of technologies that could handle that without, again, as Ken said, going repeatedly back to the federal trough for more money here. And that was why those regulations were written as they were. That's why the NTIA was operating on a kind of fiber first posture. What's happened now is that the NTIA seems to be looking not a decade out or 2 decades out, but a year out, 2 years out, 5 years out, and is going to shift the way that BEAD operates to really reward technologies that might be okay today, but we know will not be able to meet the capacity needs of tomorrow.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I believe we are ready Randy, if you're ready, we'll introduce. Randy Ryder is the Executive Director for Colorado Broadband Office. Randy brought, been there 3 years now, right? 3.5 years has brought about a lot of change, a lot of improvement to the Colorado Broadband Office that was much needed and has been very much appreciated from the industry's perspective, or lack of it. Anyway, so without further ado, I'd like to introduce Randy Reeder.
Thanks so much, Kent, for that great introduction, and it's great to see everybody here. It's a pleasure to come over to Gunnison and talk a little bit about broadband. I know there's a lot of changes in our space right now, and we continue to move forward on our goals and objectives for the state of Colorado in terms of connecting 99% of Colorado households to high speed. But I wanted to go ahead and just have a couple of points, and Eli did a fantastic job kind of prepping you all for the conversation we're going to have in a second about where we are with BEAD, and we also have other programs. I always remind my staff that we do other things besides BEAD, even though it does not feel like that lately. But we are very, very motivated to keep moving forward. So our North Star for broadband is 99%, connecting 99% of Colorado households to high-speed internet by 2027. We embarked on a roadmap, a Colorado broadband roadmap when I first started back in 2022, which included a lot of stakeholder engagement across the state, public sector, private sector, and other state agencies and our federal partners. But we came up with 4 goals to implement. Goal number 1 is bolster the economy, economic opportunity by building a network of future generations, which we just discussed with fiber and really great quality technology. There's a lot of technology out there that can really, I feel like fiber is the one that will support and grow in our communities as people need more bandwidth. And also, fixed wireless and LEO do have a space in our broadband program. We've always been tech neutral, but we talk about future generations. We're also talking about future capacity. Goal number 2, expand digital inclusion and adoption to achieve affordability, access, and digital literacy. This is the other half of our adoption gap in Colorado. The first 50% is infrastructure, the other 50% is digital equity and inclusion. And then goal number 3, enable Colorado to thrive by fostering and supporting a digital economy. By 2027, looking at the technologies like quantum computing, data centers, AI, all the things that are emerging and trending. We don't even know how much bandwidth we need. We know what we need, but in my opinion, the sky's the limit with some of these technologies. Goal number 4, strengthen resilience across Colorado communities through broadband. That speaks for itself in so many ways. Where are we now? I want to kind of go over our goals and where we are connecting folks to high-speed internet. We've been able to take advantage of a lot of federal programs. Our state broadband program is still very much on the path to, we're going to launch that, and I'll talk a little bit about that here shortly. But as of June of 2025, we had 121,000 locations in Colorado that lacked access to quality high-speed internet. And just to give you guys this kind of the context of where we were and where we are now, when I first joined the broadband office, it was 360,000 locations. But through investment, not just by the public sector, but also by the private sector, and refining our data and mapping. And I know mapping is not perfect, and we could probably do a whole presentation on that itself, but this is where we are today, which is great. Our household connected goal is 94.8% this year. Our current status is 95.8%. So we have increased it by a percentage point. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but that percentage point represents thousands of locations. And our rural household goals, household connected goal, this is where I'm really excited because before June, we were at 70%. We are not only meeting our target, but we are exceeding that. And our current status is 77%. So that's significant. This money is getting to where it's needed. I want to talk a little bit about BEAD. I know it's a huge topic of conversation. Like Eli said, Colorado was allocated $826.5 million to connect folks to high-speed internet. We do this through the Advanced Colorado Broadband Grant Program. So this is our umbrella grant program for all broadband grants, and BEAD is housed underneath that program. And we've been working with the NTIA since 2022 to implement the BEAD 5-year action plan, initial proposals, volume 1 and volume 2. And so this has been a pretty laborious process for the state. And quite frankly, I've never seen a federal program with so many steps, but we are moving through those steps. And Colorado has always been in the top 5 states for adopting the BEAD program, along with Louisiana and a few others. So we wanted to make sure we stay, be the leader in the pack and be a model for other states that are process too. The community engagement was really important. I believe, when I first started, I don't know there was a lot of people that knew broadband was. And that was posed a lot of problems for us because we had to roll out this national program in the governor's office of information technology, which they had never done before. So it was basically starting from scratch. We embarked on a tour and talked to many people across Colorado, mainly in rural places. But we met with a ton of people, over 5,000 people, and developing our community plans too. Okay. So
There you go.
Okay, there we go. It takes a minute. All right. So I want to let you know that we finished the program before June 6th. And we ran 2 grant applications. I just want to let you know what we were going to do and how the plan changes, just to kind of give you context. We had a lot of participation in our BEAD program. We had 281 applications, totaling $2.4 billion in funding requests. And the investment made by our grantees that were interested was $676 million of folks bringing money to the table to participate in BEAD. And this represents a $3 billion total investment in Colorado. We don't have enough money to meet all the demands, but I just want to show you the demand for broadband funding in our state. As a result of round 1 and round 2, we were going to connect 105,976 locations to high-speed internet, mostly fiber. So 75% of our application fiber internet. And every county was going to receive some feedback. So and that's really hard because there are some counties that are really hard to source grants from. And we were successful with sourcing applications from everywhere. And that really is a testament to how much outreach we did in those cases. Changes to these. So here we are now. So we have to start over. That was one of the things that the NTIA put in their updated revised BEAD guidance on June 6th. There's several new policy directives and that the state is required to do count. And the NTIA has branded this grant round the benefit of the bargain. And there's a couple of things here. Technology neutral, fiber first was eliminated. Just so you guys know, the CPO was always tech neutral. And in our approach to our BEAD program, as well as in our results of round 1 and round 2, we had different technologies participating. And really what we did is we looked at every BSL, broadband serviceable location in the state, working with providers and partners to figure out what technology should go where based on our budget. It was very methodical, it was very meticulous, and we really sharpened our pencils, and the private sector really, and our partners met the challenge of doing that. It does eliminate a lot of the program requirements and the benefit of the bargain round. It completely changes our scoring rubric. So whenever we went from a fiber first scoring rubric to the tech neutral, it eliminated we had to redo all of our scoring criteria. When we talk about optimizing BEAD locations, basically what that means is it's the least costly internet for each location to serve the most locations, right? So when you look at like a technology like LEO, which has a role to play in Colorado and is available, maybe it doesn't make sense to spend $100,000 per passing for BEAD. You look at LEO, which can cover some of those high cost areas and cover several of them as opposed to maybe just one fiber drop. And then it eliminated the low cost service option. So part of the original program was providers were supposed to have some sort of affordable plan or provide an affordable plan. It wasn't mandated that people had to be on the plan, but you had to have. And then it modified our initial and final. And most importantly, the new guidance rescinded all of our preliminary awards. So all the folks that participated in our BEAD program, we had to tell them thanks, but no thanks. Please apply and the benefit of the bargain round. It's not, I know it sounds pretty draconian. But what we're trying to do is preserve as much work as possible that these providers put in round one and round two, because we still believe at CBO that fiber is a great technology across our state and it changes people's lives. And so we had to tell those folks that we have to restart the program and they're welcome to apply. We hope they apply. If you know anybody who's in the past, tell them to apply. And then in the new BEAD benefit of the bargain round, we're doing one application, and we can't do multiple, because the other piece of this is we only have 90 days. We only have 90 days from June 6th to run a grant program that took us 3 years to put together. I do think 3 years was really long, by the way. If somebody gives me $1 billion and I have a choice over, I'm spending it in 6 months. But there was a lot of steps, and that's okay. Applications will be available to all eligible entities, which was the case under the previous BEAD program. And the Colorado Broadband Office for these eligible locations in June, which we already have done. And our application window opened on Monday. This date is a little old. It opened on Monday. It'll close on July 21st. So we're giving a 2-week application process. Just to give you context, we really don't ever do that. We try to give people at least 30 days, if not 45 days for applications. That's just a best practice. But we have to be finished with everything, including our application and our review by September 4th of this year. And we have to submit that information to the NTIA. The Digital Equity Act is another program that the state was managing. So the NTIA previously awarded Colorado $12 million of Digital Equity Act capacity grant to implement our digital access plan. And this was a plan that was developed with a ton of stakeholder engagement around what would it take to train people to use the internet, providing devices, affordable devices for them, skilling them up for jobs of 21st century and beyond. And so there's a workforce development, a workforce piece of that as well. But anyway, it's the other 50% of our digital adoption gap. The Colorado Department of Labor and Employment was the one that was managing that through the Office of Future of Work Office. And we were notified in the federal funding for the state digital equity capacity grant was terminated effective immediately. So we're no longer doing digital equity. The digital access team will still move forward with as much of our digital access plan as possible, but this requires funding, and we all know the state is in quite a pinch financially, and that's kind of an understatement. I want to give a quick update on capital projects funds, and then I'll pause for a little bit to see if anybody has any questions. For capital projects funds, I feel like this program was the model for the vets, and especially for B2. And this program, I feel like, was really successful. We had really great participation and a lot of engagement across Colorado. And you can see where we funded most of our funds were visually in rural Colorado. We were allocated $113 million for last mile connections, and this is fiber preferred. This is a fiber preference program. So everything here is fiber to connect over 18,000 locations. And the biggest impact will be in the south and southwest parts of the state, where our largest numbers of underserved locations are. And that would be a place like in Gunnison, right? And so I believe, so, so we have a lot of folks, we did, I don't have Gunnison, but we did on some of your neighbors. But anyway, we did have a lot of folks across this area applying for grants. We just ran out of money. We awarded 26 grants, totaling the total cost of the program itself was $156.14 million. You can see there 112 million in grant funds, 43 in matching funds. So again, we're seeing a lot of people meet the needs of their matching funds. And everything has to be completed by December 2026. So you're going to see our office start to remind people pretty aggressively here in the next 6 months that the clock is ticking. We don't see that there's going to be an extension of treasury on these dollars. So it's really critical for people to get their projects done. As of now, we've connected 2,000 locations. And this is a big deal. And this is a quote from a Kiowa County resident. And this goes just back to changing people's lives. This fiber project is a big deal for the entire county. It'll help residents and businesses with the cost of internet, and our schools and our businesses will benefit from the fiber that is now available. So this is pretty impactful for Colorado, and we're really proud of this program. This was a great program. As of now, we have a $690,000 unobligated. We want to spend that money. We don't want to give any money back to the feds, and so we're going to open up another grant round, a mini grant, I would call it, because we deal in millions of broadband to award these funds. So somebody who could do a project in a year, which I believe our key. Yep.
Just a question, clarification. So what you just showed us, grants that have been allocated but are now not
For the BEAD program?
right.
That's right.
So what happens to those counties and those matching funds, and what are the, because I represent one of those counties that did get funded. So what are the chances? What, we're just at risk of losing, $10
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and one that we receive quite often. And yeah, this might be a good time to talk about the BEAD impacts to Colorado. So realistically, when we rescinded all those awards, I will tell you that there was about $60 million in investments made by industry and community in putting those applications together. It was not cheap. Now I know the state will lose money on redoing it. I feel like for me that what's more important is the money that people have spent investing in BEAD to get to this point. So to have them go back and redo work, it's really hard. And then in terms of the timeline, how it impacts your county, if you did receive a preliminary award, what it means is, so we have a 90-day shot clock for people to resubmit. So that's September 4th. The NTI has given themselves another 90 days to review our application, our final awards. And then it has to go through another process, which they cut all the staff to review the applications. There's one person reviewing all of those, all the state's applications at NIST, and it's National Information Science Technology Agency. Anyway, a little bit of alphabet soup there, but it'll probably take another 6 months for them to review and approve our plan, the final proposal, after we go through the benefit of the bargain round. And the state has to go into contracting with the applicants. That takes, I got my agency down to 60 days. Before that campaign test, it was a little long. So another 60 days. So we're really not looking at BEAD dollars going out to Colorado until late next year. So we're about a year and a half out. We'll miss this construction season. We'll likely miss the next construction season. So I know when we were asked how long it would take if we redid everything, I don't think people believed me. It takes a year. It takes a year and a half just to get to the process. And then the other piece of it is it takes construction companies, ISPs, probably a year to mobilize and to get all their crews in place. Because everybody has the same deadline, the demands placed on workforce and the supply chain will be really significant, whereas the previous program, we were all staggered. So all states were moving in their own time frame. We were all staggered out. That's why Colorado was so important for us to be first or in the top 5, because we wanted to make sure that we didn't miss construction seasons. And we had the access to most labor, trying to make it less expensive for providers. We, under the old program, would have had shovels in the ground probably next month. The way we were tracking, because we were done with the BEAD program in April. So you're at best realistically managing expectations for 2 years out, based on all of those processes.
Quick comment to that answer, but it's meaningful to note that those that have applied, that were given their preliminary award, are now having to resubmit their application. So they're back in for consideration again under the new NTIA rules for consideration.
And Ken, we have 2 questions behind you.
Rachel Richards, Pickens County area. I don't know if this tracks from one agency to the next, but it probably does. The Roaring Fork Transit Authority has had $32 million grant frozen that was supposed to finish their regional bus facility, things like that. And we're looking at other grants. And the main caution we're getting is don't include words like underserved communities or minorities or anything like that. And I can imagine the Southwest might have talked about poverty levels or anything like that. And they're just not interested in that. And they're doing this DEI search through all the applications to eliminate anything that might say we are serving a different population. So that would be my caution for people, and if you can give some direction to people, maybe not in this meeting, but in the future, about what to include or not include in your reapplication, I think that's going to be very important. Thank you.
Yes, that's great. Yes, and I totally agree with you. That's really important.
You have another question? Yeah, I've got a question, got more. So if I understood what you presented correctly, for towns that are remote, like Lake City, for example, the cost of getting fiber there has got to be enormous. But since there seems to be an emphasis away from requiring fiber, you're saying a company could, for example, set up multiple antennas with an organization like Starlink, and then switch those, the feed from those antennas, switch those and then feed those through either microwave point to point or fiber distribution from there. Is that possible? And does that fall within the framework of your program?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. Absolutely. Those scenarios do fall within the framework of our program, and they did in the previous program. And for areas like Lake City, there was always going to be somewhat of a hybrid approach because we only had so much money. And again, going back to working with the providers on what technology would serve really well, your community really well, with the funding that we had and the money that they were required to provide, there were a lot of applications where it was a hybrid approach. It was fiber, fixed wireless, mix, right? So we had a really great technology mix for communities that are really expensive. And the one thing that we were able to do in the previous program is we had a lot of conversations around high cost locations. And we were able to we had a lot of flexibility in determining, okay, this is a high cost location. This is what it's going to take to get there. And we were able to set our high cost thresholds. We are no longer allowed to do that. We have to go with the cheapest bid. So there's the whole thinking in our high cost locations where our threshold was around 10,000 a location. And after 10,000, fiber was really not much of a consideration. And we even went up to 15K for specific locations, but not at times, which please not. But yes, that would be a consideration in this program. It looks a little bit different though, because the cheapest bid in Lake City, it might be lower for local satellite, right? And that's the technology we have to go with. We're going to be required to fund them. So we wouldn't be able to necessarily fund a hybrid situation depending on the cost. If they came in really low, that's great, yes. But if Leo comes in and they're like, we can do 1,200 per passing, that's what we have to look at. The only thing that we have in our back pocket really is a scalability requirement for what we call a priority project, where they have to scale to meet, the needs of, like, for example, 5G. So Leo might not in that instant be able to do that because of capacity issues or maybe even a fixed wireless carrier. So fiber could still be part of it if we determine that it's not scalable technology for that community.
Any other questions?
Just a little bit of follow-up again, Mary Jo Coulihan from Archuleta County. Do any of the grants that were approved and now are reapplying, typically grants are on a scoring system, obviously. Does that add to that they have already been awarded some money? Is that something in their favor, or everybody really starts from scratch again?
That's an excellent question, and I do have a little bit of good news there. Yeah, so in our criteria, and I won't get too into the nuances of it, but the folks that did receive a preliminary award, for example, so let's say, priority project, you scaled or actually, I won't even go into all of it. Yes, you can. So the good news is in our secondary criteria for broadband, this new benefit of the bargain program, we have the ability to prioritize within that criteria, the secondary criteria, preliminary awards from the last program. And there's other metrics there. There's other criteria we can score high too, but we chose to prioritize the folks that have already participated. So assuming for a specific area, if we get a bid that's is not I guess eligible, doesn't meet the primary scoring criteria, they default to the secondary scoring criteria, and we can consider those preliminary awards in that scenario. It's so yes, and I do think, and I said this publicly, the folks that participated in the previous program, they have a huge advantage over people that are just showing up. And the reason I say that is because we've already scrubbed all the broadband data. They've already been fully vetted by the feds, like by our criteria and all the requirements. We went through an extensive curing process with these applicants. And we had a long time to do that. We had months and months and months. So the applications and the part of that preliminary award are in excellent shape. The folks that are brand new to this program, and I said this a long time ago, I said, if you're just showing up to the BEAD program, 2 weeks before the application is due, you're too late. This program is really comprehensive, it's robust, there's a lot of requirements. So I encourage those folks to reapply, because we don't have a lot of time in our process to go through the vetting process that we did for the folks that are participating already. The new folks, we're not going to probably go back and forth with you 10 or 20 times on a requirement. It's going to be, you need to provide this document. If you don't provide it, we have to move on. You're not eligible. So I would say, yes, it's highly likely that a lot of our previous plan will be preserved in this program based on some of the conversations that we're having.
Okay, more slides.
So real quick, it's not that much. So just so you guys know, this is where we ended up with state and local fiscal recovery. I won't go too much into detail on this, but we have made about $35 million of investments in broadband over the years. And then we have we funded 17 projects with that $35 million, $8,500 locations. We gave some grants to tribes. And again, this project, these funds they expire December 31st of 2026. We have our advanced state and local dollars grant program. I want to highlight this because there's another opportunity for folks. If you're not a recipient of the BEAD program in your community, we do have our state program. A lot of detail here, and I'll leave you with this slide deck, but the next steps really, I think I can do it. So we published those grant guidelines last year. We have about $14 million annually for this program. Our next step for this program, this is our flexibility, like we can do whatever we want in this program sort of program, and really, take the essence of what we did in BEAD and apply it here. But we're going to launch that application next year. So I just want to put that on your radar. We will continue to make state grants. And we're going to have a grant application review team. We're going to solicit people to help us with that working group later this year. So that's really all I have right now. And I know probably at time. Yeah, okay, good. So I just want to say this is how you stay informed. We have many ways that we communicate with folks. Sign up for our listserv if you're interested. Again, it's been a pleasure talking with you guys, and thanks so much. And I'm always available for questions.
Okay. Kate, did you want to add to that?
No, thanks so much, Brandy. And I think I said this earlier, but it sounds like maybe you all in the room couldn't hear me, just those on the call. Kent and I have, made a conscious effort over the last year and a half to make sure that everyone on our committee and then through Club 20 was very aware of what was happening throughout the state, all the different grant programs and funding available for telecom. And so there's been, as you've just learned, if you didn't already know, a lot of change in the last uh, few weeks. And in fact, why I'm not with you today is because while Brandy and her team should be given the gold star because, like she said, they were done and they have to kind of start over. And my role at Comcast is to work on these applications in 6 different states. So I am chugging away at 6 states in 3 weeks, and we were also done on all of those 6 states. So it's a new process and a lot to redo. So hopefully we'll have at our next meeting, we'll be able to share a state perspective of what was won and what the counties within Club 20 how they will benefit from the federal granting approval and the state's decision. So.
I guess one last questions.
We don't have anything online.
No, I'm gonna make a couple of statements. Randy, I am impressed that you know about Lake City. That is, now I understand why Kent and Kay are so excited to have you on the spot. If you can understand the least populated county in Colorado, you're doing your homework and we appreciate you. We've actually gotten some fiber in Lake City through Visionary, which is fed to some of the other stuff that Jeff's talking about. So what you're doing is working. Please keep it up. I understand there's a lot of hoops to jump through and your workload double, if not triple, to get you there, but thanks for what you're doing.
Absolutely. Brandy's been phenomenal to this organization, to the state, and really administering some wise policy and implementation to all the funds that's been sent our way. So could not second that.
Thank you for that. And just want to say, I appreciate all of you in your communities doing the real work and trying to make your communities better as we can. So keep doing what you're doing and we'll get there. This is just a bump, but there's so much more that we can do. We're going to continue.
Andrea, I believe we're ready to yield the rest of our time.
Okay, we're going to bring up a resolution.
Okay, so we have a single resolution for consideration. It is the emergency radios interoperable support resolution TE 00-4. I don't know if anybody's had time to review it. It is a long-standing resolution that's been in place since 2000. I'm trying to scan this really quick. It has to do with our digital trunk radio network improvements, and Club 20 supports the use of state and federal dollars to help local jurisdictions upgrade to new state emergency radio standards and continue funding requests for investment in radio upgrades. So with that, there it is.
So one of the things I'd like to bring up on this is we in Hinsdale County, when the FCC looked at narrowbanding, and they basically, the legislation shut off all our emergency and first responders from communication. Just our telco. I mean, we have 514,000, but 13 in our area. We actually received a look away, so we were able to go back and use our old radios again.
Congresswoman Bober got that done for us. How would this affect any of this? Are you looking to, or Kate, are you looking to bring it back up, to approve again, any changes? What are your thoughts here? And I got in that I was the chair for telecommunications prior to me leaving this mess for these two. So whatever help you need, I'll be there.
I don't believe either Kate or I have had time to kind of talk collectively, so I'll give my opinions and I can chime in. But this, resolution has served us well. I think there's a lot of work still to be done when it comes to emergency radios and connectivity for rural parts of Colorado. So I would not recommend sunsetting this particular resolution. I would propose that we carry it forward for another renewal.
So motion to renew.
Any that should be made for it though?
Mary Jo saw one. We got 4G down here on warehouse. 1, 2 should be 5G. So 4G.
I would just chime in. I don't know if Brandy's still in the room, not to put her on the spot. I know that the state was definitely putting efforts towards this and reviewing a lot of this probably 3 or 4 years ago. And I'm kind of curious to see what happens after the BEAD program and technology, changes throughout the county in terms of more access to fiber and stuff like that. So I don't know. Oh, it looks like Brandy is still there. Brandy, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I just was wondering if you could talk at all about FirstNet in the, I know there was some legislation that consolidated, I think one of the offices from public safety maybe, and if there's been updates from a state perspective, or if you think there will be any from a state perspective.
Yeah, that's a good question, Kate. Yeah, so for FirstNet, I know they moved it into the Agency on Public Safety. OIT was heavily involved when FirstNet first took flight a number of years ago. And about 2 years ago, there was a reauthorization of FirstNet funding. And we were providing comments on it. I haven't tracked it. I don't think I haven't tracked the outcome of it yet. I think it was a year ago we were asked for public comment. But they were seeking reauthorization, and I believe they did receive reauthorization, but the activities of FirstNet was consolidated underneath our public safety department. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's helpful. I think as most of you might remember, I used to work for the state, and I know a big effort we made, like I said, probably, I don't know, 5 years ago now, when there was the floods and fires. I guess that wasn't quite a full 5 years ago, right? Was it 2020, the summer of 2020, when all the fires were in Gledwin Canyon? And there was a huge issue around public safety and all that. I know that at the time AT&T worked with the state to put in some additional cell towers, and then made it official or permanent, working with the railroads to put some small cell towers through the canyon along the railroad track using railroad, I think it was actually railroad fiber. But I think there's, in my opinion, and again, I haven't seen data in a long time, in many years, there was a lot more examples of places throughout the state that FirstNet should partner with railroads or different entities like that had existing fiber to improve FirstNet's interoperability in these rural, remote areas. And so, Michael, to your point, I don't know how much of that has been done. My feeling is there's probably still parts of our state that don't have great support in terms of this, but that's why I would want to leave it and make sure that we're continuing to make sure the state is not done with this because there are parts of the state that don't have great interoperability and FirstNet safety.
Yeah, one comment I'd add to that, when we did give our public comment, we first met, AT&T, I think, had 2 more towers that they were still on the hook for or something like that during that process. And I do remember specifically, doing some research on this to make sure that we weren't saying, yes, they were done and they should be reauthorized for more funding. And so they were still at the time trying to meet those commitments. And on a side note, related, the state of Colorado recognizes that wireless networks, especially for cellular communications for public safety, is critical. Kate, to your point, there's areas in our state that just lack coverage, just like broadband. Last summer, the General Assembly established the cellular, it was an interim cellular committee on cellular connectivity. CBO participated in that process, and we had passed some legislation this past session to roll cellular connectivity as a need under the broadband office. So we are now responsible for bridging the cellular divide, which would definitely support public safety. Broadband office was really proactive even before that cellular committee came about. In our revamp of our state broadband program, we made sure that cellular connectivity was an eligible use under our grant program where it hadn't been before. So now we can accept grants for cellular connectivity on behalf of public safety and everyone else in our state. It does require fiber backbone and really great towers and so forth, but we're at the beginning stages of being able to make that an eligible use under our broadband program.
I have a question back here.
Question?
Oh.
It could be that 4G was actually correct in there, and maybe you should say 4G or better. It simply because 5G was created primarily for machine-to-machine communication and not necessarily to improve voice communication. And 5G, you pay a lot more money for, so you don't need.
I agree that particular whereas is stating kind of the current state of things. I did a quick search, and FirstNet was primarily focused on the 4G with a 5G emphasis for the future. So I think, as you suggested, 4G or better.
Well, if you're looking for a motion, I move to renew this resolution.
Okay.
And it would actually be amend now.
Yep. Hold on. Go ahead, Brittany.
Sorry. It would actually be motion to amend now.
So.
And who?
Okay, got the question.
I guess I have a quick question. Is it really to amend if we went back to 4G? Or better? Okay, sorry, missed that part.
Let me add that in really quick. I missed that part too.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? I've got a question behind me.
Audrey Hunter from Montrose County. When this was put together, this resolution, it was critical. It still is. It seems some of the language is maybe dated perhaps and should be reviewed so that we include the CBO and their work around this because we want to keep this. So I am in support of amending and renewing the resolution, but I would like a working group to look at this language. It won't take long, I'm sure, with a few people putting eyes on it, but that we will have a better, perhaps more concise, current resolution. Thank you.
Okay. So
Kent?
Is that where you would like that to be stated for GLTE or better?
Correct.
Okay.
So with that, we still have a motion and a second, with Audrey's recommendation to convene a committee post renewing this policy as it stands, and then for future,
It can come up
edits.
next year.
Okay. So with that, any other discussion? Hearing none, so we'll take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, passes unanimously. I believe that was the one and only resolution.
That's
Okay, with that, telecommunications committee will stand adjourned.
So I just wanted to thank everyone for their patience with that sound. As you can see, all of a sudden it just kicked in and started working. So it has a mind of its own today. Lunch is ready. Cameron has it all set outside there. If you still need to pay, there will be a QR code where you can do so. And then we will be back here. Let's see. We'll be back here about 1 o'clock. So enjoy your lunch, have good conversations, and we'll see you soon.
You met Jason? I have not. Got all the items.
I have a question for the chief.
I start drifting.
Yeah. Rocky Mountain sponsored their section and yeah.
Okay.
But I think that I think you can start.
How many people do we have on Zoom?
And I can introduce them.
Okay.
So right now we just have 4.
Mhm.
So, I know we got.
All right.
Oh, that works.
All right, my name's Steve Reynolds, and I'm sitting next to Angelina Salazar. We're the co-chairs of the Healthcare Committee. Thank you to everybody for showing up today. I hope you had a beautiful drive in. I want to go through some of the guidelines of the committee meetings. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. You should not be having any of those today. Discussion is open to members and guests, and it is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone. That way the staff can actually hear what you said when it comes time to write the minutes. And speak loudly so that everyone in the room can hear you. For those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and turn off your microphone once you are finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone.
Yes, correct.
Yes. And so now I'd like to have Andrea introduce the folks who are on Zoom so we know who they are.
Thanks, Steve. So online, we have Miss Brittany Dixon with Club 20, Executive Director, Veronica Bell, Amy Tooker, and Carrie Keller.
All right. It's a small group, and you guys have been through this several times today, so I'm not going to take time to go through and introduce everybody. I do want to make a special announcement, though, that our sponsors are significantly responsible for keeping the cost of these meetings low and the quality high. And we want to specifically thank Chevron and Rocky Mountain Health Plans as our venue and lunch sponsor. Rocky Mountain Health Plans is our committee sponsor. So, having no other announcements, I'm going to turn it over to Angelina, who has reached out and put together a great agenda for us today to announce our first speaker.
Great, thank you, Steve. So I am proud to introduce to you Jason Amrich. He is the CEO at Gunnison Valley Health. And Jason actually started out as a physical therapist, working with world-class athletes, and then worked his way through various leadership positions in healthcare, leading him through actually not just rural, but also big systems around the state. UC Health being one of those systems. And now he is here in Gunnison. I think he started here in, was it 2021, Jason? I think that's what I read. And he serves on several boards. In fact, I was reading through this list and I thought, well, there's really only one important one, and that would be WHA.
Anyway, with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Jason.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Jason Hamrick, CEO of Gunnison Valley Health. Thank you for having me today. Really long to get here from my office to this building. And I passed by 3 adolescent male deer that were just sunbathing there in the corner of the door there. Yeah, I might do a better job of saying no. I'm a board member on the WHA, Western Healthcare Alliance. I'm also on the board of the Colorado Hospital Association, on the board of the Rocky Mountain American College of Healthcare Executives, and also on the board of Care Flight of the Rockies, our kind of western slope emergency helicopter and flight service. Locally, I serve on the board of the Community Foundation of the Gunnison Valley. And then hopefully, if we can, as a city of Gunnison, we're going to create an economic development corporation. So hope to participate in that as well. My goal today is really just to sort of humanize and give you guys a little bit more information in detail about community critical access rural healthcare. For better or for worse, we have been into the headline for weeks to months, leading up until last week, and now continue to be the headlines going forward. And I thought the best use of my time is to kind of tell you what it's like to operate a critical access rural health system, and then just some of the things that we do and some of the challenges that are facing us. So Gunnison Valley Health started in 1938 as a hospital. In fact, I think my office is in a whole patient room of the original hospital. And we were that hospital for a long while. But fast forward through years and decades to today, we're really for the name Gunnison Valley Health. And the reason why that matters is because we are a full service rural health system. And that's a big distinction in what we provide and quite frankly, what our community wants and needs from us. So we are a full service rural health system where we provide full birth to end of life care. We do about 130, 140 new babies every year. And then I also operate a hospice program, as well as assisted living and skilled nursing facility, and everything in between. We cover 4,000 square miles in our rural EMS district that Gunnison Valley Health operates, where we have to do swift water rescue, technical rock rescue, backcountry rescue, as well as just your general medical calls. And so that's a huge part of what our health system does as well. We provide primary care, urgent care, provide surgical services, orthopedics, general surgery. I just brought a dermatologist to town, which my community is extremely excited about because it was 3 months wait, traveling an hour and a half to get a local dermatologist. I provide behavioral health and mobile crisis services. So up until us doing a community health needs assessment, this valley and this community was very underserved in looking at the behavioral health and mental health folks here. And we've seen rapid growth in the last 3 years, specifically in the mobile crisis side of things. We provide the athletic training and strength and conditioning coaches for this university and a great partnership there. Oncology services, do a lot of infusion here. One of the things that we are most proud of, and I think it makes us unique and likely the rural hospital in your community, is it is that personalized, intimate care where you're not a number. And we hear that from our second homeowners that come in from Houston or other big cities that actually try to schedule their care here at Gunnison Valley Health because they're known by name. They know their nurses. They don't like they're a number. They can get in and get out pretty. And have you had folks come and get their oncology care here just because it felt more intimate? And this is a place they felt like they could really convalesce and get better and heal on their journey. So one of the challenges, though, when you provide these breadth of services is how do you support all that financially? As you can imagine, there's a very narrow window of what we provide that actually makes money for the organization and allows us to have the financial resources to provide all these other services. Our paramedic service maybe barely breaks even. Our behavioral health service maybe barely breaks even. I subsidize our skilled nursing facility and assisted living to approximately about $3 million annually. And I see a little bit of tax support for that, but not much. And the hospital itself doesn't receive anything. And I say these to not just kind of get lost in the financial numbers, but to really just talk about the difficulty in operating a rural health system. I think one of the things that's most impactful on us, again, if we don't provide it here in Gunnison to this community, this county of 19,000 people or during the summer, doesn't exist for an hour and 15 minutes at the very least. over Monarch Pass or through Blue Mesa Canyon and over Cimarron and some of those other areas getting to Montrose. That's a huge barrier. So as a CEO, I can't imagine being forced with the decision of saying, do the women in my community have to birth their babies an hour and 15 minutes somewhere else? Or to get other types of care, women's health care, even get dermatology. So that's really a driving force for our mission to figure out like, what can I do? And, you know, obviously with the concerns about where our funding is going in Medicaid and whatnot, it really does start to have to make us look at what can we support and where do these tough choices come from. Just for some numbers, I employ about 500 people here in the community. I paid out $55 million in salary, wages, and benefits in 2024. So as you can imagine, not only does Gunnison Valley Health provide care, we're a huge economic engine of this community, paying really good salaries to folks who can go spend it on businesses and other services within the community. Unfortunately or fortunately, that cost has gone up. So between 2021 and 2024, my salaries, wages, and benefits gone up 28%. My cost of supply has gone up 20%, and my total operating expense has gone up 33% just in those 3 short years. Unfortunately, my operating revenue has only gone up 20% in that same time frame. So I'm a CEO, I'm not a CFO, I'm okay with math, but that math ain't mathin'. And that really talks about, you know, what our challenges are financially, which I'll get into here in a little bit. One of the things I'm really proud about in the last year is we just went live with a brand new electronic health record called Epic. You might be familiar with that from some of the hospitals in your area or had experience with that. We partnered with UC Health to help us provide this really best-in-class, world-class electronic health record. It's got an incredible patient portal that allows our patients to now see in real time their test results, lab results, communicate with their doctor, request appointments. What we're really excited about is when they do go get care somewhere else, because part of critical access hospital or rural health system is to know what we can and can't do safely, and then refer out, and then transfer out, and then partner with our health systems, either in Grand Junction or on the Front Range to say, can you take care of this sicker patient? A lot of those other institutions already have Epic. So now my providers can actually see what was done there and come back. They can see what's done at Gunnison Valley Health. Our second homeowners that come in from Texas now also have their record coming with them. So it's actually decreased the barriers to care, and it's really improved that coordination of care. So we're two and a half months into it, but already hearing great things from both our providers and our patients about what they like about it. And the reason why I bring that up is as you hear in headlines about rural versus urban and rural hospitals versus big health systems, you know, we and my fellow colleagues, CEOs of rural healthcare, take a little bit different approach that we're almost all one health system, right? I need to thrive. My partners in Grand Junction and our the Front Range need to thrive because I'm sending them sicker patients. Whether it's heart attacks I can't take care of, brain injuries, or more complex cancers, like I need them to be able to have access to see my patients, and then I need them to send it back to me and I can take care of them within the walls of the community. One of the other interesting facts I want you guys to remember is what Colorado Hospital Association and nationally says most health systems need about a 4% net margin to be able to consider it to be sustainable year over year to afford replacing equipment or refurbishing a new building. And a lot of my rural colleagues have older hospital parts just like mine. But as you guys know, today's construction costs have also gone up and to the right. And that's a really big impact. So I replaced an MRI last year for $2 million, a lab analyzer for $600,000, air handlers go for that's $600,000. So without a hospital with a strong bottom line, you really start to have to make difficult decisions and or not being able to replace equipment. And so therefore, I need to be stable, and I also need my urban partners to be stable. Some of the other fun challenges that we work on in the rural atmosphere is talent scarcity. Just trying to make sure we can find the right talent pool to either bring to rural or to grow. So we consistently work on that. We do have some international nurses that help us out. We have some travel nurses that help us out, but we're also trying to figure out how to put that pipeline. Really excited here locally in Gunnison. The college here is in the process of starting up a new nursing program. My hospital, my foundation are actually funding scholarships through that and are trying to figure out any way we can support, train those nurses, and or work with our other colleague hospitals in the Western Slope to also provide training spaces, because we know if we can grow those rural nurses in this environment, they're more likely to stay than thinking we're going to recruit from an urban program. We also have a really great training program here at Gunnison in the high school that exposes our students to all the different aspects of healthcare, really trying to figure out how do we home grow that talent population and again get that flavor for rural. Most of my nurses here, I call them Swiss Army knives of healthcare, because they can really do and have to do anything, and their skill set has to be pretty broad to be able to handle the patients that come through our door, and that is different and unique than an urban hospital. We, like many other communities, do have the effects of housing and housing scarcity and costs on our talent pool. Oftentimes when I'm recruiting physicians, I get them to yes because they meet our team. They love the small knit atmosphere. They feel like they can practice the medicine they want to. Then they go into our housing issues, and then sometimes that scares them away. So I've lost plenty of really good docs just because of housing scarcity. We're talking about our expense trends. Regulatory burdens are also a huge issue for small hospitals like mine. I only have so much staff to go along in my finance department. So as we get more and more regulations or more and more things we have to follow from even our local state house, it creates a burden for us to have to follow. The hospital transformation program is one of those that puts a lot of requirements on us qualifying patients that have income needs, and then puts the burden on us to figure out how they pay, and they potentially don't pay. That just goes into our uncompensated care, which again, we provide care. People come into the emergency room regardless of any ability to pay. And Tala says we have to take care of them, and we do, but it doesn't come without costs to the organization. Like I said, we have tried different ways to have solutions to help out rural healthcare. So we do look at partnering and collaboration. I mentioned my Epic EHR with UC Health. I also work with other local hospitals to see can we come together and provide the same service. I'm actually in talks with 3 Western Slope hospitals to see if there's a way that we can maybe do our facilities the same or our purchasing the same, combine efforts and decrease costs to see if we can't provide that service to our hospital. So lots of ways to be creative and kind of that rural DNA of like, let's solve it, right? Let's bootstrap it. Let's figure it out. Let's not wait for anybody. And let's see if we can't solve these problems ourselves. But some problems do seem insurmountable, or I guess bigger and scarier as they come along. Extremely concerned about what the current One Big Beautiful Bill means and Medicaid cuts to my organization. If I take certain numbers that the NRHA, National Rural Health Association, says, I could potentially lose $2 million annually in funding from Medicaid for my organization. My net income in 2024 was 2.6 million. Right? My net income in 2024 was only like 3.5, almost 4%. So yeah, I lose $2 million. I got some tough choices to make. We had a conversation yesterday with my executive team thinking about which mindset do we want to be in, a scarcity mindset or an abundance mindset. And we're going to take both backs, right? And kind of plan in parallel. If I have to, my back's up against the wall, what do I have to cut? By cutting assisted living, skilled nursing facility, OB care, behavioral health. And I hate to be the leader of this health system and have to do that. But I'm going to have a choice. Can I grow, right? Can I bring in more subspecialty surgical care that I know my community wants, that can create volume and revenue for me to overcome those $2 million that I might lose annually? I hope so, right? But that really speaks to the real problem that we have in front of us of trying to figure out which pathways we can take. I also challenge my team to think. I'm a big lean process improvement guy. So if we think of a continuous improvement operational efficiency perspective, where can we get better, smarter, more efficient, leaner? Where can I utilize more technology, telehealth, et cetera, to provide services that traditionally take a person that I can now replace with technology? So those are all the things that are in front of us as we start navigating what the next couple of years look like, and really hoping to do it without any cuts to the services that we provide. The other things that do concern me, we experienced this in Colorado with Medicaid disenrollment right after the COVID law. I think one of them, I'm forgetting on the name. There was a huge disenrollment in Medicaid in Colorado, and what we saw at hospitals during that month of May was a sharp increase in our self-pay, no pay, uncompensated care. So when I hear about potentially 150,000 additional Coloradoans disenrolled from Medicaid, that really concerns me because the hospital transformation program for HDP or for the HDC is going to make me have to figure out how to pay for it, right? Because I already have to follow that rule. So there's lots of things that concern us in trying to figure out how we're going to navigate the future with, again, our major purpose is how do we take care of our community, right? And I tell my team, the reason why we want to be so financially successful is that way we can reinvest it into our people. We can pay wages that are competitive to get the talent here, and then we can reinvest in technology, sometimes buildings if we need them, and then hopefully that brings more people, more care, and I can just keep on spinning that wheel. But it can get harder if I don't have some of those funds to invest in people, technology, or those kinds of things, where I don't know where it's going to come from. So what I am proud of, though, and I know you guys see this in your community, is just that spirit of rural and really trying to make sure that we're figuring out how to bootstrap. I feel blessed that I've got a collection of other fellow healthcare CEOs in the Western Slope through Angelina's leadership that I can tap into, folks in Cortez, Delta, Rifle, I mean, you name it, and then also folks on the Eastern Plains. And we work very closely together to collaborate to figure out how do we get the right solution. I mean, it's actually been pretty fascinating. We went from a lot of doom and gloom earlier in the week to what are we going to do this week? One of the things that did come out of the one big, beautiful bill is the Rural Transformation Program. And that does provide some level of funding. We're concerned it doesn't really overcompensate for what we're going to lose. But as a group of CEOs, we're like, well, how can we advocate for the state of Colorado? And how can we advocate for rural? And how can we make sure that we're figuring out what programs we can do to get access to those funds so that we can operate our businesses? At the end of the day, you know, when you walk into your local hospital, you know, that nurse is highly trained. They have a professional license on the line, right? They have malpractice. The doctors are also making sure that they're doing the right thing. And we're all just trying to make sure that we can provide the care that you need when you're having either that worst day of your life or an okay day of your life, just a sniffle or a cough, or maybe getting a diagnosis that you never thought you were going to get. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and give you more of a background about critical access hospitals.
Thank you very much, Rachel Richards, Pickton County, Aspen area. You know, we're a very urbanized, small community, but we're considered rural and certainly within the county have a lot of rural areas going forward. So I've been following this issue carefully for a while, and I appreciate your optimism and everyone's hard work on how do we deal with the changes that are coming down the pipe. But I wanted to mention, it seems that it's also the loss of subsidies for the Colorado Connect for people who are buying insurance on the marketplace, which will also lead to a lot of other people saying, no, they really can't afford health insurance and rent in our high cost of living areas. And so, you know, naturally, I think we're all concerned about the fallout in a big way, and what gets cut and what doesn't. And I'm concerned for all of the West Slope, let alone my own community. But that seems like that's going to be a hit almost as big as the Medicaid disenrollment.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I agree with you. I think it is not talked about enough that is one of the things that could happen, will happen. I was having this exact same conversation with the mayor of Crested View as we look at the employers within our county and our community, and what are they going to do to be able to track their own workers, keep folks local, and watching their own healthcare costs go up. And so I do think without those subsidies, you're going to see either, you know, less coverage, self-pay, and then, you know, they can get on Medicaid potentially. That might help them. So we're trying to figure out, and one of the goals I want to do here in the next really few months is to convene a group, either through my local chamber of local business owners to understand, like, what are you going to see in what you're already providing to your employees? What is the individual market going to do? And what can I do as a health system to work with either a clinically integrated network, which Angelina has, the Western a healthcare alliance? Are there other ways that we can combine forces? Can I create, a value-based care program that decreases those costs? And I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we have in rural is, I look at my kind of highest order of magnitude is to make sure I provide care here locally. Number two, make sure that I do it, that it's sustainable for my organization that exists forever, that I can pay my staff. And number three, I would love to figure out how to save money for my folks that live here and my community members. And I'm not sure how those always square up. And I think with losing subsidies, I think it's going to make it harder.
Did you mention the provider fee also being reduced?
Yeah, that's our biggest concern for where our funding could get reduced. So the provider fee at the federal level, my understanding could go from a max 6%, which is what Colorado currently pays, down to 3.5%, which could result in $10.4 billion less in funding for hospitals, for especially treating Medicaid. And those are gigantic numbers. That's where my $2 million-ish per year kind of comes from, and trying to calculate some sort of forecast for Gunnison Valley Health out of that number.
Thank you.
Yep.
If you were Mary Jo Coulihan, Archuleta County, I thought I saw my CEO on the web that they're saying the exact same thing. One of the conversations that we had at the lunch break was also with these reductions, whether in Connect for Health and any of the subsidies, the impact then that it will make on your emergency services, because everybody will walk into those doors. Which now with clinics and stuff, some of that was taking the pressure off. Now goes right back. And so what can our rural hospital,
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, unfortunately, no matter what policy is out there, healthcare doesn't stop, right? And unfortunately, emergencies don't stop. And so if you can't get into your primary care because you don't have insurance because of the power, the ED will always provide care. It will always be that open door, and my hospital will do that no matter what. And then we will be left with the consequences of taking care of something in an emergency center, which is a higher cost primary care office at potentially no coverage or minimal coverage. So that's going to really force our hand. And then I think that's one of the issues is we can't change where care is needed. In talking to one of my urban colleagues who runs a very, very large health system that sees underserved patients, she's really concerned about the fact that now Medicaid patients can't go to Planned Parenthood. And so those Medicaid patients are going to now end up in her front door. And so you just shifted the burden to do anything to actually change it. So she has a huge concern about that.
One more.
Jason, my name is Jeff Moeller. First of all, congratulations on what you've been able to accomplish. Having used the facilities is phenomenal. Are you a for-profit or a not-for-profit organization? Because it sounds like you're operating a business on somewhere around 1 or 2% net margin on sales.
Yeah, I'm a county-owned nonprofit hospital. There's 4 of us total in the state, myself, Lincoln County, Sedgwick, and then Memorial Craig are all kind of the same in the same bucket of county-owned nonprofit hospital. And so, my goal is to be 4% or higher, really, in a net income. And I, again, try to challenge my team. Think of us as that important business. I try to make sure my leaders think of themselves as the CFOs of their department, because if I don't have 4% margin, I can't replace that expensive equipment. I'm competing against physician talent that can go anywhere. And so even though I'm rural, I still have to figure out how to pay them what they can get in Denver, right? And I've lost a couple of docs that say, you know what, your housing is too expensive. I can get more here and stay where I'm at. And so that kind of speaks to the financial challenges that we have.
All right, I know Jason, you have to leave, so rushing to his next meeting, but thank you, Jason, so much for providing the education you have today. I really appreciate your service.
I was going to just add one thing as Jason's walking out, because it's not really a question for him, because we have this great working relationship between TVH, but understanding too the impacts of, I think about Western. When you're talking to parents about sending their kids to a remote town to go to college, one of the first things they look at is what available healthcare there is there. And so we really started this community to think about what are those ripple down effects that really play into it. So, for us, having an airport and having the quality of healthcare that we have at Gunnison Valley Health, when we think about these healthcare issues, I think it's really important for us to understand that whether it's second homeowners, whether it is certain economic sectors for us, education, any diminishing in those areas around healthcare really starts to trickle in and really make a dent on things like enrollment at the university or second home development. And I think that just always keeping that in the periphery is always important. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really good comment. Okay, next up, another WHA member. I help myself. Okay, that's Jason too. How did I do that? I'm really excited to introduce Jason Chapeau. He began his career in behavioral health in 1996. I think he was like 10 years old then. He graduated from Ohio State University with a master's degree in social work in 2001. And he's had the opportunity to be in a variety of leadership capacities during the course of his career. Most recently, he is the CEO of Health Solutions, and now Health Solutions has taken over what was formerly known as MindSprings, and it is called Health Solutions West. And so without further ado, Jacob.
Thank you. Can we take a moment of appreciation? You'll notice I have very little gray in my beard in that picture. Or was only 4 months ago. My name is Jason Chapeau. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about behavioral health. Specifically, want to talk about health. We got a great title here, a new chapter for mental health here on the Western Slopes. I probably should have made that a new book because we're a completely different company. Health Solutions West is new to this region of the state, so I was thrilled to get an invitation to come to a work session here at Club 20. It's nice to be able to get introduced in mass. There's a lot of folks that are interested in behavioral health, and happy to provide an update on that. Let me talk a little bit about our philosophical framework with behavioral health, though. And I'll just ask this question if you're willing to tell on yourself. Does anyone here like chocolate milk? Nobody? Not one single. Okay, thank you for that, mercy. Love chocolate milk. And if it's helpful for you, you can think about how we think about behavioral health, like you think about chocolate milk. And that is obvious, right? I can go ahead and go on to my next point, maybe. Not so much, not so much. Behavioral health is like chocolate milk in this way. When you think about chocolate milk, if I asked you to point to, well, which part is the milk and which part is the chocolate, would you be able to do that? It's a thing, right? And behavioral health is kind of that way. It's health. It's health. And so you can't separate the physical component of healthcare or from the behavioral health component of healthcare. And so I'd like to emphasize that because it's very paramount to the way that we think about how we do service delivery. When we use the word integration, we think of chocolate milk. We want to try to be available to the whole person, understanding that they don't show up to our office or to one of our service sites as a behavioral health need. They kind of come as a person. And that person comes with their physical issues, that comes with their social determinants of health issues, it comes with their culture, it comes with their language, it comes with their hopes, dreams, challenges, resources. It's completely chocolate milk. And so Health Solutions West is an affiliate company of a larger healthcare system that goes by the name Spanish Peaks Healthcare System. And we've been operating as a not-for-profit in the state of Colorado for over 60 years. And I only get to take credit for about the last 14 of those. That's how long I've been with the company. The company started in Pueblo, Colorado, has operated in Walsenburg or Werfeno County, if you're familiar with the counties more, in Trinidad or Los Animas County for almost the entirety of that time. For about the last 10 years, that organization has begun to see kind of a collapse of the behavioral health safety net, or maybe the consolidation or the deterioration of the system. And so the board has been planning for expansive opportunities in the state of Colorado. So that's beginning to answer the question that you're already asking in your mind: what's Pueblo doing on the western slope? Well, this is why we're here. We believe that our organization has figured out in some way how to operate very well in small and rural communities. We've been doing it for a long time, and we've been doing it in a financially sustainable way that is expansive. So an organization that started in the basement of a county DHS office in the 50s is now covering 13 counties in Colorado. All of those counties are small and rural environments in which we operate. So the Mine Springs connection, I'll just say that'll be the last time I say that name. The only overlap between the organization Mine Springs and the organization that is now operating on the Western Slope, Health Solutions West, is that we acquired their infrastructure and we retained their workforce. That is where the overlap starts and ends. In order to do that, there's a lot of legal governance structures and questions like that I get into if you're interested. I find them rather boring. But some of those structures exist on the legal framework where none of the leadership is the same, and the company that is Health Solutions West is completely different from a philosophical standpoint. So that's kind of an overview of the structure. Let me talk about how we think about service delivery very quickly. I've already mentioned it's an integrated framework. We think about it as chocolate milk, but let me kind of maybe be a little more specific than that, and then I'll try to end rather early because it's the afternoon, and I've seen that lunch you ate. I know you're sleepy. You ate out there. But I also want to give you a chance for questions. So when we think about service delivery, we think integration. I communicated that. We operate in kind of what I call a tripod philosophical framework when we deploy services. And so you say, how will we know what services to continue or to offer on the Western Slope, to develop on the Western Slope, or to titrate and get rid of on the Western Slope? This is how we think about it. The first filter or the first leg of the stool is that we want everything we do to be relevant. Relevant has two components. Relevant, first of all, to our organizational mission, which is to build a state-of-the-art safety net in small and rural communities. So what we want to do there is make sure that it's relevant. The second component of relevance is relevant to the community. You may not find it surprising to hear that Pueblo and Trinidad are two completely different places. And very often what we run in Pueblo fails or would not work in Trinidad. What we run in Trinidad often does not work in Walsenburg. And so that's a way of saying just because it's rural, just because it's small, does not mean it'll work in every rural and small environment. We contextualize, and that's the relevance piece. We elicit relevance and input from the community in a variety of different ways. We currently have advisory councils that are instructed of interested community members that represent the counties that we serve, and they advise us on what the needs might be, what they're hearing in the street, what the quality of our services is sounding like from a community standpoint, and so on and so forth. Relevance is missional, relevance is community informed, and relevance has to have a data component to it. As you know, as you heard from Jason previously, it's hard to run healthcare specific businesses in small environments. The population's small, the opportunity for service delivery is rather limited. It's expensive already. A doctor is a doctor, whether they're in metro or whether they're in rural, and they want that same salary independent of what the top line is for your organization. So we want to deploy service delivery systems that have a data relevance to them, meaning, is there actual demand and is there actual payment structures for these service delivery systems? So that's relevance. The second leg of the stool, or the filter, if you like the Venn diagram better, is that we want everything that we do to be effective. Meaning we measure outcomes with a great deal of rigor. When we deploy a modality, whether it's an outpatient service, whether it's a service like a 911 dispatch mobile team, whether it's a service like a homeless outreach, walking the trails, trying to figure out how we can get people connected, whatever the service is, crisis services, we measure it. And we ask the question, are people getting better? Better is a big word, and we got to define that depending on the program. But we want to do things that work. If they're relevant, but they don't work, we're still missing the mark. And there are many things that are great ideas, or even that are cool and play well on social media, but they simply aren't effective. Or they're not, or they're not relevant. And so that's the second filter. The final filter that we want run it through, and this is predictable. I am a CEO, so I am a social worker, though that should give me a little bit of leeway on the CEO thing. But it needs to be sustainable. Meaning we have to have a clear path to pay for it. That program itself may or may not pay for itself. But we need to know as an organization how we're going to pay for it. All healthcare organizations have loss leaders. All healthcare organizations run programs that do not pay for themselves, but they have to be paid for. Okay? So that's the three-tier approach that we look at when we talk about programs. So that's us. We are rapidly going through an assessment of everything that has historically been offered by the company that I will no longer name. We are working with our workforce. We are inviting leaders. Most of the job postings that you're seeing from us right now are senior leadership positions, very anemic in that way. And so we are looking for top shelf talent to recruit to the Western Slope. This is beautiful country, and I'm optimistic that we can find that talent to come and work and play with us over here. Some things that I get asked all the time that I'll just throw out there so we can get right through that and get to some other questions. We do own the building that the hospital out of Grand Junction was operating out of. We are not reopening a hospital. We will use that space, and we are currently looking at service delivery options to come out of that space. There will likely be a crisis acute side of the continuum component to what we do there. I do not know that it'll be inpatient. I do not know that it'll be an ATU. I don't know what it'll be, but we're certainly betting that. So that's the question I get asked most often when that connection's made. I'm happy to take other questions. I think I was pretty good. Yeah, I did pretty good on my commitment there. What do you want to know about Health Solution Plus? I see a lot of butterfly hands. I'm not sure whether they're going up or not.
Hi, Diane Twiggy, and I live in Grand Junction. How long is your assessment going to take in terms of taking a look at all of what you're doing, and how soon do you think you're going to be deploying some of those services and maybe setting up those advisory committees that you're talking about? And then the other question I guess I have for you is with regard to the big beautiful bill and Medicaid, how might that be impacting your ability to provide behavioral health services?
Okay, all very different questions. We'll take the easy ones. The advisory group for Mesa County has launched. We met 2 weeks ago, and then we are off to a great start with that. We think we have some really good buy-in from some of the key healthcare partners there. Many of the names would be familiar to you. Brian Johnson, Chris Thompson, Thomas, others. So we are off and running with that and are getting our sea legs together. The assessment phase for the building itself is tiered. There are a couple different pathways we're taking. First of all, we do operate 2 residential programs that are located in facilities that need a lot of improvement. And we are looking at the opportunity of potentially moving those programs into that more modern space. We think we could do that and still deploy a crisis service line out of that facility, including if we decided that were a CSU ATU model. That's step one. That's step one for a variety of reasons. One, because we acquired the infrastructure of the previous organization, we have acquired all the liability that was with that organization. So we need to very quickly figure out what we have in real estate, consolidate, leverage the more modern space. The residential programs are super cool, and actually I'm just going to do a little PR here because it's unique to this part of the state. Both of those residential programs are substance use oriented. One's a male program, one's for females. Both of them allow children to be present with their parent or guardian while they're going through that residential program. So that's why the facility space is very important to me. And where that's located in Clifton right now isn't as desirable, isn't as modern as I'd like to see it. So we're going to figure that movement out first. There's licensing questions. There's a lot of questions whether even that's possible. I suspect that we'll know the answer to that question 45 to 60 days. I think that is mostly mechanics. If it can happen, it will happen. It's the if, and the state has a vote on that. So that's kind of where we're at with that. On the crisis side, we're working with, like right now today, the health department in Mesa County has a behavioral health summit. We have staff there. We are working with county stakeholders to figure out exactly what part we can play in the crisis service delivery system. There is an inpatient unit in Eagle County. I know that's not Mesa County. I know that's not Gunnison, but it is on this side of the front range, right? So we are on the western slope still. As you heard from Jason, as you could probably speculate from the closing of the last inpatient unit in Mesa County, they're very expensive to run. Margins are almost zero. And if we want to keep one, we need to start supporting what's there. So I'm meeting with Eagle Valley, Chris Lindley specifically, to figure out, is there a way that Health Solutions West can play a walk-in triage coordinating component to the crisis service delivery system, push the inpatient needs up to Eagle Valley, support the business and the good work that they're doing there, and talking with Montrose about what they're doing at their ATU, because there was an ATU on the other side of that. So we kind of set in the middle of those two higher levels of care. There might be an opportunity for something unique that is regional in its approach, but supports the two very expensive service lines. Inpatient bed-based service lines are hard to make work in small and rural communities. And so that's a part of the assessment. That's a long way of me saying there's some very complex questions practically, and then there are relational components that we're trying to sort through to see, is there an opportunity for something different rather than something that already exists on the western slope if we have the right business arrangements so that we all can get access in a timely or at least reasonably timely way, whatever. That was a long sidestep to that question. That maybe I should have started with, I'm not precisely sure on the crisis side. But I want to communicate the activity is well on its way. What short question would you like me to give a very long answer to? Laura,
it's going to be in that same realm. Mayor Joe Houlihan, Archuleta County, in very southwest Colorado. the business who shall not be named, used to have opportunities for rural communities such as ours to come up, because there really isn't any, as you mentioned, inpatient critical access for anybody except for Denver. And so where does that leave us in counties anywhere from Vail Valley to Southwest Colorado and our options?
Well, right now, the inpatient psych options is in Eagle County. That's it. And that cuts both ways, right? It's not in Denver, so that's a little better. What that comes down to in my worldview is it's, are there rocks or tomatoes in here? Okay, I'm just gonna say that. It's likely not reasonable for us to think that we can have everything everywhere. And so what we want to do is scaffold and stabilize the things that are there in the region so that at least we have that as an anchor point. And then what that requires, and this is in my mind actually the heaviest lift, is a robust care coordination component that makes sure that as those services are accessed and then clients are coming back, that the seams are closed and the gaps are closed from the communities that folks are having to travel to get the more acute care to get. And that's where I see a lot of opportunity on the Western Slope among all the organizations that serve in the behavioral health space, is beginning to talk and work a lot closer together around closing the seams of care, rather than having the expectation that something exists in every place that we live, because it's just not going to happen. We don't have it down south either. There is not, I mean, this sounds interesting, but Pueblo doesn't have inpatient psychiatry. Everything's north, everything's the Front Range, and we used to. And you see them collapse, and it's because it's very expensive, and it's a bed-based program, and the universe works against inpatient psychiatric units. I don't know how else to say it. They're really hard to run in a sustainable way. So I think the better play for the Western Slope communities is really back and get behind and partner with what's there and just have fluid conversation and care coordination across the Western Slopes. Not a great answer, but I think it's a realistic. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I'm going to admit to being a little behind the curve of these changes that have been occurring. I was a Pickett County commissioner, and I recall us contributing significant dollars to Pine Springs so they could build another wing to have inpatient bed. And I think all of our counties feel that. So it's disappointing to know that there won't be in the future. The questions I have are about the remainder of the facility, because this spring, Mine Springs was negotiating with ICE to be able to use those facilities for housing undocumented folks and unaccompanied minors specifically. But it's a concern of mine, and I've heard it from others, that we have a lot of people who are no longer seeking health care because they feel they will be detained by ICE if they go in for their counseling, if they go in to pick up their prescription, if they get anywhere near these public facilities. And it sounds like the beginning of a growing health crisis, because it's often people who are totally legitimately here and are citizens, but they're afraid of another family member being caught up in this. And so how is the Health Solutions West going to be dealing with this kind of obstacle to care that you guys did not set up?
That's a very complicated question. It's unfortunate that my time's up, and so I guess I'm gonna have to have this. What we've taken a lot of care to communicate to our clients, both west and south, that our facilities are safe places, and there are ways that you can structure. We've gotten a lot of legal counsel on this. Let me say that, and there's public spaces that are open to anyone, aka ICE in this circumstance. And then there are private spaces that without a valid warrant, nobody can get And so we have done a lot of facilities work, we've done a lot of signage work, we've done a lot of structural components that communicate safety and that public-private barrier to anyone who may walk into our facilities. In addition, we have trained all of our staff members on what obligations we have and what obligations we don't. And then we frankly have taken a lot of calls from clients asking directly, if I come, is this going to be okay? Our report, I can't speak for the entire healthcare system. We have had 0 issues with it. We have not had any ICE folks show up at any of our facilities. I'm thankful for that. We haven't been engaged in any way. I've spoken with many other healthcare facilities who had a similar experience. I don't know precisely what to expect in the future, but that's where we are today. I just realized I forgot something about the big, beautiful bill. I'm trying to sidestep all those very contentious issues. Tell you what, I'll tell you what we think is going to happen. Areas of concern that I have, eligibility is a big deal. In this region, Colorado, District 3, 1 in 3 are Medicaid. We think when we ran the numbers looking just at the adult without dependent children category of Medicaid, should that category go away, that was roughly 10% of the people we were seeing. Now, I want to attach this to what the actual problem in here is, because I know there's fistfights on every side of this. From a healthcare provider standpoint, here's the reality. Not a political comment, just the basic facts. By my license, the state license requirement that I have to adhere to is that if a person shows up to my facility, they're seen independent of ability to pay. So the care will not be impacted. We will deliver the care. What will be impacted is our payment. That's what will be impacted. So if you shrink eligibility, if you say, Joe, who wasn't an eligible category 3 weeks ago and came to see a therapist or a psychiatrist or one of our primary care doctors, because we do both, because we like chocolate milk. And they come into our office, and 3 weeks ago, they were eligible, they were seen, the facility got paid. Now, that service category, they're no longer eligible, they're going to get seen, they're going to get the care, we're not going to get paid. And that, I think that's the healthcare provider concern, is that the service doesn't stop. And we've seen that, frankly, there's an analogy to it. Here's the other piece, just to contextualize a minute, from a behavioral health standpoint. The environment is completely volatile. We had the Medicaid unwind. That scenario that I just described started for us a year and a half ago. We were seeing folks that had been frozen on Medicaid. I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. What I'm saying is they recovered, now they're not, that care is now free. That was already in play. From a behavioral health standpoint, we have new regions and new contract holders in the Medicaid space as of July 1. As of last July, we had a completely new regulatory structure. Completely new regulatory structure. So can we say the rule makers and the people that pay your bills, those are pretty important anchors in the system of healthcare. Within the last 2 years, all of that is new in an unwind. And now you're looking at potentially an even smaller eligible population. That's where our concern lies. So we think, likely at least a 10% hit on eligibility. I'm also concerned about, in Colorado, one of the advantages that we've had for some time is that Medicaid has been retroactive from the eligibility date back 6 months. That's been important because it is not, you know, you may not know this. The application to qualify for Medicaid is over 40 pages long. And that's just the application. There's a lot of supplemental documentation that has to be attached to that. It's not often that someone walks in with everything they need to get Medicaid. Many people who aren't on the benefit that are going in to get eligible have been sent there by a healthcare provider. Because healthcare has started in some way. They ended up in the ED. They, they had an episode and ended up in an ATU or a psychiatric unit. The care was provided, but the benefit wasn't there. So it was advantageous to the healthcare system to have that retroactive look back, because what that communicated to the providers is, if they show up and you provide care, if they're eligible, it'll get paid for. That creates a great deal of confidence in the provider system. That opens up a lot of doors that would otherwise be closed. And so that for, I don't know, decades has been 6 months in Colorado. I'm trying to get this vetted. A iteration of that, I've lost track of where we ended up, was reducing that window to 30 days. I don't even think people can get the documentation together that quickly. And what I can for sure tell you is the state is not approving that. The bottleneck at the county level for eligibility is a thing. And so, that's scary. In Pueblo, 3 out of 4 kids are on Medicaid. I mean, that Medicaid population in Pueblo is kids. So that's, I don't know, domains of concern. Any other short questions that are in search of a long answer? Hey, thank you so much for having me. I do appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And welcome you to Club 20. I hope that we can count on you being here more.
I think so. You know what? I'm going to leave maybe some business cards up here. If you guys want to get in touch with me, email, cell phones on here.
That's great. All right, thank you. Well, as you'll see, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. What you won't see is that we have an additional presentation by Rich Simona from the Health Alliance.
Let me pull that up.
And he was really hard. And the timing just worked out. We do have some resolutions that we are working on, we being Angelina, but it's one of the things we haven't gotten completed. So we'll do that next during the winter. So you got the mic there, Rich?
Yes, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate the walk on. I had some information I wanted to give to the Club 20 membership. I imagine Brittany's still online.
She is.
And Brittany, interject any moment. The information I want to give, like a lot of our conversations today, is very fraught and potentially controversial. My information intends just to be factual, lay some numbers out there. There may be some potential, though, quite soon, depending what the governor, the legislature decide to do. If they have a special session soon, these topics might come up, in which case Club 20 might wish to engage. We'll see. We'll use our normal processes if that happens. So I happen to sit on the Health Insurance Affordability Insurance Affordability Board, and we do reinsurance for Colorado. We do Omni Salute, if you're familiar with that program, and that's what these slides are from. And so we heard a lot of numbers today. We heard about the millions across the country that might fall off of Medicaid. What I'm going to talk about today is 100% the individual marketplace. It's not Medicaid, not Medicare, not if you have health insurance from your employer. This is simply those people that buy their own insurance on the marketplace in Colorado. It's called Connect for Health Colorado. And so that's the population I'm talking about. So our last board meeting was June 13th. That's what these slides are from. They're publicly available. I'm happy to send them to you. You don't have to look for them. Just let me know. And Club 20 has the slides now. And before this, our meeting took place before the passage of the BBB. So it has passed now. We know for a fact that the enhanced premium tax credits, which were, in my opinion, very large federal subsidies that enhanced the premium cost that these individuals had to pay to buy their insurance. So insurance was relatively affordable-ish the last few years relative to where it had been, definitely relative to where it's going to go. I have some projection numbers that these slides include that show what costs will be like in the very near future. Unlike the Medicaid disenrollment, which I guess as we learned today might start happening like January of 27. The numbers you're going to see here for the individual marketplace will be seen and felt like November 1st of this year as you shop for your plans if you're in this demographic. And so Rachel, I don't know if you're on the town council, if you're a county official, you remember 2015, 2016, 2017, things got really expensive really fast as the Affordable Care Act was rolled out starting in 2014. If you remember those times, grocery shopping, walking the parade, it was a very painful time. And so I'm afraid all the public officials, I used to be one, things are about, in my opinion, to get really, really confrontational again when you go back into community. So, and this last bullet there on 1297, that was a bill this year. It did fail. This was an attempt by the Division of Insurance and the legislative sponsors to sort of impose an additional 1% fee on health insurance companies in Colorado. And this is where things can get, it's going to be, we have a very good sponsor, Rocky Mountain Health Plan sponsors this right now today. Thank you, Rocky. We have hospitals very involved with different Venn diagrams of entities involved to develop this. But for example, Club 20, and it's fine, we have our processes, we have our positions. Brittany led, she testified on a lot of bills this year. She did a great job, as she always does. Club 20 is in opposition to 1297, and there's good reasons for that. Other organizations were in favor of it. They did fail, and this is what might come back again in special session. Don't know that yet, but it's possible. I hear people asking me if that's going to come up or not up to the governor. I don't know. But here's what's going to happen. These are projections. These are DOI, actuaries, Division of Insurance, Connect for Health Colorado, staff. Right now in Colorado, 321,000 people have health insurance through the individual marketplace. It's actually a relatively small number. I mean, we've got 5.5 million people in the state. So what I'm talking about is that population that's less than 10% of the states. It's not exactly large number, but will be a big shift within this smallish demographic. With the enhanced premium tax credits expiring, and with no, Colorado backup plan, they didn't make it through. The prediction from Connect for Colorado and DOI is that 110,000 people will go uninsured next year. Just a projection. We'll see if it be worse, it may be better, but that's the projection right now. That's why your grocery shopping is about to get ugly, John. So average cost. Now, costs for this monthly premium for health insurance really varies based on your income. It varies based on your age. This particular graphic is an estimate for people who make less than 400% for the federal poverty level. Projections are you'll see the average premium going from 115 up to 235. That's per person. So if you're a family of 4, multiply that. And so that's what we're projecting. That's what DOI is projecting. We'll know end of October where the rates actually fall. I'm working with a few insurance companies, and I'm gonna go ahead and slide before I say that. Let's see. I don't want to get into overloading. Ask me later. We don't have much time. There's a lot of complex things here. And re-enrollment procedures. When you buy this insurance, if you're in this demographic, you have what's called open season. It used to be November 1st all the way through January 15th, so about 2.5 months. This year it's going to be November 1st to December 15th, putting a month off. In the past, you could just simply, if you did nothing in Colorado, your health plan renewed, automatically renewed. Automatic renewals are prohibited with the one big bill. And so there's a lot of sort of headwinds, I think, for folks. And they might fall off their insurance because they thought they'd auto renew this year. The time, I worked a lot with health insurance salespeople, brokers. Brokers are pulling their hair out. They're like, I've used to sprint for 2.5 months. I'm gonna have to sprint for a month and a half now. And it's going to be a bottleneck. I think it's going to be a bit of a counter situation, but I'll try to. So I'm here to give you this information so you can take back to your communities, and we'll try to prepare for it together. So this slide now, this is why we'll see if 1297 will be called that. But if the bill comes forward in the special session, the push will be what this slide shows. Let's backfill what the feds let expire. There's going to be different sides to this. You got opposition, you can be support. I don't know where the legislature will fall, but this is what the deal I wanted to put out there. I'll say one thing though. Those monies, it goes from 473 million, the enhanced premium tax credits, dropped about 200 million. And that's the money we're dealing with the health insurance affordability enterprise. And so even if something is passed like 1297 into special session, that does impose an additional 1% fee on health insurance companies. Today, the health insurance companies are already facing the fee. The reinsurance program, these numbers not quite right, but close. I think if you're a non-profit health insurance company, the current fee is, I think it's 1.3%. And if you're a for-profit health insurance company, I think the fee is about 2.2%. Charge for-profit a little more than the non-for-profit. So if a 1% fee is added on top of that, it's on top of what's already there. I hear a lot of it. Will that be passed on to consumers? I think it will be passed on to consumers. I think consumers may see a 1% or a 2% raising the premiums instead of 100% raising the premiums, which right now, a lot of people are going to face 100% raising the premiums. It does vary based on your age. So I'm hoping that stakeholders are together. If this comes up again soon, we can maybe all get together and see if there's a way to help our population. Reinsurance. So there's something called the attachment point. The attachment point is where health insurance companies get to tap into the reinsurance program. If you're a self-insured employer, like maybe Gunnison County, you might have stop loss in your health plan. Stop loss is where you have an employee that has really replaced a hip or something expensive. If you might have a stop loss that hits at $50,000, so there's the county plan will pay $50,000, but then if it's $100,000 of care, your stop loss insurance will cover the rest. Reinsurance covered the rest after $30,000. The last few years in Colorado was the attachment point. Since we had less money, we are raising the attachment point, DOI specifically, up to $60,000. So the health insurance companies now are facing first $60,000 of care, not the first $30,000. So that's one reason that the insurance companies themselves, from what I've seen, are looking to raise their rates on average 25 to 35%. How does it get to 100%? In the slide I showed you before, that's because the premium tax credit is going away. So reinsurance makes the insurance companies raise it, lack of federal subsidies makes it increase even more. Yeah, healthcare is complicated, but I'm hoping to just give you some data to help you, again, go back to your communities and have whatever conversations you wish to have. Omni Salute is part of the enterprise that we analyze that undocumented citizens in Colorado are showing up at hospital doors. They're showing up at clinics. If they were insured, they might show up 3 months earlier for their condition got more acute. It saves the healthcare system's money, saves the hospital's money. If you have insurance, get your care before it gets really, really problematic. So I understand it to be a very controversial issue about undocumented citizens getting subsidies for their health insurance, but we grew the program from 10,000 people in the first year, 11,000 slots. Next year, we're at 12,000 slots in 2025. Next year, we're reducing it down to 3,000 slots. I think it'll come there. So I'm on a subcommittee to decide do we deny subsidized health insurance next year? I'm waiting for us to be called the death panel. Certain people the 9,000 people we have to move, some of them may have a condition that will prevent them from getting care, and it's not a fun decision to make. We have to develop a process to let those 3,000 positions be awarded, and it'll probably be something around who's most acute. Doctor's notes, I don't know yet. We're developing the process to make those decisions. This is more in the weeds, kind of wonky. I'll skip it. I want to show you a little silver lining, if you will. So one thing we did wrong when we created health insurance portability enterprise is we forgot to open the door to accept gifts, grants, and donations. So something our enterprise just couldn't get. So we wanted to fix that, and we did. And so now the enterprise can accept gift, grants, and donations. So this may be helpful. Federal grants are sort of been greatly reduced, but there's still private. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. There's lots of we may get some donations. If we get donations, they'll help the enterprise budget. Things won't be as bad. I'm pretty proud of this. I'm going to check my board real quick. The last sentence of this bill is mine. I thought to myself, I don't know, Aspen's got some rich people. However, I pick on Rachel, but Aspen's got some wealthy people. They may want to donate to help things out, but if they give a donation before that last sentence in there, great. Your donation will go across the whole state of Colorado. What county foundation is going to give that's going to benefit the whole state? But what if your gift only applied to Pickton County? What if your gift only applied to citizens of Aspen? So the last sentence doesn't quite get us there, but it forces DOI and Telecom Colorado to explore the feasibility of letting local donations stay local. So they might open the door to some funds coming in, knowing that it'll help your community. I may need your help though, because when I pressed Kevin Patterson, the CEO for Connect South Colorado, and the Insurance Commissioner Michael Conway, can we do something to let this happen for 2026? They were like, I'm sorry, no. We'll explore the feasibility later. Right now, we're dealing with federal changes. We're doing a lot of change right now. We're trying to get the system ready for a short open season. So if they're not figuring out how to implement that last sentence for 2027 or for 2028, we'll see if maybe the membership of Club 20 or the other organizations you guys are part of can apply pressure to, I don't know, there's a governor race next year. Maybe you could ask campaign questions. Will you get the local thing figured out? Governor candidate, select extra line. We'll see how this all goes. So some of it's resolved. I had some numbers for you today. Some understanding is there. There's still a lot of TBDs hanging out there, but I appreciate the chance, Steve and Angelina, to let this number be shared, and let's have the conversation.
And I just wanted to clarify for the group that Club 20 had actually taken a neutral position on 12.
My apologies. Thank you for my sincere apologies.
Sometimes those positions get changed on a weekly basis, so it's quite okay. Yeah.
I just want to reiterate too, that Rocky sponsors us. They will probably oppose it if it comes up again, and that's understandable. Where you sit is where you stand. So we got all stakeholders at the table. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and I do have one question online.
Yeah, go ahead.
Brittany, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of explain that opposition a little bit. Our initial position was opposition, and it was purely due to the procedure and the process that was taken. There was no true rule, stakeholder input. And when we met with the bill sponsors and the insurance commissioner, they kept telling us, oh, this will be great for rule. We've done all this information. We've had great stakeholder information from them. And I asked them straight out, who they were speaking with, because we hadn't heard them speaking with anybody in rural communities. So maybe they were talking to people outside of our Western Slope area, and they couldn't come up with anybody. So that's where our opposition came from initially. Of course, we do support the program itself. That's clear in our policies. It was more due to the procedure and the process that it was going through.
Thank you, Brittany. I fully agree. I really want to commend you on your work. I hope don't come across as anything but that. But thank you for that.
Rich, I think Michael has a question. Oh, you know? Nobody can tell me they understood.
Yeah.
Rich, thanks.
Thank you.
So with that, we are finished with our healthcare. Jason also left some cards up here, if anyone would like to grab one on their way out. He's kind of taking on a big role, trying to take over what was the unnamed company before. But I had a chance to talk to him today and he seemed really sharp.
Let's just go ahead and take a 10-minute break, education and research, or I'm sorry, education and workforce development. We'll start at 2:30.
Thinking of our foundation. Yeah, yeah, it could be, you're right. You have a. I think that close. Area. Close.
Bill started. When the bill started, they. So. Yeah, I guess voice. I think so, yeah.
Did she make it? Not yet. And she said she got my link.
Yep. Okay, you too.
She's. Yeah. I just asked him and he said. Okay, I want to pass that on to her. I will have everything up Monday, Tuesday, but on our website, but I'll just email you. Okay. Yeah, just because I know that we had proposed these year. It was going through brokers and not the way it had in the years before, so Colorado actually lost out tremendously on being able to qualify people for Omni Salute. Because of brokers, so the front range just cut almost the majority of it. And now it's like, almost non-existent, I don't know. Yeah, if I can find out, I know she's disinterested, and there's our Healthier Archuleta group is working on it. And but they might, because she is big, but, I also spoke with Janelle Johnson with, Clear Networks again. Well, she was just in my meeting again on Tuesday and I said, I know we've had this conversation before, really need to be a member of Club 20 because
Diane and I
visionary it's on and you guys are, really jumping in and you're doing a lot of work on the Western Slope. You need to be a player. So,
okay.
Yeah.
She's on now.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me talk to you about that again before.
Great.
Because we were just discussing.
Yeah, I just talked to her again about it on Tuesday. Okay. Okay.
All right, folks, if I can get everyone to take their seats, we're gonna start with the education committee.
Yeah, I think she's gonna go round everyone up, Catherine. I think when you're ready, we'll rock and roll.
Okay, so should I wait just a little bit or?
Cameron's going right now, so just give it like 1 minute.
Come on in, you don't want to miss the most exciting presentation of the day.
I would like that.
It's the Education Committee, you stand to learn the most. Always, always. Should we get started?
Yeah, I'm quiet.
All right, everyone. All of you, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. I'm just going to read my little spiel here, and since we're all friends, we won't go through the round of introductions. We'll just go ahead and get started, and I'll introduce you to my colleague who's joining us online. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests, and it is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so everyone can hear you, especially those online. For those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged, that's me, chair, you, and then turn off your microphone once you're finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone for you to use. And we'll now get started. I would love to introduce Lucia Padilla. Lucia is our general counsel at Colorado Mountain College. And today we thought we would provide kind of an overview of just the landscape that is going on in higher education relative to administration, legislation. Of course, everybody's talking about the big, beautiful bill. So guess what? We're going to talk about it too. And I'm going to turn it over to Lucia, who's going to provide that kind of broader landscape overview of just basically what's happened in higher education as it relates to things we are paying attention to in the Western Slope since our new administration. I hope that's an appropriate introduction. Lucia is also awesome and does amazing work for Colorado Mountain College and beyond. So thank you so much, Lucia, for joining today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that introduction. I can see myself on a large screen, which is a little, I don't know if the right word's overwhelming, but, you know, you never want to look at yourself on some large screen. At least I don't want to, but, it's nice to be invited to this. So thank you. Would you give me the thumbs up, Catherine, that you're hearing me okay, seeing all is good?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Never know about connectivity issues as well as Zoom. So, as Catherine said, I'm the general counsel for Colorado Mountain College, and Catherine asked me to spend maybe 15 or so minutes with you all trying to review in that short amount of time what has been going on in terms of federal policy changes and how that has impacted higher education throughout the country, and then specifically within you know, the Colorado mountain communities and for CMC. So that's what I'm gonna try and do here. Okay, I'm gonna attempt to share this just one moment because I have not been on Zoom for a little bit. So let's see how this goes. Okay. Okay. Oops. Okay. Catherine, you're seeing the slide presentation. I think I can see it up there as well.
You're
Yep.
just not you're not in display mode if you wanted to switch that. If not, it doesn't bother us.
I do.
There you go. Swap to presenter view.
Okay.
Got it. It's perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, let's see how this goes now. Okay. So, are you seeing the just the slides and not the next slide or anything else that's
We are.
distracting?
Yes, we are.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. Okay, so just a little recap here.
And I know some of this stuff we're all tracking, we're getting bombarded with it from minute to minute in terms of our news feed. So if I'm being repetitive or if you're already up to date on this, my apologies. But again, this is just the next few minutes trying to recap recent impacts to higher education. So what we've seen is unprecedented amount of federal actions pertaining to just in general, and then specifically pertaining to higher education. So we've seen we've had 166 executive orders since the new administration took office. And as a result of those executive orders, we've had a ton of cases filed pending litigation. So we're tracking at 339 cases filed against the current administration as a result of recent policy changes. And that doesn't include all the international student cases, which is upwards of 150 individual cases themselves. And then we also have the state of Colorado, who's been very active. I come from the Colorado Attorney General's office and spent over 7 years there. And so the folks that work in the Attorney General's office are my former colleagues, and I continue to work closely with them. So we have seen Attorney General Phil Weiser and his team of 250 or so attorneys join 24 cases or lead some of those cases against the current administration. And then we've seen a ton of court orders. There's been over 200 orders that have halted current administrative actions. There's also been court orders that have allowed current federal actions to proceed. We've seen just really an unheard of amount of cases make their way to the Supreme Court in such a short amount of time. So we've had 15 cases go before the Supreme Court having to do with recent administration's executive actions. The other thing too is Catherine, or if anyone speaks up and I don't hear, please, if you want to ask questions, please do during this conversation. So these are the areas that we're going to talk about, just so that you have sort of an understanding of the time we're going to spend together over the next few minutes. And these are the areas that specifically pertain to higher education. There has been other executive actions and policy changes that have to do with foreign policy, business, et cetera. But these are the ones that specifically impact higher education. So that's what we're going to spend our time talking about and some of the details there. Okay. I'm going to do something really quick here. Okay. So one of those topics is funding freezes when it comes to research. So again, we've probably all been tracking this in the news, but one of the big changes is the current administration instituting an indirect cost cap on research at 15%. In the past, this had been individually negotiated between institutions and the federal government, and could be upwards of 50% of the particular project. So what the federal government has done with respect to these research grants is say, for these particular agencies, so National Institute of Health, Department of Energy, Department of Defense, that they are no longer allowed to negotiate research funding grant or contract that exceeds this 15% cost cap. We have also received a proposed federal budget that proposes billions of dollars in federal funding cuts for research that is currently being done at institutions of higher education. And I guess the big thing here that this highlights and these changes highlight is since World War II, the federal government has been partnering with institutions to do this cutting edge research and development and kind of maintain our position as a country, as a global leader. And the federal government is truly the largest donor for institutions of higher ed to do research, contributing, I believe it was 2024, nearly $60 billion. And the current administration has decided that sort of the rules of negotiation are going to be different, starting with this 15% indirect cost cap. So it's really impacted, research that is being done at institutions across the country. Where we are today is, as you can imagine, due to litigation filed by various plaintiffs, including 22 state attorney generals. We've seen multiple medical institutions, universities, and I think we've had 13 or 14 research universities, as well as the Association of American Universities and Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, who are challenging this rate cap. So the rate cap has been put on freeze by courts where this litigation has been filed temporarily. A temporary temporary injunctions have been issued. So that litigation is still pending. But in the meantime, we still have the aftermath or the effect of all this, which results in research labs being closed due to funding cuts, hiring freezes, layoffs, furloughs, rescission of job offers. And we've seen some of the major research institutions indicate that they are back their research. Also, for example, I think in the news recently, University of Pennsylvania indicated that for the incoming 2025 class, they're cutting their medical school admissions by 35%. So I share that level of detail just to highlight the impact here to institutions. This is going to be ongoing, I think, until this litigation plays out and we figure out, okay, is this the new way of doing business with the federal government? And we have these rules of engagement, so to speak, or are courts going to stop the federal government from doing this? So we're a bit in a holding pattern, and it is difficult to navigate, indeed, in this area. So let's turn to our next topic. That is grants, the impact to grants and specifically contracts. And we're seeing that impact in a different way as well. So setting aside the rate cap increase, the rate cap that I just discussed, we're also seeing the federal government in terms of negotiating with certain institutions, changing their rules of negotiation based on the administration's view of noncompliance with various federal guidelines. And we're seeing that specifically in the areas of DEI, as well as participation of transgender athletes in college athletics. We have seen at some institutions federal funding or money that was supposed to pass through by way of contracts previously negotiated, and the federal government indicating that they're no longer going to follow through with those contracts. Some of that has exceeded $2 billion for some of the larger research intensive institutions. So again, the impact is big here. Just to bring it kind of closer to home, CMC does not have a lot at stake here because the college doesn't do a whole lot in terms of federal contracting for research purposes. But for example, CU Boulder, I think the last time they reported, they've lost upwards of $30 million in federal contracts due to these new rules put in place by the administration. So the impact is big here as well. Then we've also seen recently a Supreme Court decision around participation of transgender athletes. And in that decision, the Supreme Court, this is one of those cases, one of the 15 that made its way to the Supreme Court already. Usually it takes years to get to the United States Supreme Court. But just within the last week or two, the Supreme Court issued a decision upholding a Tennessee law's ban on specific medical treatments, specifically puberty blockers and hormone therapy for the treatment of gender dysphoria in minors, indicating the Supreme Court indicated that those bans do not violate the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. And then just within the last few days, we learned that the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, is going to be hearing in the recent months 2 cases from 2 different states also having to do with a ban on transgender individuals from competing on teams that match their gender identity. And then we are also seeing play out in a very public forum, negotiations between the federal government and colleges and universities over these topics. So I also think with just in the last few days, we saw UPenn, they had previously been subject to a freeze of hundreds of millions of dollars. And because they were able to reach an agreement with the federal government, you saw the federal government announce that they were releasing, I believe it was $175 million because University of Pennsylvania was going to comply with their request. So it is definitely, and those requests specifically had to do with blocking transgender athletes from participation in collegiate sports. So it's definitely very interesting times in the sense that you're seeing all of this play out in a very targeted fashion towards specific topics at higher education institutions, and it's being played out quite publicly. So I'm going to stop and pause, make sure there's no questions here. I'm going to go to our next topic. Oops. Okay. Another hot topic that we've seen the new administration look at making some adjustments to is student loans and financial aid. So we've seen the public service loan forgiveness program, the eligibility conditions narrowed, and though that loan has been in place for years now for engage in public service careers such as nurses, police officers, teachers, and essentially forgave their student loan if they had a decades for 10 years paid their student loans on time, then the remaining debt was forgiven or canceled. This law was actually passed by George W. Bush and then expanded by President Biden. And although Trump's this administration's by President Trump's executive order wasn't clear what organizations were actually on the chopping block, the executive order and the administration has expressed that the organizations they're going to be focusing on that will no longer be eligible for this loan forgiveness are ones that, quote, operate for substantial illegal purposes. So I think, again, that's leaving a lot of nonprofits and individuals who engage in public service careers a bit at a loss in terms of whether this loan forgiveness program is still going to be available to them. And just speaking personally, when I speak personally, it's not at all to speak on a political note or political side of, one side or the other. It's simply being in the public sector for nearly 10 years of my career. It is something that, individuals rely on and kind of plan around for loan forgiveness. And not knowing if that's going to be there could be very unnerving. So we're also seeing some major changes that have been enacted in terms of the structure of federal student aid, specifically for graduate education loans, as well as the SAVE income-driven repayment plan. That is being replaced with a fixed percentage repayment plan, which essentially what that means, or when you break it down, it's going to increase the monthly payments for many student borrowers. And then we're seeing changes to loans that are available to individuals who are attending graduate school and caps as well on the Parent Plus loan program. So lots of changes that are making it making less money available and requiring borrowers to pay more money, and in some case taking away some of the loan forgiveness opportunities that have been out there for several decades now. So certainly an impact to college students in that area as well. And we can see the impact, I would imagine CMC students, may be subject to some of these things and some of these changes. So. Okay, I'm going to talk real quickly here about changes in the accreditation space, and this is really Catherine's area. So Catherine, if there's anything that you want to fill in here after I just cover these few points here, please feel free. But the current administration issued an executive order titled Reforming Accreditation to Strengthen Higher Education. And essentially, what it does is it redefines the criteria used for accreditation and really puts a focus on career outcomes and academic standards used over institution based metrics. There also seems to be a focus on making it easier for institutions to choose who their accreditors are and to change accreditors if the institution determines the previous program was cumbersome and difficult to maneuver if an institution wanted to change accreditors. And so the Department of Education, the current Department of Education, is hoping to streamline that. So there could be benefits from that. And then you could also maybe foresee, some negative impact in terms of colleges and universities, shopping for specific accreditors who may review them more favorably. So I have read things and seen commentary on this, kind of asking, is this a race to the top or a race to the bottom when it comes to accreditation for higher education institutions? And, I don't think we know until this all sort of plays itself out. Catherine, anything there or kind of move on?
I think you're doing great. I will touch on some of this as we move into the next portion. So.
Okay, perfect.
Laying the groundwork.
Okay. Okay, and then this one we've all seen a lot in the news, and that's the changes to immigration policy and international students. So there is a lot there. I covered in my one of my initial slides that we have upwards of 150 cases that have been filed by individuals and organizations over the changes by the new administration. The ones that are close to home and impacting higher education institutions as well as CMC students are a few specific things. One is the removal of sense of a commitment by the federal government and specifically U.S. Customs and Immigration from declaring certain places, including college campuses, as sensitive areas and committing to not engage in immigration enforcement activity at college campuses. Hospitals, courthouses, and organizations of faith, churches were also listed as a sensitive area prior to the current administration making this policy change. So that happened very early on in the new administration taking over. It caused a lot of questions, a lot of fear within our student community and our larger community. And, we as at the institution have answered those questions and tried to address that fear as good as we can and explain to folks that the college is there to provide them education and really encourage them to attend classes. We have seen a decline in attendance in certain classes and certainly closer to when this policy change was announced. I think there was even more, but the fear seems to be quite real in the sense of whether immigration enforcement activity is going to be occurring at any of our 11 campuses. And then we've also seen quite a bit in the news the current administration revoking student visas for international students. There's been thousands of international students' visas revoked, as well as their records removed from the data keeping system, which what that essentially does when their record is removed is it makes it so that it's no longer legal for an international student to be in the country. So there has been, I don't want to call it an exodus, but many international students that have found themselves in this situation, either revocation of their visa or removal of their record from the data keeping system, have left the country, have not continued their education. And we have seen those cases play out where some of those decisions have been overturned by courts, and the students have been allowed to either return to the U.S. and return to their institution. I will just say, sharing a story really closer to home, two things. We do have a small but not insignificant portion of our students at Colorado Mountain College that are international students. And thankfully, we haven't had a single student whose visa was revoked. But we have had students, again, the questions, the concerns, the fear, and just within the last week or so, a student who shared with the college, an international student who has an international visa and is here in the U.S. Getting an education at CMC legally, indicate that they will not be returning in the fall due to fear of current foreign national policy. And so, you see that, and it is disheartening just to lose a student under these circumstances. So that is the impact here at home or within CMC. Okay, just one or two more slides and I'll be wrapping up. I think this is the last substantive topic, is the changes by the current administration around DEI and Title IX. And so prior, just about a week before the new administration took office, we had a court in Kentucky determine that the regulations that dictated how institutions, kind of the nuts and bolts of Title IX, and that is the law that protects against sex discrimination in higher ed institutions, but that judge determined that that law or those regulations were no longer lawful. And so what that did is it required institutions to revert back to the 2020 regs and the 2020 Title IX regulations. And those regulations, which were implemented during President Trump's first administration, are consistent with an executive order that President Trump issued. I believe it was his first day or within the first few days in office. And that executive order is titled Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government. Going back to the 2020 Title IX regulations and then coupling this with the executive order and the policy changes stated in this executive order, it's really part of a broader campaign to a broader, not broader campaign. How do I put this? The order declares that in the United States there are only two genders, and those are male and female. And the executive order requires federal agencies to stop using words such as gender, gender identity, and gender ideology, and it gender and gender nonconforming individuals for doing various things. For example, self-selecting their gender on official government documents. So within the last several years, those individuals had been able to self-select a gender other than male and female, and that is no longer an option. And there's some other things too affecting transgender individuals that have resulted from that executive order. So the impact to CMC and higher education has been interesting in this area because while we have this going on at the federal government level, and we're being told by the federal government that this is the new policy at a national level, we have state laws that contradict that and state laws that require us as a higher ed institution to recognize, provide support, and commit to no discrimination or harassment based on gender or gender identity. So it is definitely an interesting task to navigate both, and we continue to do so, and just make sure that we are providing a supportive environment to all students in this regard. So That is the last topic. I'm just gonna sit there, see if there are any questions. I have the slide up there. I am not gonna read it at all. And I happened upon the slide a couple months, not this slide, this quote a couple months ago, and it is not at all meant to be political. What struck me in this is that I feel that it describes kind of what is going on right now and the topics that we just talked about in terms of there is a divide. There are separate viewpoints on this, and the divide certainly seems to be along, political lines. And I just thought that this quote applied to both sides of the political aisle, and I guess it resonated with me. So I thought it was maybe a nice ending to this presentation and time with you all today. So, any questions from anyone there? Doesn't sound like it.
Yes, there's one.
Okay.
I just have a question of clarification, sorry, I know. How can they remove students' record from the database? Who does that and how can they do it?
Yeah, I think I heard the question. I'm just going to repeat it, but how do they move student records from the international, what I'll call record keeping system of the federal government? Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that is a question so many colleges and universities were asking. So that had never been done. And there was no notification or explanation by the federal government as to why certain records were being removed. You would just once institutions started recognizing that this was happening and asking questions, and this went on for months. The Department of Education and U.S. Customs and Immigration told the advice was for institutions to monitor and routinely check that system because it was on institutions to ensure that individuals who were no longer in the system and therefore no longer legally in the U.S. Could not, remain admitted within the college and university. So for colleges and universities, for example, I think Harvard, their admissions is somewhere like 35 or 37% international students. Don't hold me to that, but I think I'm close. It was very unnerving for, I would imagine, them to try to monitor this and make sure that they were compliant with it. And here at CMC, I was working with our individual who's responsible for international students. We were looking at that system a few times a day to ensure compliance. So it was the no notification and no explanation that was really difficult for institutions to navigate. That has stopped for the most part, and so that is a good thing and has helped manage that situation for higher ed institutions. I thought I saw a hand back there. I like this view I have now.
Here is another question.
Yes, thank you for your presentation and kind of update on technically what's happening. But what's really happening on the ground? It seems like the U.S. used to attract the best and brightest students of the world, help us advance science, architecture, planning, all these types of studies. And now the door seems to be kind of shut on people's fingers, or you're not welcome sign has been put out. Where are those students going instead? And is this a loss to our innovativeness as America?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of information out there, and with that information, I'm getting a little bit of feedback, so apologize. But with that information, there's data in terms of the number of international students that are not returning and are choosing not to return to U.S. institutions. I was looking at some information to provide to our college leadership and college president, our board, and I thought it might be appropriate to share with you all. But So for example, and I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was 10% off. Harvard is, they list that they have about 27% of its current enrollment are international students, but this is the data piece to your point there. I think that's a good point that's supported by data. Two things. One is international students typically at institutions pay full tuition. So it is something that institutions need and rely on when higher ed budgets for higher education are not getting any bigger, not only in but across the country, right? So that full tuition will go away if international students choose not to attend U.S. colleges. Secondly, and to your point, and more significantly, is the loss of that work and that innovation to the U.S. Workforce. I saw data that that indicated that 20, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. Yeah, 20% of the US workforce in STEM jobs were that work was being done by foreign born workers. So that is not a small number. And I don't know none of us know what the impact this is going to have on that type of work and research and other things that may go away, or we'll just have less international students being trained at U.S. colleges and universities and then entering our workforce. So.
Great, thanks so much, Lucia.
Yeah, sorry, Catherine, I talked a little over there, but thank you for having me. I'm going to stick around. I'll listen to you now. Thank you.
Hopefully super helpful and, always cheerful. So we're gonna switch a little bit of gears, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about I suppose I should probably introduce myself a little bit better. My name is Catherine Reggio. I am the Vice President of Academic Affairs for Colorado College, and so my role is to oversee the academic programming and paperwork part of that, of course, for the 11 campuses we serve throughout our Rocky Mountain region. So that's what I do. And so you just heard this kind of litany of changes that are coming at us. And that's what's happening, right? So what's happening across, right? Whether we agree or disagree matters not. There's just change coming at us. And you can look at all of these changes and say, well, on one hand, if you say it one way, it's like, yeah, it totally, makes sense. On the other hand, you're like, oh, that sounds really horrible. And so the unfortunate part is that's where we are right now, is that you kind of have these two reactions to everything that's happening. And so it comes down to, well, what are we going to do? Like, what do we do? And so I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the big, beautiful bill impacts, but I am going to talk about it from that point of there's some opportunities and there's some challenges. And so what do you do with that? So next slide.
You should be able to.
Sorry, I have the next slide.
That's okay. I can still do it too.
No, it's all right. Sorry. We're on and
there we go.
Okay, so here's an opportunity. So you hear there's a lot of changes in Pell Grants which help fund underserved, low income, underserved, marginalized, at every socioeconomic level. Grants, it's free money to students to go to college. On one hand, there's a really nice opportunity here that there are now going to be what they call workforce Pell Grants, which will fund items that are not necessarily whole degrees, but they are focused for trade and vocational education. This is really exciting because there are a lot of certificates and certifications that a lot of colleges across the country provide for students that provide really timely, meaningful work for our communities. Many of these types of jobs are in our Rocky Mountain region that are not federal aid eligible. There's no grant money. So one example is certified nurse aid. If you're in a hospital system, you need all kinds of certified nurse aides. And it's sort of the beginning entry level into healthcare employment and healthcare careers. You probably aren't going to spend your whole life as a certified nurse aide, but it's sort of that first door in. And it's never been eligible for financial aid. Under this, it may actually become eligible, which is exciting because this is, again, that first door in for healthcare, which often, if you are working your way up in our society out of poverty, it is going to be your first opportunity in start changing that legacy. And so I say that really positively, but we have to remember that we are a society of a continuum of wealth, and your goal is to hopefully raise all tides, but that includes we have to have avenues that lift people up out of poverty, and education has often been seen as a vehicle for doing that. And there are these smaller certification programs that can often serve as that first door in that were never eligible for aid. So on one hand, this is very positive, right? There are going to be these programs that will now be able to have aid for students to help start that trajectory up out of poverty for that family, for their legacy. Super cool. So it can expand the enrollment capacity in these. It can help us develop new short-term credentials that align with industry certifications and just have that kind of smaller credential aid eligible to help students see their path forward, to take that next step of learning, to get the next step better in their careers. And that's also kind of doubles down on a trend that you're seeing in higher education already to help design shorter term credentials inside longer degrees. And I've spoken about that initiative with this group before. I'm going to bring it back around and get here at the end just so you can see what that means and looks like. So those are some real opportunities to really take advantage of. Shifts in gainful employment rule oversight. So I'm highlighting the opportunity. I'm going to kind of talk about the other side of it too. But here it eliminates the Secretary of Education's ability to look at programs based on gainful employment standards. Well, it eliminates the Department of Education, but in legislation, there is now a more forced effort to only provide federal aid to programs that demonstrate a qualified return on investment, quote unquote. So if you were going to use one that is near and dear to everybody's heart, that would be definitely on the chopping block, is to be a social worker. It is a master's prepared individual, but the wage versus the debt that you might need to take on to achieve a master's degree does not pan out potentially, and therefore the whole thing may be ineligible for any aid. And so when you think about passion professions, as I like to call them, where people aren't necessarily in it for the money, but they do need some money to be able to go and do that for our society, we're sort of in this loop of challenge, right? I want to do this, but now, and I'm willing to do it, right? I'm willing to do it. I don't need to make all that money. I don't need to do all of that, but I want to do this for people, but now I can't afford to even do it, right? So there's a challenge there. So it eliminates the employment standards here, but there's a new test over here that is more federally driven, which we're going to just have to see how that all changes. And I'm going to talk about how you might view the world a little differently there, hopefully, like hope, right? Always 2 parts hope, 1 part despair. So what can we do here though? We can have more flexibility in our curriculum, and we can again continue to experiment with those stackable certifications that lead to larger degrees, because we've got short-term Pell over for certification that if we stack into larger degrees, perhaps they'll meet the test of like this earnings outcome and we'll be fine, right? So it's just, we don't know the math yet on all of these statements and just exactly what is going to be a qualified earnings degree eligible for aid. But inside those degrees, we can put these certifications that have now a different access to Pell eligibility. So just like, I don't know if that's a lot to try and digest, but it's sort of, what are the inroads to still keep moving our society forward with all the people we need to do all the kinds of jobs that need to make a society thrive. Okay. Challenges. I put these all on one slide because we don't want to have 4 slides of challenges. But Lucia talked a little bit about it, right? It tightens Pell eligibility.
It does target some programs, degrees as aid ineligible, depending on their earning outcomes. And a lot of those, as I said, end up being in the passion profession. It does eliminate direct subsidized loans for graduate studies. And this is subsidized loan. It doesn't eliminate loans for graduate studies. It eliminates subsidized loans, which means you don't accrue interest while in your program, right? So once you graduate, interest starts ticking and you start to pay the loan back. That's subsidized loan. Those are gone. And now the maximum loan for a graduate profession, super important for our communities, is $100,000. That is not enough to become a lawyer. That is not enough to become a doctor. That is not enough to even perhaps have a doctorate in higher education to do good work for our communities. And so, unfortunately, when you're wanting to go for these long-term professions, medical school, law school, you don't have, scads of money lying around. The return on investment is absolutely there. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens to enrollment. And of course, the other side of this, and this is the part we all just don't know, right? We don't know what we don't know yet. The other side of it is like, well, if students can only pay this amount, maybe higher education will cost less. Right? That's the other side of the coin, right? And is that the case? I don't know. And so it's trying to pull at that supply and demand ratio. And we all know the challenges that education is highly subsidized from K to 20. And so if you take away the tuition offsets and potentially reduce the subsidies coming to education, what do you end up with? You don't know yet. State level fiscal pressures. This one you've heard in other conversations today related to healthcare, is that Medicaid and SNAP, right? There's these federal cuts, but there's state requirements. And so if the state is no longer getting its federal allocation, the state still is obliged to backfill those services in some ways. And where is it going to come from? Well, there are very few liquid or flexible repositories of funds that states have. And one of them is education, higher education specifically. And so we can probably expect that as states need to fulfill their obligation to their people related to state insurances and food security programs, that they're going to have to find that funding from other places less required. One of them is higher education. And so can we expect some reductions in state funding? Absolutely. And then finally, the flattening of clean energy and climate commitments. If you were at the Energy Summit a few weeks ago, you got to hear this wonderfully complex conversation around our resources and the resources that we have seemingly in abundance in Colorado, and this need for transitional energies so that we don't deplete everything as quickly as potentially we could, right? It was this beautifully complex, wonderfully held space about the real challenges around energy, right? And here it just kind of says, well, we're not going to worry as much about clean energy and climate commitments, and therefore you get to some of those grants that have been cut, so on and so forth. And what does that mean for us in Colorado? What does it mean for us at large if clean energy commitments are going down from colleges and universities who's coming out to help support those transitional energy needs that, again, states have committed to as well. So it's just really this interesting intersection of change right now. And I'll share kind of conflicting stories where you have grants being cut and then grants being awarded. I'm really excited to share that Colorado Government College actually did get its very first NSF grant, National Science Foundation grant, today to focus on electric vehicles, right? And so that's very exciting, but so meanwhile, while there's grants being cut, there are grants being awarded sort of in the same space,
but with a different lens. And so ours is about electric vehicle maintenance, which is related to clean energy and clean fuel and fuel sources, but it was on vehicle maintenance, which was more workforce training. So language matters is the moral of that story. Okay. So what does this all mean and what do we do about it? I choose to then share kind of just some reminders of some things that when you are kind of focused on the things of what students need and what society needs and what you're seeing in our student population now, and you start doing the right thing, in some spaces they begin to align. And so what we've certainly seen from our student population, which is dwindling in traditional age, right? There's going to be a very nice decline here of younger population students because we've had a birth rate, there's been a birth drop, and we're going to start to see that here over the next decade pretty substantially. We do have a very large population of young adults or return, want to retool their career, redefine their career adults, but jumping in all the way to 4 years is really tough, right? Like I just don't feel like I can eat that whole elephant all at once. And so the good news is you don't have to, right? And so this is just an example of some of those places where I'm going to take one of those passion pathways, human services, which is behavioral therapists, intake specialists, addictions counselors, so on and so forth. We have this entire pathway that you can begin with the certificate, or you can have a bachelor's degree and come and go get the certificate that can lead into an associate's, that can lead into a bachelor's, and all of this does lead into a master's of psychology, of social work, of behavioral therapy, of clinical psychology. The list can go on. And so you don't have to bite off the whole thing. You can choose to come back for something. You can choose to get started with a piece and then keep going. In our pathway of education, and I'm going to talk a little bit about apprenticeships in a moment, we have several pathways to get your teaching license. The standard one, if you already have a bachelor's degree and now want to come back and be a teacher, we have an apprenticeship pathway, which is probably our most successful pathway right now, where students are actively working for school districts with teachers for their entire 4 years, and they are apprenticing with that teacher for that entire time. So they're being paid by the school district. They're also getting tuition reimbursement from the school district and getting their bachelor's degree. So when they finish that, they're already have a job, they have no debt, and they've actually been earning income as well, which is super exciting. And last year we had 65 apprentices, and we're probably on deck to have over 100 end of this year. Very exciting. And we all know we need great teachers. So these are just some examples. I'm going to, forward here to some of the other ones. We have an entire certification to associate's degree that leads to a bachelor's degree in trades, as well as in business and information technology. Bite-sized pieces. I always like to say bite-sized pieces of education. What are you ready for today? And that's great, because what you're ready for next will carry it forward if you stay in the same thing. If you start over here in welding and decide you want to be a nurse, well, you're going to have to start over. But you know that. But if I am in welding and I do the lift maintenance program and I do some carpentry, all of that will go into an associate's degree that we layer on with the things that every employer wants a person to do: show up on time, think critically, problem solve, with people in the eye to talk to you. We call those essential skills. You have 15 credits of that. In the old higher ed world, we call that general education. We call it essential for employment. And so this is just an example of how we were already on this path for students. And there are some changes in legislation that just kind of reaffirmed that this is a really good path for students to be able to bite-size education, and that not everybody needs the going bachelor's degree. And if you don't have 120 credits, which is a bachelor's degree, that you end up with nothing, right? Here, you have a whole lot. And that matters, right? Learning matters. No learning should not matter. And so, and that's where you can get all the way in and say, yes, all learning should matter. You should get credit for that. And you should. And the question though then becomes, but at the expense of what, right? That person who was ready for that bachelor's degree, on their way to be a social worker and now can't get federal aid. Well, what are we going to do about that? Maybe you can turn that whole program into an apprenticeship, which now receives a different kind of funding. There's an example. So all is not lost. It just is going to be done a little differently over time. Okay, so apprenticeship programs. This will be a big move in higher education. And so this is just planning. And this is very important for the Western Slope to think about in rural communities. And I'll share why here in just a minute. So there are a lot of programs, a lot of them would end in a licensure. So teacher ed is one of them, medical assisting, anything that kind of can have a license at the end is a pretty good candidate for an apprenticeship opportunity. And the reason for it is that the licensure kind of promotes this level standard that everyone has to have. And so you're going to be in an industry that expects these standards to be met, that can teach them while working trades, right? If you're going to be a journeyman in your electrical trade association, it's this, this, and this, and you're going to do it in year 1 through 4, and you're going to do a portion of it on the job, and you're going to do a portion of it either at a community college or online, just depends on how that apprenticeship is set up. So anything that has a license is kind of pretty nicely positioned to be in an apprenticeship space. The big challenge with apprenticeships is industry size matters. It's really hard for a mom and pop sole proprietor plumber to take on an apprentice, to make sure they're following the curriculum, to pay the dues and the fees, to then have the time to dedicate to the apprentice because they're always waiting for the next job. And whenever that job happens, they have to go. So apprenticeships are not a great mechanism for small businesses. And what are we comprised of in the Western Slope? Small, small, small. So I've said this before in other Western Slope conversations, we are always stronger together, right? Always. And so it's going to require some consortium kind of style agreements in and amongst businesses. If you had 20 different funding companies come together and the college as an intermediary, right, could place the apprentices for you, and you've all agreed to take one, and now we can have a cohort of 20. Now we start getting to a place where we can start managing education in an apprenticeship style fashion that is eligible for aid, that helps develop right-sized demand for employment in our mountain communities. But it's going to take those kind of maneuvers because you might hear in the national space, apprenticeships are all the rage. They've been the rage since 1463 in a lot of programs. But how you do that in small spaces and places is a challenge. And so how do we come together to do that? Yes.
That being on the business side of it, certainly apprentice programs are great, but you hit plus the cost and reimbursement to the intern for work done. And so I get and I'm all for this collaboration, but for example, my community doesn't have a CNC. So are you, as the educational entity, going to be looking outside your communities of where you are? I mean, we have other educational opportunities which are not as forward thinking as that type of thing in CNCs, but so just those two. So it's a very good question, and I'll use our teacher ed apprenticeship model as an example. To do an apprenticeship, you need 3 things, right? You need the student, you need the school district, and you need a college. Right? You need all 3 of those things to say, yep, we're gonna do the thing for the student. In our case, in the state of Colorado, and we're only operating in the state of Colorado, any rural school district
who wants to say, I'll be a school district for this student who's in my school district, if they can enroll in our coursework, which is largely done for this apprenticeship program, specifically either online, Zoom style, we call it remote real time. And so we are reaching well beyond our Rocky Mountain region with an emphasis on rural pathway development for those students and school districts. So the answer is yes, but it's going to require that same collaboration, like the business, student, and the college, and we can be that intermediary for across the state, because you're still enrolling as a student in CMC. You might be an in-state student versus an in-district student. Your tuition will be a little different, but your school district knows that, and that's part of the tuition reimbursement process, and you've been set up to be paid by your school district as well. So technology has really sort of expanded the abilities there. If the teaching, kind of like the teaching part, can be done effectively in a Zoom style or online. And I know we're woefully behind. But it's so exciting. I told you this is going to be the most exciting presentation of the day. That was my last slide. I was going to ask you what you're wondering about. We do have one resolution to go through, and I'm just going to ask the crowd. There are just a few modifications to it that brought it up to date. We could review it, or we can move on to the next thing, and we could save it for the next time. It's your choice.
Let me bring it up.
It's on education reform. So, you know, it's one of those places where you could say, well, let's wait and see where all these tea leaves shape out a little bit before we propose how we want to go on education reform. I did take a look at it to try and just bring it up to date with some things that are real for today's standards in Colorado, some of which are kind of really exciting celebrations for us as a state. And so here, like that first statement as an example, has the most, lowest high school graduation rates. That's not really true anymore. Like when you look at our graduation rates from high school, they are right up there with the upper quartile of states. So yay, we've made it happen. But we must maintain and continue to build on that advancement because we still don't matriculate a whole lot into college. We are ranked 9th lowest in K-12 spending. So that's where, again, we were at the bottom over here and we've done better here, but now we need to work on here. So it's like, do we want to be there as a Western slope? Do we want to be there? And we want to continue to leverage concurrent enrollment opportunities for students, dual enrollment opportunities for students in high school. That wasn't really in here. And it's been a huge movement and benefit for students in high school to obtain college credit for free while in high school. So I said, hey, we should maybe keep doing that, especially in light of today's world. We should probably keep doing that for both career and technical fields as well as institutions of higher education. And then here I just put it in here, right? Because it's advancing, because this is an education reform. We advance teacher education that allows teachers the ability to earn while they learn, promoting rigorous education and immediate practice. There was one thing, was it up above? Yes, it was up above. One more thing. Up one more. Oh wait, nope, one more. Social, emotional. No, where did it go? Sorry, it's hard. It's like really big.
I know, I'm sorry.
That I'm having a hard time with. So here, promote content knowledge, learning, and behavioral skills, and just folded in this whole social emotional health that we know students are seeing and facing, and it's, social media crisis, call it, on social and emotional health. So do we care about that as a Western Slope community for our students? We probably do. Then if we can scroll down. One more. Where did it go? I want to make sure it's in there because I saw it on my version. It's about, they kind of eliminated the whole remove bad teachers, but just let's work at it and improving all teachers. The language was like remove bad teachers. I'm like, how about we just work on making all teachers great? But where did it go?
I'm not sure.
No, oh, wait, there we go. Oh, so for some reason, the strike through got.
Okay.
So yeah, so improve the evaluation process for both school teachers and administrators in order to further the development of effective teachers. Strike, remove ineffective teachers. Just,
so
I don't know. I mean, that's up to you guys, you know, it's up to the Western Slope. Do we want to advance teaching practice and focus on that? Or do we want to focus on removing teachers in the middle of a teacher shortage? So it's just,
We need to hold,
you think you do?
have a better conversation. I'm learning.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you for starting.
Okay,
So the resolution would remain in effect, so it is modified.
correct.
Correct.
And if anyone wants to talk about this further, we can. There was another resolution we need to work on, but it's on student financial aid. You know, you just saw everything today. We're like, I don't know what's gonna happen there, so we're purposefully going on that one.
So you could work on that and then bring it forward at winter policy. On
Yes.
this one. Yeah.
Does that feel fair?
Yeah, because then they'll just see things like the apprenticeship program mentioned and this whole stacking of certificates, things like that, be valuable to have in this resolution.
Great. Okay, wonderful. Well, if you decide, raise your hand and send it over to our fabulous Club 20 leadership, we can start working on a draft for those of you who are interested in doing so and kind of editing it together, bring something back that would be fun and exciting.
Yeah, I think that's what we ought to do is put together a small group, get with Andrea, and she'll get your names on the group if you have a passion about this subject.
And we have several small working groups going as it is, so just email me, let me know you want to be on that group, and then I'll coordinate that with Catherine.
That would be great. All right, so I hope you've heard two sides to this, right? For every challenge, there really is an opportunity. You just have to let your mind wander a little bit in creativity on how you still meet the needs of our communities, which is where we really, I'm just gonna plug your gratitude for you and your advocacy. Is that sometimes we sit here and we listen to these things and we're like, yeah, I can see those changes and I can see the importance of, but like, you're hearing things today where you're like, man, we gotta really take a step forward in this for the Western Slope. And if it's apprenticeships, great. If it's something else, great. But just to kind of reignite that purposeful advocacy for us all, because I think there's a lot of people out there who, no matter what side you land on right now, probably feel voiceless. But we do have a voice still. We still do have a voice. And I'm gonna hold hope and gratitude because we're all here today. So thank you. Thank you for your time. Sorry. It's not too much. We can just try and do as you said. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. We're fine. 11 minutes. We can do it.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bill Vaughn, Chairman of the Business Affairs Committee. Thanks, everybody, for coming today. We're going to go ahead and start off with introductions to work around the room. Again, if you can turn on your microphone while you're speaking, turn it off when you're not. And Mr. Chairman, we're going to start with you.
Well, that's kind of what put me on the nod. Michael Murphy is Club 20.
Mary Jo Houlihan, Bachelor County. Co-chair of the tourism subcommittee and region numbers.
Excellent. Thank you. Diane, we'll start over with you and then work our way around.
Diane Schwenke, I'm on the exec committee, membership chairman, and I'm on business affairs. Lois Dunn, Mesa County.
All in Hinsdale County and Board of Directors of Club 20.
Tom Kleinschnitz, Moffett County.
Rachel Richards, Mayor of Aspen.
Audrey, how are you doing?
Audrey Danner, Montrose County.
Chimino, ECAL Alliance, Grand County Board of Directors, the Membership Committee, and all of the steering committees.
Community Relationship Manager for Colorado Housing and Finance Authority in Southwest Colorado.
Thanks, Jasper. Sorry, guys, we are going to get you. Good afternoon, nice to see everybody. Nice to see Diane over there.
Hi there, Catherine Maggio, Vice President of Academic Affairs and Education, Colorado Mountain College and Education Committee Chair.
Thank you, Catherine. Wyatt Bear, Senator Bennett. Thank you, Wyatt. And Jerry Lynn, let's go to you before we get to Denise. Go ahead.
Jerry Lynn Francis with Chapel Colorado Housing and Finance Authority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen and Mark, if you all step up to one of the mics there, we'll get introductions and then we'll go to Denise.
I'm Mark Gregory, and I'm the CT Director for the Colorado River BOCES, our Colorado Program Epic.
Hi, I'm Kristen Davis. I'm quarter of Bishop Plumbing and Heating, based out of London Springs, Colorado.
Thank you. Denise?
I'm Denise Millen. I'm from Garfield County, and I'm with Built One Construction Management, Grand Valley Gift Services.
Mr. Chairman-elect.
Matt Schumer, Jackson County, and the Jackson County Star.
James Tiber, County. Cook County. Board member.
Andrea Wilson, Policy and Operations Director at Club 20. And online, before we introduce cameras, we have Brayton Dixon, Executive Director of Club 20, Merritt Linky from Grand County, and Carrie Kellerby. And Cameron Riddell, Administrative Assistant.
Thank you, everybody, for attending today. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you all for taking time today to come together. And first, I'd like to thank our venue and lunch sponsors, Chevron and Rocky Mountain Health Plans. Can we have a hand for them, please, as well? Thank you. Reception sponsor immediately after, sorry, not immediately, but 6 p.m. is Rocky Mountain Health Plans. Thank you, Rocky Mountain Health Plans. We always appreciate Colorado Housing and Finance Authority and Jerry Lynn and Chapa. Thank you all again for being our committee sponsor today and a general sponsor of Club as well. Thank you, Chapa. All right, folks, first item on the agenda today is we always start with all of our Club 20 Business Affairs Committee meetings is talking about membership. Obviously, membership is the lifeblood of what we do here every day. No new members, no continuing members, no Club 20. So very important. And Andrea, are you going to present for us today? Or is Diane going to present? Okay, you all know. I do know that. You haven't told me who's going to do that.
That's all right. That's okay, Phil. Is there anybody in the room who is not currently a member of Club 20?
There are two over here.
Oh, all right. I would like your cards and I will harass you later. But seriously, for the rest of you, if you know of someone who should be a member, you can get those leads to me. We do have an active membership committee as well, but Phil's right, we need more members. So if you're a member, refer someone to us. If you're not a member, you're not leaving until you are. Thank you.
Yeah, and folks, what a great thing we have in Diane. I appreciate you taking on this responsibility. Diane, as you all know, has been involved in Western Colorado Club 20 for 10 plus years. For many, many years, and I appreciate it. Thank you for taking over this very important role. Appreciate it, Diane. Thank you. First item on our agenda today for presentations is Career and Technical Education Innovations in Western Colorado. These are two very special people. All of our speakers are special today, but Kristen Davis and I have worked together for, we were talking about this, about 5 years. And she's a wonderful president and head of Bishop Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning out of London Springs. We worked on a number of projects together.
She's very exciting in what she does in business, how she works with her employees. But I will tell you, even more exciting is what she has set up at her business in order to encourage apprenticeship and encourage employees and working in her business and in the electrical side as well, which she'll explain here in a moment. We had a fire near our home in Gunnison, as you all heard up here about 3 weeks ago, about 2 miles east. First 2 telephone calls out of the box were from her right hand and left hand person, finding out if Denise and I were okay and if there was anything we needed. So these are extraordinary people and extraordinary leadership. And Kristen, wonderful person. You'll enjoy our meeting today. And Mark Gregory and I, we were just talking about this. We met at a postgraduate event in Rifle of higher education there at Tequila's Restaurant in Rifle. And we were both having a drink at the bar there at Tequila's about last fall sometime, November, December. Got his business card. We were talking about what he does. Very excited. I made the connection between Kristen and Mark, and I'm really pleased to have both of them here. Can we have a warm Club 20 welcome for Kristen and Lisa Baggett? You don't get it to 21 after you leave Tequila's there, Michael. There's no official gift. That's your no ownership necessary. I've done plenty of study on that. Yeah, thanks, Bill. That's quite the introduction. Cool. Well, we're getting this all rolling here.
Give me just 1 second. It would not download as a PowerPoint. So we're trying to run it off Google here.
Just run this slideshow.
Yeah.
Great.
And then I will bring you the clicker.
Well, you just want
we
to
go.
make some jokes and toss. The 2 mics or just one?
So we could
You
probably.
could definitely work one. It's not a problem. Yep. Okay, cool. Do you want to be the clicker operator or do you want me to? Yeah. Did you say you would or you want? Okay, cool. All right, well, I will say first, one of the things I recently got promoted and now the director at Educational Pathways and Innovative Careers. So even though it says coordinator, now I've moved up a level. Not that it really changes anything. I'm Mark Gregory.
I'm Kristen Davis, and I own Bishop Plumbing air conditioning and now sewer lighting. And I've been running the business for 25 years. A little different. My husband is not a technician. I just love business. So
not going. Okay.
Just very passionate about what I do, and I'm excited to be here to kind of share some of the things that we're doing. And I'm excited to share this with Mark because we are finding that we have a lot of people to collaborate.
Yeah, so I work at the Colorado River BOCES, and hearing the CBC presentation gets me so excited because we do a lot of great stuff with them as well. And talking about the apprenticeship piece. If you're not familiar with what a BOCES is, it stands for Board of Cooperative Educational Services. And if you just want to think about the state of Colorado as a square, yeah, the whole state is divided up into a bunch of different BOCES regions, and we are an educational nonprofit that is through the government. And basically it's like a co-op for ed. So sometimes, especially rural school districts, if they don't have the resources, then they all join a BOCES, and then the BOCES will go ahead and facilitate what they all decide they want. And typically you see this a lot in special education. So if you think about special ed, let's say you have a student in your school like DeBeck, a one building schoolhouse, and you have a student who needs occupational therapy services, and the schools need to be providing that. But to find a really bad OT, it's going to cost the school $150,000 a year, and the kid's probably not going to get the services they need, and it's just destroyed their budgets for how funding for ed is done in the state. And yeah, I saw the great slide about, or you guys' I guess piece about where Colorado ranks in spending versus performance, and the teachers in the state do a lot of great stuff. But yeah, there is definitely a funding shortfall there. So instead, all the school districts in the region would join the BOCES, pay a little fee, and then we would go out and hire a good OT, and then be able to coordinate the sharing between different districts so that that person would go to different districts on different days and so forth. Now, I'm not in the special ed department. I'm in the CTE, which is the Career and Tech Ed department, and we call it EPIC.
Cause then the kids wanna talk to me when I go to the schools, cause they're like, hey, can you give me some free ski passes? And I'm like, no, but I can get you a career and then you can buy your own. And, you know, that doesn't resonate as much with the freshmen and sophomores, but the juniors and seniors get pretty excited about that conversation after it. And then, again, just stands for educational pathways to innovative careers. All right, so what are we here for, Kristen?
Well, I'm gonna reflect back to the 1930s, when the Dust Bowl just caused so much stress in the heartland of America and left a lot of families struggling. And in turn, the government created the civilian conservation corps. And in doing so, they sent out a lot of young men, probably mostly farmers, to go work and redevelop parks and public lands and national parks, so forth. And in doing so, they trained them with new skills to be able to do this. And it was a real workforce transformation. And what we're finding right now is that we're also in our own drought of skilled labor. I can speak to this because that's what I do. I employ HVAC, plumbers, all kinds of tradesmen and women. I still am waiting for a woman, but that would be great. And so we're here to find different ways to be bold and innovative, to find a way to answer back and get a new workforce. And so there's a lot of different options, but I'm going to be talking about what we're doing as a small business. We are taking it into our own hands to build a school, have a lab, a curriculum, and teach people how to get into the trades and get a career.
Yeah. And then I work directly for the school districts. So when our members tell us what they want us to do, then that's what we do in the career and tech ed. But same thing, we want to help provide students that are interested in that, secondary students. So you're looking at high school where we don't do post-secondary. That's where the great partners like CMC pick up where the kids leave the schools and carry them further. So there is a lot of collaboration in that concurrent enrollment, which is just fantastic, because not all communities have a great post-secondary institution available to them like CMC. We're just very blessed where we are to have that. Though there are a lot of other great schools throughout the state and the Western Slope as well. But yeah, same thing. So we're also like, hey, how can we help build the workforce for our region? Because in our area, one of the biggest problems are if you bring in somebody from somewhere else, they're going to disappear in a few years. Yeah, the cost of living. But when you think about it too, we're just doing the same thing and trying to work with the businesses so that we can help provide students and get them prepared for what's next for them, whatever that is. And there's kind of that weird paradigm we talked about on the drive up. But yeah, let's go to the next slide. I guess in case you guys aren't sure, I put in this slide about what is CTE. So Career Tech Ed is kind of like a modern VOTech. You know, we used to have a great skilled labor force in this country. It was amazing, like coming out of the CCT and everything. And then that kind of disappeared in the 80s and 90s. And I like to point to a really interesting data set that came out, and I graduated in the mid 90s. And I remember I was thinking I want to be an electrician. Both my parents had PhDs, so they were kind of like, no, you're going to college. I don't care if you go and drop out, you're going. And that was just a family thing. But at the same time, while I was at school, they kept saying, oh no, there's this great new data set out there that says if you go to and this was like traditional four-year college, right? And even if you drop out, you're going to bring a lot more than if you didn't go. So the prep for a lot of public schools was all kids need to go to a four-year college. And the community college system in the state was very different back then in the 90s. So you saw a lot of kids going that route. And I've got 3 siblings and a family of 4. We all have college degrees. I'm the only one who uses mine. And all of my siblings make more money than I do. And it's just a sign that if you can provide career and tech ed stuff, and again, I love what CMC is doing because they hit all these areas too. They even offer their classes through a visual that looks just like this. And a lot of community colleges have really answered the call. But a lot of these high schools kind of got into that everybody needs to go to the traditional four-year school mentality, and it kind of undercut the workforce. And then you find that a lot of kids, because they're getting, you know, BAs, and I'll use one of my brothers, got a nice Bachelor of Arts in Art and History. And then he ended up going to a community school to get an IT credential. And now he works for Home Depot as an IT manager for their internal IT programming. So it's kind of interesting, that dichotomy where they kind of force people into a certain avenue about this earnings, but really those data points from the 70s and 80s and 60s that they used were based on the fact that only about a third of kids were going to a four-year school. So that would make sense if only a third of the population, but when you've got 80% of the population going, then you start to see some real crazy stats coming out of things. But
And a lot of that.
yeah, and a lot of debt in the state just because of how Tabor works. And Tabor does great stuff, but it also has some limitations, and I think in education you see a lot of that. But this is the Colorado Career Cluster Model, and this organizes all these pathways. And the cool thing about it is you can get a great career through these pathways by taking a few classes here or there, or if you want to do a four-year college, great, you'll make a lot more. And I think a great example is like even in the information technology, if you do a networking class and get a high school diploma in your level 1 networking piece, so cybersecurity, you're going to command around 75K a year. And now if you go to four-year school and do that, yeah, you'll 350,000. So there's there, but 75 plus benefits is really a good wage. And to think that you can take more courses, stack it, and stack those credentials and just earn your way up, it's pretty amazing. And you see that in a lot of these fields, that there's a four-way, but that doesn't mean that it has to be for everybody, because that's not what everybody wants. And that's a key thing to keep in mind, is what does the student want to be ready for what's next for them. So I can get some more questions about CT as we go. I think we're ready for the next one. So how about this one?
So this is so true. We have an aging workforce. 40% of tradespeople are over the age of 45, 20% more are over the age of 55, and we're retiring by 61. We need young people to come into the trade.
And in our areas, they pay extraordinarily well. I mean, maybe in Pittsburgh they don't always, but here in Colorado, it's a great way to go. I think we're ready for the next one. Yeah, there's the new insurance problem.
So this graph is showing you that for every 5 tradespeople that retire, only 2 are coming into the trade. This is going to be a problem if we don't address it. We need to get people into the trade so that we can fix things in our homes, have good infrastructure. It's endless. It's not just plumbing and heating, which is what I'm covering. It's all kinds of trades.
Yeah, and AI is not going to solve this problem and do this workforce either. So, because sometimes people are like, oh, it's a clerk job, AI can solve that possibly. And we both use ChatGPT for, you know, clerical work, but there's not going to be a robot that comes into the house and replaces your water pump, you know, or your heat pump or something. That's just not going to happen anytime soon. And if it did, and you were feisty with it, it might, you know, decide to, you know, decapitate you or something, robot, right? So there's great sustainability in these.
Well, to work on it, wow, to be a tradesperson.
Yeah, probably to have to put it together now. Okay.
So let's look at the sectors. Electricians, right now about 10,000 leave annually and only 7,000 are coming in. Today, HVAC, we are short of 110,000 technicians. I can say like, that's me. I have 2 right now. I need about 10. So if you know anyone, I don't know. Honey, it's even worse. 550,000 tech shortage people by 2027. That's a year and a half. What are we going to do without plumbers? I really think they're the life of the nation. They keep us, they're like the biggest medical out there. They keep us healthy. We need them. What if we don't focus on training or go into the trades? What's going to happen?
What if? What if we don't get proactive?
And some of that, we're already there in a lot of communities. It's like a microcosm for the bigger picture where they already, and think about it, even if you think about automotive, you just want to get your oil changed and you have to schedule it out. If you go to the dealership, like what, 2 months in advance or something, there's a shortage and it's hitting the rural communities first and it always will.
Absolutely. We're gonna experience and already are delays in services. It's not great to call somebody up and say, I have a flood happening, and they said, we'll see that in 3 weeks. Just doesn't work. It's 5 degrees outside and your heat's not working. It doesn't work. You know, it's gonna cost more. I can say right now, we cost more because I'm paying more. So I can keep people. It's kind of cutthroat out there. My technicians make more money than I do. They make 6 figures. And they're good. And we can't grow. My business personally has more business than we can handle because I don't have enough people. That's it. I have the foundation to be able to handle it, but I cannot fulfill the demand. And I get angry customers because we can't get out there timely. We need more people. The number one problem that we have in small business is hiring right now. Not even close to anything else.
So when I go and talk to schools and kids about this stuff and counselors, I said, you know, especially in our region, because we serve the Roaring Fork River Valley and the Colorado River Valley. That is the areas. I think you guys kind of go a little all over the state now, right? You're telling me some of your, you've got some clients that have carried you to other areas.
At Preston, Colorado, a couple special trips.
Yeah.
Special.
But I remind them, I said, hey, you guys have an advantage over a lot of the workforce that's being brought in from outside. Because when you bring that workforce from outside, they get into the mountain areas. They either love it or they don't. If they don't, that's just how it is. But if they love it, after a couple of years, they're like, okay, I'm ready to get a house. Can't do it. They don't have the connection community. They don't have money to get started. So the big rotation or a different way of looking at it is go to the kids who already have a connection and community and start growing your own and develop them because they already have a connection to housing, because they know the guy down the street that has the ADU above his garage. They have 3 friends that they can get a 2-bedroom house or apartment together. You know, you don't have that if you're coming from outside the area. And I always tell kids, be nice to your parents, so they let you live with them a little while you build up your funds so you can have your own, you know, you can have your own down payment and so forth and look at housing. So that's why working directly with the schools, it's a great way to kind of get past some of these issues. Oh, yeah, excellent. Here's a cool one about CTE and graduation rates as you look at it for the state of Colorado. This one came from state CTE, which is housed in the Colorado's community college system. But you can see that the graduation rate, you know, there's the lag data here. This is from 2020 to 2022. But the graduation rate is about 82%. Okay, so, but then you can see the difference between the high school graduation rate and anybody who takes a CT class. And I used to be a CT theater arts teacher and an English teacher at the same time. And down in Grand Valley High School in Parachute, so a smaller school. But you can see, even if they just enroll in one class for one semester, what a difference it makes overall. And when we're talking about a student I know who was getting D's and F's and everything, but then he started to get into his construction trades CTE class and he's taking concurrent enrollment with CMC for it. All of a sudden, all of his math and science grades and English grades just exploded. Yeah, he was excited about learning again. And he has great teachers who are trying to bring his interests in. But you get kids involved in what is traditionally known as VOTEC, now CTE. It helps them in everything they do. And it gets them prepared if they want to go to college, or if they need to go straight into the workforce, or if they need to go to a VOTEC program, or if they're going to do a 2-year credentialing program. I mean, it gives them flexibility to change their minds. Because I don't know about you guys, but, you know, I've had probably 7 different careers in my life. And and people will change their minds. So it's nice to give them that flexibility in school as well. And yeah, I mean, the numbers are just incredible versus the need.
I think it goes without saying that some people just are, I mean, everybody's different. We all know this. Some people are just really good at working their hands, and that's where they're able to take things apart, put them back together. I can't tell you how many times technicians say, it has a demo. And look at that computer. Oh, I don't know, I love it though. I don't know how you do what you do. We're different. We need everybody out there. Sometimes we just need to get the word out that there is a different path. And I think sometimes when you make that connection and people see that there is a different path, oh gosh, I mean, I don't have to go through college, which gives me anxiety to go through all these classes, and I can actually like work on something. They bloom.
And people change too, because I was, you know, a different person when I was younger and was way into certain pieces that were way more outside. And now I love my spreadsheet time. So a little more about Epic, just as a model, because all OCs can do the same thing. We have a lot of OCs talking to us, but what we offer is CT support and professional development. So that's for teachers. So we can help build the educational force to provide career tech ed. And then CT support, so we meet with the school districts and tell them all the great opportunities so that they're informed and can learn. And then that frees them up not to have to do that. Like I read the CT manual for state approved CT programs every year so that none of my school district coordinators have to. They could just call me, or if they need something to happen at the car department of ed, they'll call me and I'll do it for them. But it's just kind of a nice way to support them and to develop more teachers. At Epic, we also do CT programming. So like we have a construction program where we do build tiny homes, and then the students can get their credit through, because we're a big believer in three, right? You want the credential, right? You want the internship opportunity, or that leads hopefully to apprenticeship, and you want that concurrent enrollment. You want to give them an opportunity to connect with the post-secondary partner so they can continue on, and really to show them how to do that. And again, I hope your community colleges are as many in this CMC is, but, and then we do a distance learning thing, which doesn't really seem to make much sense if you think about it for CTE, because honestly, the distance learning, you can do the book work, but really you want people doing the hands-on part. But you know, if your kid that lives in Marble and they want to be a cosmetology, and the school doesn't offer cosmetology, or there's not a cosmetology school, well, at least they can learn some of the technique online. That's probably our part that people don't like the most. And then work-based learning, where we'll help industry. So it was fun driving up with Kristen today because I was like, hey, let us help you develop your work-based learning program, not just to be an apprenticeship, which is typically your post-grads, but to be a pre-apprenticeship or an internship for secondary kids so that they can get in there. I know as an educator, I have a master's in education, but to this date, when I was a classroom teacher, I learned most about being a teacher when I was student teaching. And that's your intern apprenticeship piece. So same thing, give kids that opportunity. And it's interesting when schools like Aston High, for example, they have an amazing work-based learning program with Diane Godfrey there. When kids see that that's an option, they do better as freshmen and juniors because they know when they get to be, when they're freshmen and sophomores, because then when they know when they get to be a junior, senior, they're gonna be able to get credit to go and work and get paid. And then we also support businesses by making sure they get paid in internships. And we don't want them to be clerks. If they want to be doing clerical stuff, you know, then they can stay at the school, be a TA, and they can make copies and do all sorts of stuff. But, you know, to be able to actually get in there and do the work and everything and get the training. And then obviously they'd have to take the classes before they can do the work-based learning. So it's kind of like the end of the rainbow, but it really transitions them to the next level. And then, yeah, so we will help industry partners in our area for free because it benefits the school districts. And let's be fair, industry speaks reality and education is a different beast, and there's lots of regulations and, you know, things that it's hard for local industry to really keep up on. So we can help them understand how to speak ed and what the ed expectations and requirements are so they can align a little better. Again, the whole goal here is just opening up that pipeline, right? Connecting the kid to Kristen. If they want that position, give them the training they need so that they can enter and get going right away. 5 minutes. Right. So I'm not gonna go over all these different programs and stuff we have. You guys will know how to read, and we'll share out the piece with you later. We'll keep moving along. Yeah, why the gap?
So the gap, the push for college is that's respectful and trades are not. And we need to rebrand that because it is respectful. Yeah, we can move on so we can get a little bit more content in here for the next one. Trade school enrollment is rising, especially from Gen Z. We are seeing college enrollment falling a little bit. And people are reconsidering what success looks like.
Here's a slide about our engagement and how our programs have grown since we really got things started in 2022. You can see like we just did IT at first, and then but the numbers just keep expanding, exploding. And there are some like year-to-year differences depending, because as BOCES and Epic, we're in the business of training schools to do it themselves. You know, when we do PD, so some things kind of come and go. But the big number at the end, the student overall just keeps growing and growing because the kids want it and it works really well with the school system. So it's a great solution. And I can go into more detail if you're like, hey, I want my local schools to get going on this. You can have them call me. I have no problem. That's part of my gig is to reach out even outside of our member regions.
Okay, so the financial aspect of low or no student debt going to the trade. If you go through my program, you will have no debt and you will be paid. Livable wages sooner. So you could be living at home with your family and saving while you're learning and then eventually get yourself established. And it's long-term job security and growth. It does not go away. And that's the one thing is, we are always going to need people in the trade. It's stable. So I love this, women solving the trade shortage. Where women are getting into the trades, particularly HVAC. So this is from Angie Lewis. They did a poll. 41% of the respondents reported seeing more women enter the workforce as skilled tradespeople over the last 5 years. Okay.
You're seeing this in other pathways too. Then this is called non-triad or non-traditional students. So you're seeing the same thing in nursing, where you're seeing more guys going into the nursing workforce too, which is important to see a variety of people when they're working with customers and so forth.
So local solutions, pre-apprenticeship, plumbing and HVAC program, hands-on experience and job site exposure. This is open to high school students, recent grads, those that are wanting to actually just grow into another level. So what we're doing at Bishop Plumbing is we're taking it a step further. Tradespeople have always learned on the job. That's not new. But we're going to do like the whole package. We're going to teach more than just on the job. We're going to teach the soft skills, communication, reliability, customer service, real world. That's our plan. So basically what we're doing at Bishop Plumbing is we have built a lab. We're going to see some pictures here in just a moment for the hands-on experience in a controlled environment. I've always missed that one element, and that's the education, but I have it now. We have partnered with Next Tech Academy, and they have a curriculum that takes 9 months to teach students the entire trade, the foundation. It's amazing. So twice a week, they're gonna go through some programs online in our classroom. They'll be quizzed. And as we get to the 4 different levels, they get tested, and there will be graduation after 9 months. This is just a sampling of level 1 and 2. All the courses are going to take. We'll have a facilitator that is actually presenting and helping and guiding them through the process. And that'll be twice a week, but then they're also going to be in the lab doing real assessment. And then they're going to be out in the field shadowing. So this is our training room. On the left, you'll see, Jim and Pablo. That's a boiler, and it works. They can work on it. I've got water heaters. All of this has been donated by our manufacturers that we deal with. Every piece of equipment for my school I got for free. We have working toilets. We have furnaces, air conditioning, mini splits, Mitsubishi, heat pumps. We actually have the plumbing underneath the platform so they know what it's like to go underneath and make a repair. Got sump pumps, showers, it's all functional. The great thing about this is they can do it without a customer peering over their shoulder, and controlled environment. They can make a mistake, you can tell them what they did wrong or what they did right and help them grow. I'm super excited about it. It's been my dream for a very, very long time. I acquired our building in 2022, giving me the space to finally build it. It's being built by my technicians. Find your one are helping along with it. One quick story. I do have a technician apprentice right now who went to school. He was in college and he realized that's not what he wanted to do. He came to us and said, I want to be in the trade. He is awesome. And I'm excited to see where he's going to grow with the company. So we're not just filling jobs, we're building futures. Next generation is ready. They just need a path support. So we're happy to have the school. Anyone who wants to partner with us, we will.
Folks, it's my questions for all please.
Yeah.
So, okay, Diane Schwicke.
So, turn hers off. Turn. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. All right. So I just have a quick question, and maybe you don't have the answer to this, but I work with the home builders of Western Colorado, and they're involved in the statewide program Careers in Construction. Is there any place or platform where you all coordinate all of these programs? Because what I have seen is the statute waivers were great. Absolutely, there's the need, but it seems, I'm hoping that there's not silos of the skilled trades education going on.
Yeah, I can talk a bit about this, and I could probably talk about it for about an hour or two, so try to keep it nice and short. We were asked by we did a panel in our region, and then they asked the BOCES if we would facilitate the local career and college readiness platform. So all these things can be listed and optioned in one place. We call it Career Confluence, and it's also where all student internships for the area are listed too. So that way kids can, apply and jockey for them, and younger kids can prepare and do career and college exploration so they can see the different opportunities. But yeah, I love this CISTC guy, Glenn. He does a lot of great stuff. I know our tiny home project in Summit, they're really tight with that. And then, and they use the HBI, which is great. There's also NCCER, which is what CMC uses for concurrent enrollment. That's great too. There's lots of different credentialing programs that are out there. But yeah, we meet as a group to make sure that everybody is aware of all pieces. And that's how we run it, is through that. So that really in schools, I don't know if you guys have talked about this linear education, but it is a local kind of local controls issue. So every school can kind of do their own thing. So I'm always just trying to kill them with opportunity and then trying to leverage them into the great things that are there. Because usually kind of like you get them in there, you get the kids in there, then they tell their parents and it comes back and then the school's like, oh yeah, we got invited, we're doing this. So yeah.
For me, just coming from a business standpoint, I feel like I've been in a hole. I don't know. All I know is what my problem is, and I'm gonna find a solution to it. And to me, to get people in the local community that already have that ground support was my answer. I just met Mark because of this presentation, and I'm excited to see what else is out there. I just know what I needed to do was train people, and that's where I didn't have connections. I didn't know. I'm starting to see them.
Folks, we're going to take one more question and then we're going to move on to our next subject. Mayor?
Thank you all so much. This is really fascinating. And I think parental expectations is a real specific nut to work on. And perhaps presenting some of the salary ranges that these people can obtain is the key element in getting the kid to be able to get the parent to agree to this. It strikes me that the whole workforce nature has changed, especially AI is doing that, clerical and all sorts of jobs. You know, kind of like people who went into journalism school before all the small newspapers started closing. These are the real challenges. And so I'd like you to think about how do you really help convince the parents that this is the honorable job. And more than ever before, I think money is associated with it, whether it's honorable or not. And the last thing would be to say, I do think that having had family members in the trades, it can be very, very physically demanding on people. So there's a little concern with people saying, oh, well, we're going to raise the retirement age after you've worked 40 or 50 years to 70 or 69. And I don't think people feel that's very realistic when you've been hauling settling tanks around or all this kind of really heavy physical work that the trades are.
Well, a couple things, and thanks for that question or questions. First of all, I do put out there how much they're going to make as far as what I'm about 3 months out from starting, and I will have a pay amount of what they can make and so forth, and it's healthy. I mean, they're going to make good money. Another thing I'm looking at is maybe I have a little bit of land. I'd love to do some employee housing. You know, if I could get approved for it, with some tiny homes on there, my presentation would be great. What was the last thing you said, Rachel? What was the last?
Something that parents get the information, not so much the student, or the student can take it home to the parents, but that's what needs to be presented around all the trades.
And we do a lot of stuff with the ICAP protocols for the state, which is one of the few mandates with schools, but it's all about talking to the counselors and informing the kids. And then I love state approved CT programs because they do have requirements to do outreach to the parents and community. But then again, the biggest thing is you get one kid with a story and then they tell their friends that are a little younger than them and it just explodes. And I think a lot of companies, and Kristen could probably speak to this more, about having leveling up opportunities. So as they start to age, they can find other ways, maybe as an instructor downstairs.
Well, this is what I was going to say is we're concerned about the physical aspect of it. First of all, the technology has come a long way. It's not quite as demanding. Not saying it's not demanding on the body. Well, look at this. I'm in a school. What do I need? I need somebody that is done with the field. Right? There are so many opportunities to continue in the trade where you don't have to actually be in the field. You could run a cart shop. You can be a trainer. There's so many different things that you can do as well. So it does continue on. And one more thing, when you go through the school, you're getting paid the whole time. No debt.
Folks, it's thank Kristen. Thank you all so much. I was very excited to be able to join us. Okay, cool, great. That's excellent. We'll have an opportunity to catch up with you all afterwards as well. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you all. Next item on the agenda today is Jasper Welch, Consultant Advisor for Four Corner Management Systems in Durango Space. And Jasper, we're kind of speaking about the other side of business today, is the employee ownership as business growth, transition, and community development strategy. Jasper and I have been friends since 86, 87, give or take somewhere in there. And Jasper was our Club 20 chairman in 1990. And a person who I know many of us in the room know. If you don't know him, you will find Jasper to be one of the most intelligent and knowledgeable people about how to build businesses and work with people. And he has a laugh that you will love and that you will enjoy and appreciate. Let's have a warm Club 20 welcome for Jasper.
It's good to everybody. A lot of you I've met before and know of. So what we're talking about is employee ownership. So I'm going to ask some questions. How many of you have been in business and lost money? Okay, good. That's okay. How many of you are trust funders and you've had all the money you could ever have and never worked a day in your life? Okay, I guess the people can ask when over layers here. I guess they're not here tonight.
The next question is, how many of you have multiple, if you have a company, how many have multiple owners? Right, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Denise owns the whole company.
I was noticing they were kind of fighting on who had, that's right, majority owner, but she runs the place. Okay, then the next question is, how many of you are retired or thinking about retirement? Okay, now the issue that I have is I'm self-employed and I have no one to quit to. So that's a problem, right? If you run your own companies and you actually enjoy doing it, it's kind of hard to quit and retire. My wife retired 12 years ago and she's still wondering what I'm doing. One of you guys today talking about employee ownership. So let's go through some strategies. Where's the clicker? Maybe like that. Oh, perfect. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm taking a little different approach. We're going to go through all the technical stuff on employee ownership. I have some handouts that I brought with me that we can hand out. I don't have enough, so it's always tricky in today's presentation world. Half the people hate you if you have handouts because you killed some trees. The other half hate you because you didn't bring enough handouts. So there's never the right number. But I do have handouts, but everything is available online. And if you want to email me, I can send you what you need to have if you don't have it. But what we're going to look at is a little different approach. And that is, how do we create, grow, and sustain our companies, jobs, and wealth in Western Colorado? How many are familiar with what a roll-up is? A roll-up is when a private equity firm looks around the United States and buys your company. When they buy your company, they're just buying it for the company and the cash flow and the labor, and you get money out of it. Maybe you go live on an island, but basically it can wreck your community or to build your community. Today, and it's kind of interesting, I got an email from the guys that run the Colorado Venture Capital Fund. Anyway, they've created a small capital fund. We're supposed to meet Monday of next week to talk about how to help people in succession planning in our community of how to sell their companies, which is kind of fascinating as opposed to, so you can keep the company. The issue that we face is that there is not enough people to run your company. We just heard about David Trades, to buy your company or to transition your company. Businesses are listed for sale. We'll talk about this on one of the next slides here. And maybe go through just kind of the high points of today, because I looked at this presentation today and there is so much information about employee ownership, but you could just get an academic nausea only because there's so much information. So when you get to that point, you're going to have to do some research, but we really want to talk about kind of the global bigger picture. So here are the 5 challenges. One is there's not enough employees, and there's already a labor shortage, particularly for skilled labor. In most sectors of skilled labor, you have 2% unemployment, that's full unemployment. Because the only accountants that are unemployed are embezzlers, cheats, dishonest, and they can't do your accounting. How many people would like a dishonest accountant? Okay, nobody. So that means the 2% that are unemployed probably shouldn't. In many of our sectors, there's full employment. And when you have full employment, the only way you're going to get an employee is from somebody else, because the better employees are already working for someone else. The next is employee ownership as an economic development strategy. So going back to presentation on the trades, one of the things you might look at is employee ownership. And she has it. I work for Stone Age. Stone Age is a employee-owned company in Durango. I'm going to give a book to our chairman. We don't have this book. It's Kerry Siggins, The Ownership Mindset. Most of the books about business, I've done management consulting for 35, 40 years. Half of them are lousy.
And most of them are written by management consultants like myself, but they haven't run it either. And so Carrie, we hired her when I was on the board, and now we're 100% employee-owned side. We're the largest shipper in Clyde County. Ship more FedEx and UPS than anyone else in the county. We have 150 employees, north of $100 million in revenue employed. So it's called the ownership mindset. I'm on page 18 because I had the opportunity to meet with Carrie at a coffee shop and say, wow, this woman is talented. Introduced him to our Stone Age board, and we hired her and she became the CEO. So this is what. And then I have another book from Kristen. You said you're employee owned. Okay, so you passed that out. The book had another one, the ownership mindset. And so as an economic development strategy, how do you keep the companies within your community? So in Durango, we've lost a number of companies, got bought by somebody else, and they moved them out of town. So one of the best good poison pills to keep a company in town is to have an employee owned. So that's one reason the Stone Age is still there. Because the investors, the people are trying to roll things up, they don't want to buy a company that's employee owned because they just want to cash out. And so employee ownership is the economic development strategy. The other thing is, how do you actually do it? So you really start with. So how many, I know Diane's, you're retired now, right?
Not semi, I have my own consulting.
Okay, she has her own consulting business. But let's talk about our economic development plans. I get in big trouble with my economic development plans. And the reason why is I don't think there's a moral standing to recruit companies from other towns. Why don't you just grow your own? Why don't we just start with your number one export shouldn't be your students and your kids. Most of our towns, number one export is talent. So we're exporting our best talent someplace else. Now, some kids don't want to live at home. We get that. But we have to make it so they could come home. The next thing is, where do you buy your coffee? Is it locally roasted? Where do you get your food? Is it locally grown? Where do you get your beer? Is it locally made? I remember showing up in Nashville, Tennessee, back before craft beer was big. I was from Durango. You always got craft beer. It was always on tap. I said, what kind of beer do you have on tap? None. I said, what kind of beer do you have? Coors, Bud. Anything else? Nope. All the beer came in a bottle, and all the trash cans were for trash, for recycling. That was Nashville, Tennessee, 20 years ago. There's no craft beer. So they didn't even make their own beer. So with employee ownership, you're going to be keeping those companies. The next is when you're talking about starting with the end in mind, how are you going to retire as business owner? Right now, when businesses are for sale, here's the real estate number. 93% here, you're going to like this number, of all the property listed for sale, 93% of real estate sells. Of all the businesses listed for sale, only 20% sell. Of all the people trying to sell their company to retire, 1 person in 9 sells their company. The other 8 can't sell their company. So employee ownership is not the only way to make that transition, but it is a way. We're going to talk more about the resources, and I'm going to leave some time for Q&A. So let's try this next. So let's look at some of these challenges that was talked about in the earlier presentation. So you look for competition for employees. If you can't figure out a compensation plan that's better than the other, like you said people will steal your employees. So you need to know what you're paying people in your community. I had someone come to me and I was running an incubator, and they lost an employee over $1 an hour. And so I walked over to the college employment office, and the same job paying $2 or $3 more an hour than they are paying, and they are mad at the employee. And I told them, you have to be mad at yourself. Because one of your best employees shocked you, and you were found wanting, and they should have left you. And they are mad at the employee. I said, unless you have a contract with them, you're paying them more, they're gonna leave, right? And so employee ownership is one way to add to that compensation. The next thing is, how do you get a motivated workforce? And so it's not just about pay. So the reason this ownership mindset is such a good book, there's people that work for Carrie that quit. Why? Because they don't want to be accountable. You know, bummer for them. Okay, I mean, they don't want to be accountable. So in some cases, employee ownership requires more accountability, both of you as an owner. How many of you have businesses, Kristen already mentioned it, that some of your key employees make more money than you do? Okay, I don't pay myself much, so everyone makes more money than I do. But the point being is, when you suddenly have a company where people are making more than you make, now you're having maturity. Now you have people that are more skilled at what your customers want from you. I always consider management's overhead. Right, there has to be someone out there actually getting stuff done. Right, Bill? I mean, you know, you're overhead. Now, when you're pushing the shovel, you know, you're helping, but you're kind of a low pay grade labor. Okay. Employee housing. This is not about what you're trying to do housing. So we all know that there's a housing shortage in Western Colorado. Well, you don't create a housing service. Like right now, I get in big trouble in Durango. We spend more money and policy time around the homeless than we do helping entrepreneurs. I think that's personally ridiculous. Okay? And if I see a young person sitting in the corner and there's jobs out there, you know, we got to do some rethinking on it. And, you know, obviously there's people that need to be taken care of, there's people that need help, particularly parents that their spouses left them. I mean, they need help. Okay, so we don't want to discount that. But how are we doing on trying to bridge this gap? Well, you can't bridge the housing gap when people don't have high-paying jobs. The other side of the housing gap is what I call attainable housing. And if you're making good money, you can at least start in the housing process and eventually move into a place where it works. The other thing we've talked about, transitions and ownership. One of the things you'll see is there's tremendous tax benefits in Colorado for owners and staff on employee ownership. And then finally, that is the number that is on the flip side of the trades number. That is of the businesses in Colorado, small businesses, 48% of owners are over 55. Which means that there's no one to buy your company, run your company, or manage your company. I had a call the other day. Person's been trying to sell his company, can't sell it. And so he retained me to help him on that. He's 73, and then called me and said, well, Jasper, we weren't really that profitable this summer, so let's just put that off. Well, he's 73 years old. So I basically said, you know, you're about 10 years too late to start. With Stone Age, I was on board from 2000 to 2010. And it took us about 5 years to prep to get ready for employee ownership. Took another 5 years to get to the ESOP. And we used that to buy out 2 founders. And so it probably took about 10 years to go from 2 founders ownership to 100% employee. It takes time. But meanwhile, we built the company. When I was familiar with the company, we did 3 million. 10 years later, we did 32. Now they're over 100 million. So it just takes. And a lot of people, when they get involved in employee ownership, if you wait too long, at that point, I have one client that their company got too big, and to try to do employee ownership, they didn't start sooner. So the sooner, let's go to the next slide and try to get to the Q&A. This will give you, if you want to shoot a picture of it, and I can send you the slide deck. But this is going to give you an idea of how you compete for talent. So your skilled employees have choices. They're going to work for the best companies in town. How many people have been to a really bad restaurant with really bad service? Okay, you hope those restaurants go out of business. But if you have a really good restaurant with really good service, guess what? They have the best waiters. Why? Because they're making good money. Particularly if Bill shows up and tips them. Okay, they're making good money. And so you want to make sure that you're in that same place where you're competitive. The next thing is, how do you get them motivated? Kristen talked a little bit about people aren't just working for the money. They're also working for purpose. They're working for passion. They're working for solving problems. They're working to make sure that their skill sets match what the customers need. Someone asked me, so Jasper, you have a little bit emotional about this. You have an amazing customer service ethic. I learned it at the University of Colorado. Why? Because I stood in line as an 18-year-old freshman, back when they dropped the gate, when they're closed. The lady drops the gate on me. I have checked. She drops the gate on me. When you're 18, you've never been screwed. Okay? I mean, what? That person just took advantage of me. I never knew that could happen. I was 18. And I swore at that moment, I would never do that to another human being as long as I lived. If someone was in front of me and I could help them, I would help them. Okay, that's how our customer service. See, that wasn't an academic class. Okay, it was because they closed the gate. And so when you're looking at a motivated workplace, you want to make sure that if they should be able to partner the way that Stone Age did their payment to their compensation. And I know we got a little bit emotional, but I have passion because it's going to make a difference in our state. So we did it at Stone Age. We had open books, 10% profit sharing. And then when the two founders said, well, we're going to cut the profit sharing out for the managers because we did an extra 3% for them. Ford said, nope. Those managers are keeping your employees motivated. And those employees are keeping our company making money. So our employees, between 10 and 15% of their salary was profit sharing. And we also had stock options, so they could actually buy stock. Some of them bought motorcycles and cars. Some of them bought stock. And some of them who bought stock made a little bit of money out of it. So Stone Age has created more millionaires in our town than any other company because of the employee ownership. Emerging companies, you want to reduce your turnover. Owners and employees share the same thing. And then the Stone Age retirement. Okay. A little bit more of motivation. That's a similar side of I've taken the, how you actually implement it. And then I'm going to get to this slide for questions. What I have is I have handouts, and I'll just go really quickly through this. The Colorado Employment Office is part of Office of Economic Development and National Trade. There are actually right now up to 40,000 you get reimbursed for legal work on employee ownership. If it's an ESOP in Colorado, it's up to 150,000 in tax credits. Okay. If you have an ESOP, the way that works is employee stock ownership program. So, for example, Alpine Banks, their largest shareholder is the ESOP. Stone Age is 100% employee owned. In Colorado, there's about 1 million small businesses. 230 are employee owned. I think we could do better than that. The next thing you have is Rocky Mountain Employee Ownership Center. I also bought some handouts from them. They're a nonprofit, and they can also, let's say if you had a group of employees that would want to buy your business, my recommendation is you get someone to help them specifically, and they have classes, resourcing. They work really closely with OEDIC. The ESOP Association, that's a national association on employment ownership. There's lots of other ways to do it. So let's say you don't want to sell it to your employees. We just like to have your managers and some key employees involved. You can do that through an LLC. It doesn't have to be 100% employee owned. Normally the tax breaks start when you're 20% employee owned. In Colorado, that's where some of the tax breaks start. There's a covered SBDC network. There's, I think, 15 of these around the state. They're doing a lot of work on that. And there's also the National Center for Employee Ownership. So there's a lot more details. I have it in my handouts, but I didn't want to just go through mind-numbing statistics. I want to get you motivated and fired up. And when you have some of your friends that are trying to retire and they're still mad at their employees, tell them to get over it. Okay, I was involved in the oil and gas service company, and our two limits were capital and labor. And so what we did is we had set-asides for our employees. When we sold the company, we probably socked away $150,000 to help on the transition. And then members of our board own shares. That ownership is a huge difference, right? You know, and so if you want to be a big owner and own the whole thing and retire sad and broke because no one buy your business, that's one approach. Or you could try to get your employees involved. We've had people say, well, Jasper, you know, if it's employee ownership, you know, what if? I said, well, until you try it, you don't know what if. You know, of course things could go wrong. Maybe just because they're an owner. I did a lot of negotiations where I had partners trying to buy each other out. Okay, if you want a problem, it's division of labor issues, right? How many have been involved, friends or neighbors that had partnership fights and all that kind of stuff? Well, the trouble is you have concentrated ownership, and then you're spending more time on family drama within your company when you should be spending time on growing your employees. So with that, I'll take some questions.
Questions for Jasper? Sure.
Jasper, Richard Chimino, Peak Health Alliance, and fill out with the McCarthy Local First. So good to see you again. I have a question about the employee housing, and maybe it's more of a caution or a statement, an observation. I'd like to hear you comment on it. I've had 3 separate people in Grand County where I live over the last 3 years. I have employee housing. I'm being harassed at work. I'm not about to complain about being harassed at work because I want to lose my housing.
The employee has employee housing, and it's used as golden handcuffs by the employer.
Good employers. Some middle management, unbeknownst to the owner, is causing the harassment. Is this an unfortunate situation?
Yeah.
I guess my caution would be for those companies that want to provide employee housing, maybe just not subsidize housing that they choose. That way they're not trapped. When you buy a house or you buy an apartment, then you're trapped.
Right.
That's my caution.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And the housing thing is really tricky. And you probably want some degree of separation. You know, it's like why cities, you know, get big trouble if they decide to be landlords, you know, decide they get big liability. You really want some, you know, range of public employee housing. Workforce housing is really tricky. And there's some areas there, but if you can do stipends. You can have employee housing that if someone is one of your employees, maybe to get a restructured rent. Whereas if they're not one of your employees, they market rent to help, you know, cover your housing. It's tricky, but if we don't come up with some really innovative answers, we're not going to solve the housing issue. And it's really attainability. I had a friend who was a C-suite employee with a big telecom company. This was 20 years ago. He paid $10,000 a month in rent on home. But he made enough money that that was attainable. Okay, so it's really a money match situation. It's not just the housing, but I remember when I served the city council in Durango, a developer came in and wanted to tear down all of our metal, almost old-fashioned Quonset huts. Okay, the Quonset huts were where all the drug dealing happened and where all the stolen cars were and where the dogs that pick your leg lived. Okay, and so there's people that were saying, well, we can't tear it down because it's horrible. I said, no, that's horrible. People shouldn't live in that. And so now it's, you know, good housing that is, you know, serving the need. But you're exactly right. It's like, other questions? I have the handouts. I'm going to put it back up there, so you're welcome to take them. It's all the information on all these organizations, the contact information, and then if you, if we're out of a certain handout, I'll just send it to you. Okay? I'm gonna hand it over to Chair.
Folks, let's thank Jasper. Folks, we're going to run over a little bit today. That's my fault, not anybody here in the room. Next item we have is Jerry Lynn Martinez Francis with Colorado Housing Finance Authority. She's the Chief Communications and Community Partnerships Officer. She's going to speak today regarding federal housing policy update and what's new at CHAPA. Jerry Lynn and her husband John are dear friends of ours, incredible people, best knowledge that I think that we have in the state in regards to housing, how we do things. She's been a great friend of ours, and a great friend of Club 20. Let's please give a warm welcome to Jerry.
Thank you, Joel. Great to be with you. And I recognize that I'm your speaker in between now and cocktail hours. So I'll try and be efficient in my remarks and appreciate the opportunity to see you all. For very quick background for those who are not familiar, why am I up here? Well, I work with CHAPA. CHAPA is the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. We are not a government agency, as some might think from our name. We are separate and distinct, but we are a statewide investor in the whole housing continuum of needs. So investing in housing that's serving people transitioning out of homelessness, hardworking families living in affordable rental housing, middle income rental housing, as well as first time and repeat home buyers. So we make investments all across that housing continuum. I hate to start with the bad news, but let me just start with the bad news that won't surprise anybody. But housing volatility, housing unaffordability continues to be a challenge for Colorado. This is a resource from the National Low Income Housing Coalition that shows what the hourly wage that a household needs to earn in order to afford the median apartment in their state. And you can see that Colorado is now ranked 8th, competing with some of the coasts and the highest priced states in our nation. And of course, then if we look at a non-metro county area, Colorado has 3 of the counties within the top 7 of that list, all of which are within Club 20's jurisdiction. So rather unfortunate news and startling news, but want to talk about some of the policies that we're monitoring at the federal level that are moving forward to help and try and address this. Before I move on to those policies, I want to introduce you to a new resource that we at CHAPA have just launched. Kind of modeled after that national map that I was just showing you, but really diving into our Colorado County needs. This is our new housing affordability gap map. This is on our website. I'm going to give you the URL. You're seeing a static view of it, but if you were seeing it on our website, which I would encourage you to go to, you could hover over any of these counties, and what would pop up would be your that county's cost burden in terms of renters, cost burden in terms of homeowners, the income needed to afford the median home price, home sales price, either as a detached home or an attached townhouse, as well as the income needed to afford rent. We're going to continue to keep this updated. We know that information like this is of high demand across the state, and so we wanted to make it available to you all. Another feature that we have with this map is you can zoom in and do a deep dive in county level data. So here, since we're in Gunnison, right, I'm showing you what this looks like for Gunnison County, and you can see total households in the county, the median income for a 2-person household right now, 75,000 as the most recent data. You can see then what that translates to in terms of your cost burden at a county level. These circles on the bottom show you on renters or on homeowners what percent are within different income bands, right? So you can kind of drill deeper into that need. If we look at the homeowners circle, what the 19.3% tells you is that almost 20% of the homeowners in Gunnison County are earning between 80 and 120% of area median income, of the county's area median income, whereas 48.7 are earning above 120. If you're on our dashboard, you would hover over these areas and those little pop-ups would show out for you. It also gives you an opportunity to compare at a county level to a state level. So please check it out and please give us feedback on what you think of it. If it's helpful to you, if there's data and resources that you would like to see added to it, we're really interested in making this evolve as a tool that you all can use as you tackle your localized housing needs. Okay, here's the URL where you can find that. url.chappainfo.com/gapmap. And then we have published a recently updated white paper to kind of look at the housing needs at a statewide level. Again, all across that housing continuum, because it's not one size fits all, right? We have different needs from homeless to rental to home ownership. And so looking at all of that. So you can check out the white paper there as well. Okay, to the federal policy, because there's a lot going on, and I'm only going to hit a few high-level things. But there are things that I wanted to tease out because there hasn't been a lot of conversation around them, and I wanted to make sure that you all were aware of some of these provisions that were housing specific in the recently passed and signed into law One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So two provisions that CHAPA, and I know you all, many of you at local level have been looking at. These are resources that will strengthen our federal low-income housing tax credit program, as well as our private activity bond program. These are the two most nationally recognized resources that we use here in the state to develop and preserve affordable rental housing. And that's rental housing that's affordable to households earning 80% area median income and below, right? With an average of 60. So we're thinking about who we're serving with these programs. That's your profile. We're gonna, in the bill, increase the amount of federal tax credits that we as a state have available to award. As you all know, we are typically oversubscribed in demand for the tax credit resources as a rate out of the 3 to 1. What does that mean? That means there's housing that's ready to be built that people want to build. We just don't have enough resources to support it. And in a market, what I was just showing you, we can't have that, right? It's not helpful. So we're going to get a 12% boost through that legislation. We expect that that would add approximately $2 million more in federal 9% tax credits, bringing us to a total of $19 million that we'll have available to award in 2026 on an estimate. As a quick reminder, we use those tax credits to draw in private sector investment, equity investment to help underwrite the cost of developing and constructing that affordable rental housing. And you're seeing some photographs of tax credit supported housing here throughout my presentation, right in the Club 20 region. So we work really hard at CHAPA to deploy those statewide. In addition, on the bond side, I don't want to get too wonky here, but when you use 4% tax credit by federal law, 50% of that construction project has to be financed with tax-exempt bonds, just the way they structured the program. What did that mean? That meant that we were allocating a lot of bonds to deals that didn't necessarily need to use all that much bond financing, and we were having an artificial cap on what we could do. So through a lot of advocacy and outreach, now in One Big Beautiful Bill Act, that requirement has been reduced from 50% financed to 25% financed, okay? So that will help us be able to use that 4% credit more effectively, more robustly. Let me put it into numbers and language that actually means something. What does that mean in terms of what we think we will be able to see as a result in Colorado because of those two provisions? Roughly 30,000 more affordable apartments, job creation, wages in business, and income coming in through federal, state, local taxes as a result of that. Now, here's the key caveat to this. These estimates that were done for us also assume that other resources that we leverage with the tax credit and bond program, like home, like PDG, like vouchers, remain available. And I'm going to talk about appropriations really quick, but those may not be around. So these numbers would be dependent on that as well. But wanted to share that with you. Okay, another from right up the way in Crested Butte, Andrews-Site Place and tax credit for the housing development. Another key provision of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act relative to housing, and this is on the homeownership side now, is that the bill reinstated and makes permanent the opportunity to for qualified homeowners to deduct their mortgage insurance premiums. And that includes FHA, VA, USDA, Rural Housing Services. I know for us at CHAPA, again, we are an investor in homeownership loans. I would say 70 to 80% of our customers that we serve are using the FHA mortgage insurance program in order to help them become homeowners, requires a little bit lower down payment assistance, right? And they are very successful homeowners, but they need that upfront help. So this now gives them the opportunity to deduct that mortgage insurance premium from their taxes. When this was previously in place and it expired in 2021, but when it was in law before, what they saw was that the average deduction per household for a qualified taxpayer was $1,400. So that just kind of gives you a feel. That's real money back in people's pockets that they can use right on their other household needs. And so we are excited to see that as well. Okay, last piece on this bill, this is not necessarily housing related, but it is community investment related. And there is a resource that we at CHAPA have applied for since 2005 and have been very fortunate to be able to receive and deploy $228 million worth of, and those are called new markets tax credits. New markets tax credits are a way to again draw in private sector investment to invest in communities that historically have been underserved. They are identified by census tract. We've used them in Western Slope to help Food Bank of the Rockies build their new facility in Grand Junction, for example. We've used it in Durango to help renovate office building that wasn't being utilized and now medical facility. I'm going to show you that in this picture right here, Access Health System. So we use those tax credits to help bring in private sector dollars to invest in commercial real estate and commercial activity. And what was included in One Big Beautiful Bill Act was a permanent establishment of those new markets tax credits. Previously, Congress kept having to go back and reauthorize them every few years, and we'd all do the dance and wonder if they were going to be there for us to apply for it, and now they're made permanent. Okay, so looking forward to that. All right. Shifting from that bill to appropriations, because this is the next thing for us in terms of federal housing policy that's very much on the radar. We saw with the president's budget request post-elimination of several housing programs that we know communities rely on. These are not resources that we administer, but these are resources that we know come into those developments that we otherwise would be investing in with our dollars, right? So these are like companion partner investment resources, community development, Brock Lorenz, home, housing counseling assistance. For example, many local communities also directly receive these and use these. Here you can see what the fiscal year 25 budget request was, what it was authorized at under the continuing resolution that passed, and where the president's request came from. Now, we know that committee work and congressional work now on appropriations needs to start, and we know that many of these programs do have very strong bipartisan support. So we will be doing outreach to help elevate awareness of how these resources are being used in Colorado. Wanted to elevate that opportunity for you all as well, who may be relying on these or whose developments might be relying on these. Key to know is the Housing Choice Voucher and Project-Based Section 8 programs. These are rental assistance subsidy, direct rental assistance to tenants. And the proposal was to reimagine that resource and make it be more state block grant based. I will tell you that there are a number of developments that are providing housing to our most vulnerable residents in the state, largely seniors, also those transitioning out of homeless that rely on those in order to help those individuals pay rent and for those developments to be financially viable. So, excuse me, the loss of those resources could create some real challenges for not only those tenants, but for the viability and the ongoing operation of those developments that are provided. So something certainly to watch and that we will be weighing in on. Okay, again, more information that we will share out on those opportunities through our news communications, and always appreciate Club 20 advocacy and collaboration. And with that, I'm only 6 minutes over, so let's go to yes.
And overall, that's wonderful. Thank you, Judge. Questions, Mayor?
You and thank CHAPA for all that it does within the Western Slope and Colorado. It really makes a difference. I just really wanted to comment for a moment on the low income tax credits. Those can be a double-edged sword because they're pretty unflexible over time. And what we have found, we have units that are sitting empty, we just can't put anybody in because they earn too much money. And it's become, if you have a single parent with a dependent, might be able to get them in. But overall, on one of our senior and low income projects, we have work hour requirements in general for the housing program of about 1,500 hours a year. And we've had to lower those to 1,000 hours so that maybe we could bring some people into those units. And it's just that oddly enough, a lot of low income people tend to work 2 jobs and they end up making too much money to qualify for the housing. So we would never do a low income tax credit program again. You know, we're just, you know, it leaves us with empty units that we're not allowed to fill. And it seems like if we could work with the federal government or someone to try to get a little more flexibility out of that program, it's mostly as the program ages. It might work really well when the first 5 years, but when we've seen the type of wage increase because of the worker shortage, suddenly they don't work anymore. And there's no flexibility in the program to readjust to the what is the low income wage in a given community or anything like that. So just a real caution on that program and others say it almost is like they want to keep people in a super low income jobs. And those jobs just don't exist in a competitive marketplace for employees.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. A couple notes. I think before the average income provision, which allows tax credit properties to serve up to 80, as long as they kept that 60, the threshold was just 60. So some of the earlier developments that might be at those lower AMI certainly understand that. I also want to clarify and hear you and agree the challenge on entry, but I also want to clarify that the tax credit, if their wage increases over time as they live in that unit, the tax credit program does not require them to have to vacate. So if they qualify, they just have to qualify and make the income at the time that they get the lease. But after that, if their income grows and they gain more economic opportunity because they do get additional jobs or they get a raise or, you know, whatever the case may be, the tax credit program does not require that they use their housing. I know there are other programs that work that way, so it might be some layering or whatnot, but that's not a tax. But I hear you, and I don't want to dispute the varied needs of across the state.
There is always a big pre-qualification process, and there's a lot more paperwork that goes into pre-qualifying your people. And so I'm really more suggesting that to the extent you have federal lobbyists and you work to help us untangle some of the older programs that are just stuck in the past, just like some of the other ones you said have now been modernized. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kind of following up on that, there has been the AMI capping at 100%. And with wages increasing, with that qualification for getting into affordable housing or attainable housing capped at that 100% AMI, I know I saw up there that we're looking at 125%. Are more programs leaning towards that 125? Because I mean, it becomes, as Rachel said, just unattainable. There's that missing middle that, you know, they can't take a job because then they can't get in. I mean, and it's, we're propagating that. I mean, you know, we're the ones that are creating that issue.
Yeah. There, at the federal level, let me talk federal and state, because the answer is yes. When the state level conversation has advanced better than the federal. At the federal level, there was talk about 2 different tax credits. None have made it into a final package, but I want to elevate them for you so that you can tune into them for your policy conversations as well. One was designed to support more that middle income housing space, and the other one, called the Neighborhood Home Investment Act, was designed to sort of mimic LIHTC, but for sale construction development. So bringing in private sector capital to help build homes for sale, right? So, and then also sort of higher price point. Again, neither of those at the federal level have advanced yet, but they're out there in the public conversation. At the state level, we were successful here in Colorado in creating the very first nationwide middle income housing tax credit. So you all might know that CHAPA has our middle income access loan program to provide gap financing for multifamily developments, rental developments that are serving that 80 to 120. Kind of bridge that gap from what a market rate would be to a middle income making a loan. We helped innovate a tax credit that would replicate that. And this is the first year that we will be deploying that resource. We actually are in our application round for that right now. We have, I think, 5 million in MyTech, what we call it, because everything needs an acronym, middle income housing tax credit to award this year. We received 11 letters of interest and 5 complete applications. So we expect those award announcements to come out in July. So I am very excited for us as a state to be the first ones out, and we'll see how that works. And maybe if it can be a model. I think we have 5 million this year and next year, and then after that it bumps up to 10 million in MyTech for the award in the next 3 years.
Do you know if the requirements that have been with Prop 123 is going to make any of those kind of adjustments? Because that's limiting as well.
So that
100%, you know, with no kind of caveat at all.
The prop, so totally different program line. The Prop 123 on the rental side and on the homeownership side, those are all established in statute. And those were also part of the ballot measure, that AMI language. So as administrators, then we administer a portion of those dollars on behalf of the voters. We don't have that statutory flexibility. But I also understand that there is expected to be a conversation next year. So I would encourage you all to lean your voice into that, if that's an area that you want to talk through about what those might look like.
Let's take one more question for Jerry.
Thanks, Mary Jo. Okay.
Jerry, then put us back on schedule, folks. Thank you all. I appreciate everybody attending today. Last item we have is we will have a resolutions group that will come together. Please let me know if you'd like to join on that group. We'll let Andrea know if you'd like to join on that group. That you put on there. Last item before we part today, and I'll have you, Andrea, kind of go through where we're going next in tomorrow's agenda. Is Colorado Space Business Roundtable fellowships occurred here about 2 weeks ago. As you all know, we always sponsor young people from Western Colorado. Denise and I and others in the room here to that. Had a young man, Jesus Lopez Jr. I work with his dad every day. He's a pipe fitter up on a job that we work on up in Aspen and up on Park Avenue. And he attended. He's a sophomore at Colorado Mesa University. Had a wonderful time, and I think it's going to be a great opportunity for him as well as other students. If you have students that are interested in that, please talk with me about that, and we'll talk about that opportunity for next year. And again, folks, want to thank so much for Jerry and Francis coming out today. And of course, obviously, my friend Jasper Welch from Durango. Thank you, Jasper. And of course, Kristen and Mark. What beautiful speakers today, and what interest. And I'm really proud and pleased that the folks we had come today. So another one. Thank you for these folks. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. So much information today. So if you need to get some nourishment and cocktails, we are going to meet at the Dive in Gunnison. Very informal reception. As Commissioner Howe can tell you, it's a very busy time of year here in Gunnison, so they haven't promised us any safe seating or anything. So we'll just kind of all meet there and have some good networking opportunities. For all of you that are interested in any of the presentations you saw today, give me till about Tuesday and I'll have them up on our website for you. But in the meantime, shoot me an email if you need one right away, and I'd be happy to do so. Safe travels home if you're driving home tonight. The college's front door did lock at 5 o'clock, so make sure you have all your belongings when you leave the building. Because I don't want you having to bang on the door to get my attention. And then lastly, we'll start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I hope to see you all here. Thank you for a great day.
I